Good morning. Good morning. Are we all excited for this? I know I am. My goodness. Give me 1 minute to get set up here. A little behind the times. All right. Mute my Facebook. Let me move my microphone over. You're going to hear some noises in the background. Husband's getting ready for work. Daughter's making breakfast, on and on and on. So I apologize for that, but that's the time of day. That's what's going on here in this house. How are you all doing this morning? Little Lady Di, thank you so much for that super chat. That was fantastic. Welcome to all the new channel members. That's a new thing here. I'm excited about that. I'm so glad to see you all. I'm going to give a round of s'mores to all our channel members. Oh, that's so much fun. Now we've got some custom emojis to play with. I love it. Oh, all right. I am still half asleep. I'm not on camera because you do not want to see my morning face. Trust me. So we'll just go with the picture for now. I'll get myself together later on during one of the recesses and come talk to you in person so you can see. But for now, we're just going to go with this. Let's see. I do have slow mode turned on for chat. I'm expecting chat to get really busy later. And I need to help the mods out, so I did turn slow mode on. I don't like to do that too often, so I apologize in advance. I know it's a little frustrating, but I think it'll make chat flow a little bit smoother today. So we'll try it and see how it goes. Let's see. Hello to Shannon, Cammie, Lyle, Marianne, Danielle, Rosie, Cheryl Lynn. Always good to see you. Missy Bancroft, Angel Dunmeyer. Hi, how are you doing? Oh, Mean Mama Meanest. Hello, good morning to you. Hi, Cynthia. Hi, Andrew. How you doing? Orly, Sam, Indigo Blue, Chris Fisher. Oh, this is going to be such a great hearing. Now, like I said last night, I know people are a little bit like, Awen, why are you so excited like this? It's, these children were murdered. I know people were murdered. 7 people that we know of are dead in connection to Chad and Lori, at least 7. But I'm so excited to see justice working. I'm so happy to see Chad have it to be in a court of law and try to prove himself. It's about time we saw this. So very, very excited. Oh, Manglia, thank you so much for the super chat. Manglia says, thank you for doing the live today. You have such an amazing channel. Thank you. I'm really glad you're here. And I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. So Gypsy Girl says, you're excited as we are because of the justice process. Exactly. I like seeing accountability. Yep. So I am excited. I'll come right out with that. Oof. And for my breakfast, my daughter has just brought me a nice steaming mug of pho. Pho is food of the gods as far as I'm concerned. So that's going to start my day. That'll help. I have a cough today. My nose is a bit stuffy. So, but the pho will help take care of that. All right, so deep breath. Let me tell you about what's going to happen today. First thing, though, I want to show you something. Eric Grossarth with East Idaho News is currently at the courthouse. And there is, well, how do I make this big? Hold on a second. Pause that. I want to share you just a silly little video. I know it's kind of silly, but it's exciting, of Rob Wood entering the courtroom. But what I'm going to do, because I promised Nate I would do this, brand. I'm going to put up the East Idaho News logo up in the corner. This is all credit to East Idaho News. This video comes to us from Eric Grossarth. Let me share it with you so you can see. It's kind of exciting. I mean, it's not really exciting. It's just a dude walking into a courtroom. But, I'm still thinking it's exciting because, all right, here we go. You should be able to see this. Wait, nope. Hold on. I didn't share the audio so you can hear the footsteps because footsteps are good. Let's hear the footsteps. All right, share audio, share the tweet deck. All right, here we go. Ready? Let's make it big so you can see. Here we have Rob Wood walking into court. Look at that briefcase. Go, Mr. Wood. Go, Mr. Wood. Get him. Get him. Go get that Chad. That's it. I don't know why I thought that was so exciting, but I did. So there you go. Oh, that's what's happening over there in Idaho right now. Rob Wood is on his way in to start this hearing. Go. I am so behind Rob Wood. I'm very trusting of him. He seems like he really has his stuff together. He's made some phenomenally smart legal moves so far. I think he's playing chess and they're playing checkers. We often hear that analogy, but this seems to be a really good example of that. So very happy to see him. And thank you to Eric Grossarth for bringing us that little tidbit because that was fun. All right. I may be, it may sound funny because I am flipping through all of my web pages. I don't want to miss a second of this hearing. So I'm refreshing everything. As soon as it starts, it's going to be on screen. You're not going to miss a single minute of it. So don't worry about that. Unless there's a technical problem, but I don't really anticipate any. We've done this before. We got this. Oh, man. Let me have a sip of my pho. Sorry, I don't mean to be slurping on microphone. It's just really hot, so I have to drink it very carefully. The Galindo says, I want to invite Nate Eaton over for dinner. He's a down-to-earth guy. I would love to take him out to dinner. And I think maybe after this is over, I hope that he's up for some kind of award for the coverage that he's done. Him and Justin Lum together. And now with Eric Grossarth helping out with East Idaho News. The only reason we know as much as we do about this case is thanks to those three men. So, Nate Eaton, if you're listening, you have my heartfelt appreciation for keeping us up to date about this case and helping us seek justice for these children, as well as Joseph, Charles, Tammy, and maybe even Alex, even though whatever. We don't talk about Alex. But thank you for your coverage. It's fantastic. So, I believe that I'm going to be streaming from East Idaho News today. They are covering it live on their website. I do have permission from Nate to do this, so that's all settled. I will keep the logo up in the corner while we do that. Unless it's done through Judge Eden's YouTube, then I'll just do it from there. So we'll see when it starts. Oh, Kimmy Middleton, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, Awen, I love everything about your channel. Thank you, Kimmy. I really appreciate that. That is fantastic. Those kind of things help me get up in the morning when I'd much rather be in bed right now with my kitty cats and my husband, of course. Can't forget him. Oh, yeah, Nate is definitely a class act. Yep, he sure is. Mr. Woods is a man on a mission, says Becky Freeman. Mm-hmm. Indeed, and I am right there with him, at least in spirit. Larry and Kay have also arrived at the courthouse. Excellent, Christy. Is that on TweetDeck? I'd like to show that to you. Oh, yep, here we go. All right, let me show you this. Larry and Kay Woodcock arriving at the courthouse. Excellent. Oh, this is going to be so difficult for them. All right, here we go. TweetDeck. Let me make it big. Big, full screen. All right, here we go.
Showtime. Yeah.
There's Nate. All right, Nate's being his own cameraman today.
I like the masks. Those have to be special to you.
These the Life Academy, JJ school in Phoenix. We got when we went in June. They gave them to us, so we figured it was perfect to wear today.
And there they go. My goodness. We all able to hear that? I hope we could hear the conversation. But that was Nate out there with the camera. So good job, Nate. Thank you for showing us that. I feel so bad for Kay and Larry. I can't imagine how hard this must be for them. And they have shown amazing grace, literally, through this entire process. So, whew, yeah, that was an emotional beginning to our day. I don't know who else is going to be there. I don't know if we're going to see Colby or Chad's kids or anyone else. But so far, we know Kay and Larry are in the courtroom. Rob Wood is there. Oh, man. Yeah. Prayers for Larry and Kay Woodcock for sure. This is not going to be an easy day for them. So, yes, they are absolutely filled with kindness. There are a lot of interviews you can watch with Larry and Kay certainly since last year. And they always seem to be strong beyond imagining, and have grace just oozing out of every pore. That may be a terrible analogy, but they're full of grace and love and strength. And it's so great to see them. It really is. It's good to see Nate too. Nate using that camera. Look at him go. Oh, yeah. All right. So what are we going to hear today? The preliminary hearing. This is about Rob Wood proving to the judge that he has enough evidence to take these charges to trial. Okay, this is like a pre-trial, mini trial, right? Because at least in this case, there was no grand jury investigation or grand jury indictments that came down for these charges. The charges have to be proved before a magistrate clerk or magistrate judge in order for it to go to trial. So that's what's happening. Rob Wood is going to get up and call some witnesses. He's going to present some evidence, certainly not everything he has, just enough to convince the judge that, yes, this warrants a criminal proceeding and it should go to trial. I don't have any doubt at all that he's going to be able to do that just fine. And then the trial will be, scheduled and all that stuff later. So that's all that's happening today. This is not a guilt or innocence thing today. What this is there enough evidence to go to trial? Yes or no? All right, so that's what we're going to be seeing today. There will be some witnesses called. We do know that 3 FBI agents were subpoenaed from Salt Lake City. There's an Idaho state forensic specialist that will be there. And as far as we know, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick have confirmed to East Idaho News that they were called to testify. Will they be put on the stand? That's still up for debate, but they say that they were called to testify. So we're going to have to see. So that'll be very interesting. That's what I'm most interested in watching today, is if Melanie and David are called to testify. So, oh, my goodness. Sorry. Yeah, this is a very casual, unprofessional morning stream because I'm waking up and I need to have my pho. Chandra, welcome so much to the team. So glad to have you here. Thank you. And Rosie, thank you for the super chat. She says, thanks, Awen, with the ruby slippers, the poutine popcorn emoji, because she loves that one. Let's give them all a big round of s'mores. Everybody needs s'mores to wake up in the morning. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. Oh, helps me wake up a little bit. Whew. Gotta get the day going. All right, what I'm going to try to do today during the stream, and I don't know if I can do it because I'm going to have to be watching chat. I'm going to be trying to sort of live tweet the information that's coming from the hearing in the Discord server for people who can't watch the stream. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that because I can't really sit and just listen to the information and type as fast as I can while I'm watching chat and everything else. So I'm going to try. I don't know if that's possible, but the replay will always be there for people who can't watch the stream live. So is Paul watching at work? I believe Paul is at work, but I'm sure he'll try to sneak in from time to time, as he usually does. We might pop in and say hi. Hopefully he's around. Paul will be going live tomorrow night and Wednesday night for his Patreon and his normal weekly live stream to be recapping this. I'm sure he's going to have a video or two up recapping it. So stay tuned to Paul too. Victoria, thank you so much for the super chat and the sticker. Look at that. That's adorable. Thank you. And Jacinta says, I'm enjoying your Toxic Bliss podcast, Awen. Well presented and engrossing. Currently on episode 17. Awesome. I'm really glad you like that. That is certainly my pet project, and that's where my heart lies. I just fell into coverage of this case, so hopefully things will settle down after the preliminary hearings, and I can get back to working on Toxic Bliss, because I got to finish that. And I don't recall says, welcome to Reese's Pieces. All right. I'm so glad you joined us. Fantastic. Let's get another round of s'mores for all these wonderful people. Yay. Paul uses pie. I like to use s'mores because s'mores and donuts. Donuts are like my favorite thing in the world. Chris Kaczynski says, can't see a thing. Yep, that's right, because it hasn't started yet. The hearing is just about to get underway. So right now you're just seeing my picture on the screen because I am not fit for public presentation this early in the morning. So there you go. But I am sitting here. I am with you live. And as soon as the hearing starts, that's what you're going to see on the screen. So Just hang in there. It's going to happen. I promise. So we will see some witnesses today. We will probably hear some evidence today. The defense doesn't usually put on too much of a show at the prelims. They can introduce evidence that they feel is completely exculpatory, but these would be things like, hey, we've got a rock solid alibi, or this is totally the wrong person. Here's what, if they can genuinely prove this is the wrong person, they will do that. I don't see that happening here. I really don't. John Pryor, Chad's defense attorney, he will be allowed to cross-examine any witnesses or discuss any of the evidence that Rod Wood presents, but he doesn't really have a whole lot to stand on right now. So we'll see what happens with him. Give me 1 second here. All right, the hearing should be starting in about 15 minutes. Before we get going with the hearing, I just want to go over a few sort of ground rules for today. I expect chat to be really busy, so I do have slow mode enabled. That means you'll have to wait 30 seconds between each message. I apologize for that. I know that's not fun, but we're going to have to do that to kind of keep a good flow of conversation going. Also, I would like to point out some chat rules. Chat got a little crazy in the live stream last night, so maybe this is something we should address. First of all, please keep chat civil and respectful and clean. All right. No swearing. That can affect my channel, and that's really not fair to me. So keep your comments clean, civil, respectful. No Mormon bashing, no calls for violence, even against Chad. We don't want to do that here. And I did have a chat with our moderator team this morning. They're going to keep chat clean. So if your comments get deleted, you get timed out, something like that, try to reflect on maybe what triggered that had to happen. Okay. We want it clean, family friendly, nice and happy, positive vibes in chat. All right. And we'll all get along just fine. So the mods do kind of have free reign today to do what they need to do. So, you've been warned. Don't come crying to me. Is basically what I got to say. Oh, yeah, it's going to be a busy day. I think having chat is really important as we watch the hearing. I'm going to be silent when the hearing is happening. I will turn my microphone off. You're not going to see me. You're just going to see the hearing. But chat will be scrolling so we can talk about it as it goes. That's going to be a great bonus for us. Lisa Irwin, thank you so much. Welcome to the team. I'm so glad to have you here. Yay. Lisa's been a very long time viewer of this channel. And it's so great to see her as a member. There you go. Have some s'mores. All right. Good afternoon from Wales. Oh, Prynhawn da, Mary Kennerly. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. S'mores are my jam. Yep, mine too. Welcome, Lisa Irwin. Oh my God, donuts. Yep, give Kathleen Skiba some donuts. We all need some donuts. Sarah, this is your second day here. Well, welcome. I'm glad to meet you. Hey, Scott, how are you doing? Good morning. I'm glad you're here, Scott. This is going to be an interesting day. Who is the seventh person? Carol, I'm talking about, well, there's more than seven, really. I don't know if they're connected, though. We have Stacy Cope, Lori's sister. We have a couple of lawyers that Lori had in the past that died mysteriously of heart attacks. I mean, it's more than just the big six. There are others. I don't know how related they are, but at this point, it's hard to think of any of that as coincidence, isn't it? So, but that's just me. That is just my opinion. So, yeah. Hey, Dark Side of the Moon. Very nice to see you. Nate is live. I won't be covering Nate's coverage. I'll be covering the hearing as soon as that is live. So, keeping my eye on that. Let me check Nate on Facebook. Oh, the hearing should be starting in a few minutes. Oops, I can type. All right, pulling up all the stuff. Nate is live at the Fremont County Courthouse right now doing some background stuff. But the hearing has not started yet, so I'm not going to show you his non-hearing stream. So you could check him out on Facebook for a few minutes while we wait for the hearing. That is going on right now. Phew, sorry about that. I had to blow my nose. It's one of those days. I am also keeping an eye on Judge Edgens' page because sometimes he just streams right from there, which would be handy. So, but do we have any questions about the hearing before it starts? We've got a few more minutes left before it gets going. I still say he had help. I think her brother did some of it. I also go, yeah, I do too. For Charles Vallow, what is there to pick up JJ? Why would he have taken off his shoes? Margie, that's a good question. Lori had made a comment how happy she was her divorce attorney died because she owed him a lot of money. Yeah. Becky Pat, I sure appreciate the no Mormons bashing policies. Thank you so much. It's very brutal on some other sites. Well, Becky, we're not going to let that happen here, so you are more than welcome to be here. Anyone, are you sick? Chris, I don't know if it's allergies or something. I have a runny nose, itchy eyes, scratchy, tickly throat. So to me, that sounds like allergies. So I think that's what's going on. But yeah, I'm not feeling that at my top of my game today. I do apologize for that. So, all right, I'm going to keep refreshing all the sites so we can bring it to you live as soon as we have something. All right, East Idaho News is live now. All right, Chad is live outside. As soon as this transfers into the actual hearing, I will bring that to you. I'm not, when Nate said I could stream their footage, I think he only meant of the actual hearing, not him being live on the news. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to clarify. So I don't want to just, start streaming Nate's stuff without absolute express permission to do so. That's all. There is a crowd gathered outside the courthouse today. They're all filming towards the door. Why? Is something happening? What's going on? Tell me. Okay. They seem to be streaming at the back of some trucks. Not sure what's going on. But there are a lot of cameras outside, a lot of people. This is a big deal in Idaho. It's a big deal for us, too, all over the world. So, man. All right, we should have about 8 minutes before the hearing starts. Will Chad take the stand at all during this? No. Chad will definitely not take the stand today. If he takes the stand at all during the trial, I don't think so. Not if he's smart or his lawyer's smart, but he certainly won't be on the stand for the prelims. The prelims are really about just the prosecutor proving to the judge that there's enough information to go forward with the trial. It's not a guilt or innocence proceeding. The judge is not going to be weighing whether Chad is guilty or innocent at all. It's just, does Rob Wood have enough information to warrant this going through a full criminal proceeding? Ah, this soup is so good. If you guys have never tried pho, you really should. And it's also keto friendly, as long as you know who makes it and you know what they put in it. But, so delicious. Hi from Ireland. Thank you for bringing the news on the tragic case. Hello, Claire. I'm so glad you're here. Welcome from Ireland. And Nicole Pegg is in Idaho. Good morning, Nicole. How is the weather out there in Idaho today? Looks nice from Nate's feed. Sunny and clear. Hopefully it's not too hot out there. The hearing has not started yet, so we're still watching. Don't worry. I know I may sound like I'm... Oh, here we go. We do have a live stream from Judge Edens. All right, it hasn't started yet. It's just a black screen. I am going to... It says offline, though. All right. I will keep checking on that because I'm not sure if that's actually live or just whatever. But we will be covering it. So as soon as one of these things is live, we'll be bringing it to you. Not to worry. I'm going to switch the logo. I'm not sure oh, my goodness. There's so much going on in my head. I can't keep any of this straight. If I bring you Nate's feed, I will put his logo back up on the screen. If we go from Judge Edens' page, then I will just bring you that. So either way. But now with my super wonderful internet connection, thank you to Spectrum Internet, it's going to actually be nice and clear. There's no fuzziness, no lag. It's going to be great. Miss Nucci, it's spelled P-H-O, and it is pronounced pho. Yep. Pho. Like, this is fun. Pho. Yeah, my favorite soup in the world. Oh, that is so good. Gulf Coast Girl, good morning. It's so good to see you. Julie Mitchell, hi. Turtle Girl, She Will. Jan McNutt, Wild One. You, Me, Us. Heather Thompson, Lily Rose. Rosie, always a pleasure to see you again. Chris Allen, Christy Cunningham. Hey, there's Paul. Good morning, Paul. Woohoo. Christy asks, what's in pho? Pho is a Vietnamese soup. It's basically a beef bone broth that's seasoned with star anise and ginger, and oh, it's just so good. It is fantastic. It's wonderful. Yeah, I'm trying to make a thing. All right, Judge Eden seems to be testing his stream, so I'm not going to bring that to you yet because it does seem to be just a test. As soon as I see a face on the screen, it will be on your screen. Not to worry. I'm going to close all of my other websites just to make sure the stream happens nice and clear. Yep, soup pho is typically used for breakfast a lot in oops, sorry. But yeah, it's that kind of soup where it's great for breakfast too. I have it for bedtime snack sometimes. I have it for breakfast. Ah, so good. Good morning, Stephanie. Hi, Cammie. How are you doing? Paul, are you working or you're going to get to play with us today? Let me know if you want to come on the stream if you're home. MJ DeBella, hello. Good to see you this morning. Sharon Hudnall. Keep this story in the headlines, please. Oh, I will do my best. And certainly Nate Eaton of East Idaho News, Justin Lum of Fox 10 News. There are some really good reporters making sure we don't forget about this. So much appreciation to them. All right, here we go. I think this is going to be it. Let me come to you live. Share screen, share audio, Chrome tab. Here we go. Make sure this is nice and loud. All right, let's see. What does that look like on YouTube? All right, they're just chit-chatting, so I'm not going to be muted yet. I can make it full screen in StreamYard. Here we go. All right, can you all see that well? There's not too much noise, little courtroom noise. Can you hear it? I will try to turn the volume up when it starts. Make sure you can hear it loud and clear. Yeah, Rob, oh, he has a mask in his hand. Rob, that's not how masks work, buddy. You gotta put it on your face. And this guy with the mask under his nose, yeah, that's effective. Oy. Man, anyway, let's not get into a conversation about that, or I'm just gonna start yelling. But yeah, Vicky, there's not too much noise right now, just a little background courtroom noise. As soon as it starts, I'll make sure all the volume is up as high as it can go so you can hear very clearly. Yeah, I don't recognize this courtroom either. This is not the other courtrooms we've seen. Then again, we haven't seen the full courtroom because Judge Edens has had the Zoom calls. So, yeah, there's not a lot of social distancing and stuff going on here. Which, you know, if you're not going to bother to do that, then just open the courtroom. Jeez, but whatever. Who do we see? There's Kay and Larry Woodcock in the back to the left of Rob Wood. I'm not sure who that is beside them. No idea who any of the other people are in the courtroom. If you see someone you recognize, please yell it out. Let's see if we can. I have no idea who that is with Kay and Larry. I've not seen that person before. Don't know who the people are in the rows behind them. Yeah, no idea. Let's see. Who's standing? Rob Wood is standing with the red tie, the bald guy with the beard. That's Rob Wood. I assume that's his co-counsel next to him. Not sure of his name. And they are there representing the state of Idaho. What time? The hearing should be starting any minute now. The hearing was scheduled to start right now. So, these things always take a few minutes. I'm not sure if Chad is going to be here in person. It looks like it because I do see a briefcase on the defense table side. So they have to get him in and transported and all that good stuff. The lady said the Woodcocks could be yep, it could be a victim's advocate. That's true. Yeah, we don't know. The general public is not allowed in the courtroom today, as far as I know. So in order to be there, you have to be a witness, victim's family, something like that. So I don't think it's just a random person. But Carol Bebo, you should get a shout out because you're from Chicago. Okay. Hi from Chicago. Good morning, Trinity. How are you doing? Sherry, Jacinta, Sophie, Sarah, Kathleen Curtis. Hi. Kelly, how you doing? Is Chad's family there? I don't see any of Chad's family there. All right, we have some audio coming in now. Look, Mr. Potato Head is on the scene. There we go, John Pryor and Chad.
Thank you. Please be seated. Good morning, Mr. Pryor.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, Mr. Daybell. Good morning, Mr. Wood.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Rammel.
Good morning, Judge.
We're going to go on the record here in Fremont County. It is August the 3rd, 2020. This is case number CR 2220-755. My name is Judge Edens. This is the case of State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. This is the date and time set for a preliminary hearing. Before we get started here today, the court notes that there have been various precautions that have been taken in order to ensure the safety of COVID-19 issues. Some of those precautions are being 6 feet away from each other. The court has installed plexiglass up here at the bench. The court notes that Mr. Wood, Mr. Pryor, and Mr. Daybell are not wearing masks. Mr. Wood, do you want to comment on that issue?
Your Honor, I can certainly put on the mask. It is a little difficult to question and speak with them on, but we will certainly follow the court's directive.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, my preference is that I be afforded an opportunity to communicate with Mr. Daybell during these proceedings. Mr. Wood and I have a significant amount of space between us. I will do whatever the court directs me to do, but at this point, my preference would be to be able to not only question the witnesses, but in addition, be able to speak without any impediment with Mr. Daybell. If the court directs us otherwise, I will obviously do exactly what the court tells us to do.
Mr. Pryor, do you feel that wearing a mask is going to impede your ability to communicate effectively with your client?
I believe that if there are questions during the proceedings, Judge, I'm going to have to remove the mask. He'll have to remove the mask, and we'll have to have a discussion. I think that at this point there could be some difficulties if we have to communicate through those masks, and I'd rather not do that. It's a personal choice, but I still think it would have an impact on my ability to not only question the witnesses, but to effectively talk with my client during these proceedings. So again, it would be my preference if the judge would honor that request.
Mr. Wood, do you feel not wearing a mask is going to impede your ability to effectively communicate with witnesses and effectively question those witnesses?
It will certainly make it more difficult, Your Honor.
The court's going to proceed as follows. I will allow the parties that are not wearing masks currently to continue not to wear masks. However, I will require that the 6 feet requirement be put into place. I want everyone to spread away from each other. I recognize, Mr. Pryor, you're going to have to communicate with your client, and that's going to be closer than 6 feet. You recognize that there may be a risk there, but that's a risk you're willing to take as well as Mr. Daybell. Is that correct?
It is, Judge.
All right. We'll proceed with that then. We'll proceed with the preliminary hearing. Is this matter going to be heard today, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Pryor,
Yes, it is, Judge. Thank you.
are there any preliminary motions that need to be dealt with before we start the hearing?
No, not from the state.
Judge, I think we may want to approach briefly on an issue, if we may.
Okay, would you like to have a meeting in chambers briefly?
No, just if Mr. Wood and I could approach the court, it would be a very brief inquiry, and Mr. Wood and I unfortunately been talking all weekend, obviously, about this in preparation for this, and there is one issue that we can briefly take up that's not a significant consequence, but will hopefully and effectively advance the speed of this preliminary hearing.
I would like to take the issue up in chambers so there's no issues with recordings or anything else. We'll take a brief recess back in chambers. We'll reconvene here in just a moment.
Well, that's a thing. We're not 5 minutes into this, and already we have a recess. They're going to chambers for whatever issue that John Pryor has dreamt up now. So, as far as the audio, guys, it is up as loud as I can have it. I can't turn my desktop sounds up. I can't turn anything up. The audio is coming from Court TV. There's nothing I can do about it. I've boosted it as much as I can. So Judge Eden sounds nice and clear. Just the attorneys are too far away from their microphones. So hopefully Court TV will do something about that and we'll get that a little bit better. But it's the best that I can bring you. So unfortunately, let's hope that Court TV will tell the lawyers to move their mics closer to their faces. That would be nice. But yes, headphones and earbuds will definitely help with that. So this is a very common problem we have with watching live trials. They don't thoroughly test out all the courtroom audio. So we're just going to have to make do. Oh. Pryor is Pryor has a prior. Pryor has a criminal history. So, I'm not a big fan of John Pryor. I have no idea what he's possibly bringing to Judge Edens right now. I think it's very interesting that Judge Edens decided to take it to chambers instead of just a sidebar. Maybe he's afraid audio will pick it up or something like that. So I have a feeling this is going to happen a lot throughout this proceeding. If Judge Edens is worried enough that the information may get accidentally onto the audio feed, then we'll probably be going to chambers a lot. So, hey, there you go. I will be able to come to you a lot because we're going to have a lot of breaks. Oh, YouTube on your TV helps with volume. That's a good idea. Yep, you can stream it to your TV. The attorneys, yeah, I thought that was very interesting. The first thing Judge Edens does is like, why are you guys not wearing masks? What's wrong with you? There are actual guidelines that the courts have to adhere by for social distancing and things like that. And if there's a mask mandate and none of them are wearing masks, like what the heck? So Judge Edens is like, y'all or whatever. Glad Chad won't be wearing a mask. I want to see the ugly face. And, it does help to be able to see their facial expressions. That's for sure. However, I personally believe they should be wearing masks, but they're going to do them. Whatever. You do you, boo. Zan, that's a good point. Zan Seimer says it's possibly hard to sidebar with the plexiglass. That could be. That could definitely be the case. So that makes sense. Marilyn Landis says yesterday was very uplifting watching the astronauts splash down and now back to business. That was amazing to see that. We watched it live. That was quite a sight to see. It really was. I'm really glad they made it back safe and sound. The Dragon capsule looks like one heck of an amazing machine. So that was pretty cool. What? We're not arguing about the full moon, I hope. That would be not really a... Anyway, Mary Kennerly, welcome to the team. We're so glad to have you. Thank you so much. Have some s'mores. Welcome to the party. Yay. All right, just a reminder, I will turn off the banner when court comes back. Let's make sure we keep chat peaceful and happy and all that good stuff, right? No calls for violence, even about Chad. I know we don't like Chad, but we're not going to call for them to be strung up in town square, okay? Let's not do that. All right, I'll turn that off for the hearing. Hopefully this isn't going to take too long because I said this was going to be a long day. I did not expect a recess in the first 5 minutes. So that's definitely not a good sign. I hear voices. I think we might be back.
Thank you. Please be seated.
All right, here we go.
We're going to go back on the record in CR 2220-755, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. The court took a brief recess so I could have a sidebar with counsel from the defense and the state. We'll proceed forward. Mr. Wood, does the state wish to make an opening argument here today?
No, Your Honor, the state will just proceed.
Mr. Pryor, does the defense wish to make any opening arguments?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Mr. Wood, you may call your first witness.
Thank you. The state calls Ray Hermosillo.
Mr. Hermosillo. If you'll please come forward, stand here in front of the witness stand. Raise your right arm and face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this class and that pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Hermosillo, you can be seated here at the witness stand. Once you enter that witness stand, because it is surrounded by plexiglass, I'll allow you to remove your mask. If you'll get fairly close to that microphone so that we can make a record of you. Mr. Hermosillo, we are making a court record as well. So if you'll make sure to listen to the full question before you begin answering, it will ensure that no two people are talking over each other on the record. Mr. Hermosillo, if you'll give your full name as well as your occupation, we'll get started.
Ray Dennis Hermosillo. I'm a detective with the Rexburg Police Department.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before I do ask Mr. or Detective Hermosillo any questions, I have several self-authenticating documents and documents that should come into the court under Rule 201. And I will provide those to the court. State's Exhibit 1. I'm assuming I hand this to the bailiff.
Mr. Pryor, have you seen a copy of State's Exhibit 1?
I have gotten all of the exhibits at this point, but in terms of the numeric order that they're put in, I have seen that, Judge, and there's no objection to that.
Exhibit 1 will be admitted. Mr. Wood, would you like that to be handed to the witness?
Yes. And then, Your Honor, I have several more States Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 will be handed to the bailiff. Mr. Bailiff, if you'll please show that to Mr. Pryor. Mr. Pryor, any objection to the self-authentication of Exhibit 2 being admitted?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 2 will be admitted.
States Exhibit 3.
Ms. Bailiff, if you'll do the same with Exhibit 3. Mr. Pryor, any objection to Exhibit 3?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 3 will be admitted.
States Exhibit 4.
Any objection to Exhibit 4, Mr. Pryor?
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 4 will be admitted.
State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 5 will be admitted.
Your Honor, State's Exhibits 1 through 5 are all self-authenticating documents. I have 2 documents I will ask the court to take judicial notice of. The first is an order on a petition under the Child Protective Act in Madison County case CB 33-20-45 in the interest of Tylee Ashlyn Ryland and Joshua Jackson Vallow. This order was signed by yourself in that case.
Mr. Pryor, any objection to the court taking judicial notice of that document?
Judge, if I could have just one moment, may I, please?
No problem. Mr. Wood, you're not asking for that document to be marked?
We will ask for it to be marked and entered as an exhibit as well.
Okay, Exhibit 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
No objection.
Exhibit 6 will be admitted.
And then
Would you like me to just take that into the clerk's possession at this point, Mr. Wood?
yes, that would be fine.
Court will do so.
And one more document the state would ask the court to take judicial notice of, and that we'd ask to be entered in State's Exhibit 7, an order in that same child protection case deeming that Lori Vallow was served on January 25th and that any errors in that service were cured.
Okay. Mr. Pryor, any objection to Exhibit 7?
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 7 will be admitted. The court will take judicial notice of said exhibit. Mr. Wood, any other?
No, if I may inquire of the witness now.
You may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Hermosillo, will you state your name and spell it for the court?
Ray Dennis Hermosillo, RayDennis Hermosillo.
Thank you. What is your current occupation?
I'm a detective with the Rexburg City Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
Over a year,
Okay. How long have you been with the Rexburg Police Department?
19 years.
Are you post-certified?
I am.
Detective, have you ever had the opportunity to meet the defendant, Chad Daybell?
Yes,
Is he here in the court today?
he is.
Can you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
Sitting at the defense table in white shirt, blue tie.
Detective, how did you become involved in the investigation regarding JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
In early November, I was contacted by Gilbert Police Department. I was asked to seize a Jeep that was in Lori Vallow's possession. Along with that, I was asked to perform intermittent surveillance.
And did you do that for the Gilbert Police Department?
I did.
Okay. Did they ever ask you to do anything else?
Yes.
What was that?
I was asked to do a welfare check on November 25th,
Okay.
2019.
Oh, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Who were you asked to do a welfare check on?
A 7-year-old boy by the name of Joshua Jackson Vallow, who also went by JJ.
Okay, and is it all right with you if I just refer to that child as JJ from here on out?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, have you ever met JJ Vallow?
No.
Have you ever met Tylee Ryan?
No.
Through your investigation, have you learned what JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan looked like?
I have.
How have you done that?
I've seen hundreds of videos and photographs of Tylee and JJ both.
Okay. Detective, I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibit 1.
Before we get any further into this, let me just remind the media that pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32, the court is prohibiting the photography or the filming of any exhibits until further order of the court. That would include, but not be limited to, any documents that are exhibits, any pictures that are exhibits, and any film that are exhibits that are going to be played potentially today. I will allow the cameras to remain running so that the audio can be recorded, but any photography or filming of any of those exhibits is prohibited. Also, any filming or recording of any of the table of the defense, any notes or anything else is prohibited, as well as the state. So with that, Mr. Wood, you may proceed.
Thank you. Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 1?
I do.
What is that document?
This is a birth certificate for Kane and Trahan.
For who?
Kane and Trahan,
Okay. And what is Kanan Trahan's birth date?
May 25th, 2012.
Okay. And who are Kanan Trahan's parents listed as?
Dennis Trahan and Mandy Ledger.
Okay. Thank you. Detective, can you look at State's Exhibit 2? What is that document?
An adoption decree.
Okay. Who is listed on that adoption decree? Who is the child listed on that adoption decree?
Kane and Trahan.
Kanan Trahan. Who are the adoptive parents of Kanan Trahan?
Mr. Wood, I'm having a hard time hearing. Are you saying Cayman?
Kanan.
Canaan, can you have the witness spell that name, please?
Canaan.
And the last name?
Trahan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who are the adoptive parents of Kanan Trahan?
Leland Charles Anthony Vallow and Lori Noreen Cox Vallow.
Okay. And does that document contain a name change for Kanan Trahan?
It does.
What is his name changed to?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Okay. Detective, will you look at State's Exhibit 3? What is that document?
A birth certificate.
Who is it a birth certificate for?
Joshua Jackson Vallow.
Okay, and what is the birth date listed on that?
May 25th, 2012.
Thank you. Will you look at State's Exhibit 4? What is that document?
A birth certificate.
Who is it a birth certificate for?
Tylee Ashlyn Ryan.
What is her birth date listed?
9/24/2002.
And who are the parents listed on that?
Joseph Anthony Ryan Jr. and Lori Noreen Cox.
Okay. And Detective, will you look at State's Exhibit 5? What is that?
A marriage certificate.
Who is it a marriage certificate for?
Chad Daybell and Lori Noreen Ryan Vallow.
Okay, and what is the date of marriage?
November 5th, 2019.
And where was that certificate of marriage issued?
In Hawaii, on the island of Kauai.
Okay, thank you. Detective, you testified earlier you were asked to do a welfare check, correct?
Correct.
What did you do in response to that welfare check?
On November 26th, 2019, myself and Detective Hope went to 565 Pioneer Road, which was Lori Vallo's residence. We ended up making contact with the defendant, Mr. Daybell, and Alex Cox.
I'm going to stop
outside.
you there. Who was Alex Cox?
Alex Cox is Lori's brother.
Okay. So you made contact with them. What happened?
I made contact with Alex and asked Alex if Lori was home.
How did he respond?
Judge, I'm going to object hearsay.
Mr. Wood,
Your Honor, this is a statement of a co-conspirator coming in. He is an unavailable witness because he's no longer living, but it's still a statement of a co-conspirator, and I think it comes in.
Mr. Pryor, let you respond to that.
Judge, I'd like to see the court documents that list Mr. Alex Cox as a co-conspirator. I don't believe those documents are presently in existence at this point, so I have nothing that supports that other than Mr. Wood's statement.
Mr. Wood,
Your Honor, the complaint alleges Mr. Daybell, Mrs. Vallow, conspirators known and known, and the probable cause affidavit clearly lists Alex Cox as a co-conspirator.
Mr. Pryor, it appears that Mr. Wood is explaining that because it is information communicated between co-conspirators named in a criminal complaint, it falls under the rule of non-hearsay under the Idaho criminal rules. Do you wish, or excuse me, the Idaho rules of evidence. Do you wish to respond to that?
Judge, the complaint also lists known and unknown. So at this point, if we go by Mr. Wood's analysis, anybody could be listed or mentioned as a co-conspirator, and all sorts of information can come in. So at this point, I stand by my initial response, which is, at least from my reading of the pleadings and the current criminal charges that are filed, there are two people that are alleged in this thing. And at that point, that's what I believe the proper application of the rule is.
The court is going to overrule the objection. The court finds that Alex Cox is named in the criminal complaint. At this juncture, we're at a preliminary hearing stage where probable cause is the standard. Mr. Pryor, if there are other co-conspirators that are named or that are brought up here today, you may renew your objection, or you may renew your objection in a further time if you feel that the allegation has not been presented sufficiently enough to show that Mr. Cox is a co-conspirator. But I am going to allow it. Under 801, the exception that allows for co-conspirator communication to be admitted. So with that, Mr. Wood, you may continue to inquire.
Thank you. Detective, can you answer that question?
Can you ask it one more time, please?
Yes. So you had testified you made contact with Mr. Daybell and Mr. Cox. What did you ask Mr. Cox?
I asked Mr. Cox if Lori Vallow was home.
How did he respond?
He stated she was not home.
Okay. What happened after that?
I asked Alex if JJ was home. I informed Mr. Cox why I was there is to do a welfare check on JJ. So I asked him if he was there.
How did he respond?
Initially, he didn't respond. He just looked at the defendant Daybell and didn't answer my question initially.
Okay. And then what happened?
I asked him again, and he stated that Joshua was with his grandma Kay in Louisiana.
Okay. How did you respond to that?
I told Mr. Cox that was unlikely because Kay was the one who originally called in the welfare check.
All right. What happened after that?
I asked Mr. Cox how I can get a hold of Lori and asked him for her phone number.
How did he respond?
He stated he didn't have it.
Okay. What did that make you think when he told you he didn't have his phone number?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Reason?
Judge, this witness can offer his recitation of the facts, but if we're going to start getting into the issue of whether or not he gets to present his impression in terms of what a third party had told him, I think is inappropriate.
Mr. Wood, can you repeat the question for the court?
The question was what Mr. what Detective Hermosillo thought of Mr. Cox's response that he did not have Lori Vallow's phone number.
Mr. Wood, you want to respond to the objection made by Mr. Pryor?
Your Honor, I'm not aware of any rule that doesn't allow the detective to describe his thoughts on an investigation.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Hermosillo, you can give your thoughts as to what you were feeling at that time. Mr. Pryor, if that goes beyond thoughts, you're welcome to re-up your objection, and I'll take it up to.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Wood.
Can you answer the question?
I thought it was suspicious because I knew that they had been close based on my initial investigation.
Okay. What happened after that, Detective?
I asked Mr. Cox where I could find Lori so I can make contact with her. And he stated that she was in apartment 107.
Okay. Once you learned that information, what did you do?
Myself and Detective Dave Hope then went to 107 to attempt to make contact with Lori.
What happened there?
Detective Dave Hope went to knock on the front door. As he was knocking on the front door, I saw the defendant Daybell driving towards me in his black Equinox.
Okay. And what did you do?
I stopped Mr. Daybell to further speak with him.
Yeah. Did you ask him any questions?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I asked Mr. Daybell when's the last time he saw JJ, and he stated that he saw JJ in apartment 107 in October.
Okay. Now, apartment 107, do you know who, you stated this was on 565 Pioneer Road. Do you know who apartment 107 belonged to, or who it lived, or who lived in that apartment?
Not at that time.
Okay. What happened after he gave you that answer?
I asked Mr. Daybell for Lori Vallow's phone number, and he stated he didn't have it.
Okay. What did you think when he told you he didn't have her number?
I again found it suspicious because I knew that they were married 2 weeks prior to my contact with Mr. Daybell.
Okay, and again, just for clarification, what was the date we're talking about now? What was that date?
November 26th, 2019.
Did you ask Mr. Daybell any other questions?
I did. I asked Mr. Daybell how he knew Lori Vallow, and he stated that he had only met her a couple times through Alex Cox.
Okay. What happened after that?
Detective Hope had come back to where we were speaking. I again asked Mr. Daybell if he had Lori's phone number, and at that point, he gave me Lori Vallow's phone number.
Okay, did you ask him why he hadn't given you that number?
I did.
And what was his response?
He stated that he felt like I was accusing him of something.
Okay. In your interaction with him, had you accused him of anything?
No.
Okay. What did you do in your investigation after that?
I broke contact with Mr. Daybell and called Lieutenant Ron Ball to respond to my location. Based on Mr. Daybell's actions, Mr. Cox's actions, what I was told about them hardly knowing each other, I felt there was something more going on with the whereabouts of JJ, so I wanted more officers over there so we could figure out what was going on.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Lieutenant Ron Ball, Detective Dave Stubs, and Officer Kellen Wett responded over to 565 Pioneer.
Okay. And then what happened?
Myself and Lieutenant Ron Ball attempted to make contact with Lori in apartment 175 and were unable to make contact with anybody in apartment 175.
Okay. What did you do after that?
We went to apartment 174, which was Melanie Boudreau's apartment.
And stopped right there. Who is Melanie Boudreau?
It's Lori's niece.
Okay. And then what happened?
We were unable to make contact with anybody there as well.
Okay. So what did you do after that?
I was instructed by Lieutenant Ron Ball to go to the prosecutor's office and obtain a search warrant.
Is that what you did?
I went to the prosecutor's office, yes.
Did you obtain a search warrant that day?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you have any contact with Lori Vallow that day?
I did not have any contact with Lori, no.
Okay. Were you still with Detective Hope?
I was.
Do you know if he had contact with Lori Vallow that day?
He did.
Okay. Do you know?
Judge, could I have some foundation as to,
I can lay that.
All right.
You were
Go ahead.
with Detective Hope that day?
Yes,
Do you know if he ever attempted to call Lori Vallow with the number you were given?
he did. He attempted to call Lori Vallow on the way to the prosecutor's office.
Okay. And did he ever get in touch with her? Did she ever answer the phone when he called?
No, he was able to leave a message on her voicemail.
Okay. And were you with him when he did that?
I was not with him when he did that.
Judge, I'm going to
Okay.
move to strike.
Okay, reason?
Well, Judge, he has no basis other than what he was told, obviously. If he wasn't present during that conversation, I'm not sure how he can admit that conversation since he wasn't present for that. And the only way he'd know that is if either Lieutenant Ball or someone else told him that that took place. It's hearsay at this point. It's not admissible.
Your Honor, we'll just move on. It's fine.
All right, that will be
I
stricken.
would do ask that it be stricken from the record, though.
That conversation will be stricken from the record, just so I'm clear, Mr. Pryor, the conversation between Mr. Ball and,
Your Honor, I believe it was Detective Hope that
I
Detective Stubs listed.
apologize. I said Lieutenant Ball. Lieutenant Ball?
Detective Hope.
Detective Ball, I apologize. I meant Officer Hope. I apologize.
that conversation will be stricken.
Detective, during your investigation that day, were you able to locate JJ Vallow?
No,
Okay. Did you, have you spoken with Detective Ball and Detective Stubbs about their investigation that day?
I have.
Do you know if parts of their investigation were on body cam?
It was.
Judge, I'm going to object again, foundation.
Mr. Wood? Mr. Pryor, the question was if Officer Hermosillo knew if it was on body cam. So I'm going to overrule that objection. That's just a question for Mr. Hermosillo. Obviously, what's in the body cam is probably a different story. You may proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Hermosillo, you may answer that question.
It was on body cam.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to watch that body cam?
Yes.
Okay. I asked you earlier if you were able
Judge,
to.
could we approach, please?
You may. Would you like to do that back in chambers?
No.
I'll instruct the media to make sure that recording is not taking place here. We'll go back on the record. Court took a brief sidebar to discuss an evidentiary issue. Mr. Wood, you may ask that question again, please.
Detective Hermosillo, have you watched the body cam video of Detective Stubbs?
Yes.
Okay. Did you obtain a search warrant on November 26th?
On November 26th?
Yes.
No.
I'm going to call your attention to November 27th, 2019. What did you do in furtherance of your investigation on November 27th?
We were able to obtain a search warrant for apartments 175, 174, and 107 at
Okay.
565 Pioneer.
And what was the purpose of searching those apartments?
To locate JJ.
Okay. At this time, were you searching for Tylee Ryan?
No,
Were you aware of Tylee Ryan at this time?
no.
So where did you search?
All 3 apartments.
Okay, and just for clarity of the record, those 3 apartments are 175, 174, and 107 on 565 Pioneer Road?
That's correct.
Thank you. Were you able to locate JJ in any of those apartments?
No, we were not.
Okay. Did you find, what evidence, if any, did you find to suggest he had been living there in
There-
any of those apartments?
In 175, there was a half-empty prescription bottle of Resperdone and also a suitcase that had JJ's name on it.
Okay, and that prescription bottle, did that have JJ's name on it?
It did.
Was there anything else of interest to you in searching those apartments?
Yes.
What was that?
The apartments appeared to be lived in. There was food in the refrigerator, food in the pantry, furniture. The only thing that was off in 175 was it appeared that there was no clothes. Everything had been taken off the hangers and there was no clothes in the dresser drawers.
Okay. Did all 3 apartments appear to be lived in at the moment?
No.
Oh, can you elaborate on that?
107 was completely vacant.
Okay. Did you obtain another search warrant that day?
We did.
What caused you to obtain another search warrant?
During the initial search of 175 in the master bedroom, a rental agreement was located for a self-storage unit on Airport Road.
All right. Do you know the name of that storage unit?
Self-storage.
Self-storage. Oh, okay, I apologize. I misheard you. Do you know the number of the storage unit?
I believe it was C52.
Okay. And did you execute that search warrant?
We did.
What did you find?
There was some winter clothing in a couple of boxes, a couple of children's bikes, and in the winter clothing, there was a couple personalized blankets that had the pictures, looked like family pictures that were sewn onto the blankets.
Okay. Detective, what city are those apartments located in?
I'm sorry,
What city were those apartments located in?
Rexburg,
Okay. And what county is Rexburg in?
Madison County.
Thank you. Detective, at the end of November 27th, had you located JJ Vallow?
No, we had not.
Okay. What was the next step in your investigation?
Well, our next step was we were just trying to locate JJ. We had obtained search warrants for cell phone data, spoke to numerous friends of the family.
Judge, could I get some foundation, please? That's a very broad statement regarding phone records and discussing witnesses with family.
So you're making an objection on foundational purposes, is that correct?
It is, Judge. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Wood?
I'll lay some more foundation, Your Honor. As part of your investigation, did you try to locate individuals who may have known Chad Daybell or Lori Vallow?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Who were some of those individuals?
Family and friends.
Okay. Do you know any of their names?
Melanie Boudreau, Ian Pulowski, Gilbert Police had contacted family members in Arizona.
All right. Did you engage the help of any other law enforcement agencies?
We did. We asked for assistance from the FBI.
Okay. while you were searching for JJ Vallow, at any time did Lori Vallow or Chad Daybell, to your knowledge, ever call the Rexburg police to report missing children?
No, in fact, we attempted several times to get a hold of Lori, and her cell phone was shut off. We attempted to get a hold of Chad and never gotten any return phone calls. And in fact, they retained an attorney and refused to answer any questions.
Detective, during your search for JJ, did that investigation ever grow to include Tylee Ryan?
It did.
Why was that?
In speaking with family members, we were also told that nobody
Judge,
had.
I'm going to object at this point.
What grounds?
Well, it's hearsay. If he's going to start, of course, nodding his head, obviously, if he's going to start reciting what other people have told him, other than what is permissible under the rules, that's hearsay, Judge. It's not admissible.
Mr. Wood, you wish to respond to that
Yes,
objection?
Your Honor, I think it comes in on for the effect of on the listener to explain what the investigator did.
Can you give me the specific exception under Rule 801?
Yes.
Are you looking at 803, Mr. Wood?
Yes, Your Honor.
And will you give me which subsection you're looking at?
Your Honor, I think it comes in under 803.1. The present sense impression explains the what Detective Hermosillo learned and why he did what he did based on that.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, in response, that's not a present sense impression. What it is there's an investigation that's going on, and what Mr. Wood is attempting to do is to get statements from witnesses who are not here today. It's clearly hearsay, Judge. His initial response, obviously, in terms of why it comes in, was not appropriate, and this one's just as not proper in terms of a present sense impression. Not only hasn't been a proper foundation to suggest there's a present sense impression, which he needs to first establish that. Secondly, if this witness would like to talk about actions that he took, I'm not going to tell Mr. Wood how to get any evidence in, but if he would like to talk about any actions this officer took as a result of talking with other people, he can do that. But clearly, the statements of those other people does not come in. It's hearsay. It's not admissible under any of the exceptions.
Mr. Wood, any other response?
Yes, Your Honor. Again, it's not coming in for the truth of the matter. It's coming in to establish why Mr. Hermosillo or Detective Hermosillo and his team did what they did.
And Judge, that's not necessary for you to bring in the statements then. All you have to do is say, officer, and I'm not again telling Mr. Wood how to try his case, but quite honestly, Judge, if he suggests to this officer, officer, did you take any action based on what information you received from family members, we can move forward with this thing. But again, I stand by my initial objection. It is not permissible or appropriate for him to get in information from those other family members. There is another manner in which he can proceed if he wants to proceed that way. But getting those statements in is clearly inadmissible.
Mr. Wood, I'm going to sustain the objection as it pertains to specifics to what the family members stated. Those are hearsay. If there are specific statements that you're looking to get in that are not truth of the matter asserted, I'll let you continue and you can try to see what can happen. But if you're looking for specific instances or specific statements that have been made by the family members pertaining to the investigation, I'm going to sustain the objection as hearsay.
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you. Detective, did you take any steps to learn if Lori Vallow had any other children?
We did.
Okay, what steps were those?
We spoke with family members. We spoke with her son, Colby Ryan.
Okay. And did you, in your investigation, did that investigation grow from searching just for JJ to searching for JJ and Tylee Ryan?
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to hand the exhibit or the witness exhibit, State's Exhibit 8.
Exhibit 8. Madam Bailiff, if you'll please show Exhibit 8 to Mr. Pryor. Mr. Pryor,
Judge, there's no objection.
Exhibit 8 will be handed to the witness. Mr. Pryor, just so I'm clear, there's no objection to Exhibit 8 being admitted. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Exhibit 8 will be admitted.
Your Honor, I'd also ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 9.
Any objection to that admission?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 9 will be admitted.
Detective Hermosillo, can you look at State's Exhibit 8? Are you familiar with that,
I
with that
am.
exhibit?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a photograph of JJ, Tylee Ryan, and Alex Cox.
Okay, do you know where that photograph came from?
I do.
Where?
It was obtained through a search warrant from Chandler Police Department from one of Lori Vallow's iCloud accounts.
Okay, and have you had the opportunity to review the pictures on that iCloud account?
Yes, I have.
And so you recognize that picture.
Yes.
Can you tell the court what is in that picture?
It appears they're in West Yellowstone National Park.
Okay. And who all is in that picture?
JJ, Tylee, and Alex Cox.
Okay. Do you know what date that picture was taken?
September 8th,
Okay.
2019.
Pardon?
September 8th, 2019.
Thank you. Can you look at State's Exhibit 9? Do you recognize that picture?
I do.
And have you seen it before?
Yes, I have.
Do you know where that picture came from?
Yes.
Can you tell the court?
It was also obtained through a search warrant from Chandler Police Department from Lori's iCloud account.
Okay. Do you know what date that picture was taken?
September 22nd, 2019.
Okay. And who is in that picture?
It's JJ sitting on a couch.
Okay. Detective, as part of your investigation, did you attempt to locate or let me rephrase that. As part of your investigation, did you look for proof of life of JJ and Tylee?
We did.
And what, for his purposes of your investigation, would suffice for proof of life?
We had set up a hotline through NCMEC, which is National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We also had a hotline set up through the FBI, and we would receive hundreds of tips on possible sightings of JJ and Tylee.
Okay. And would you follow up on those tips and sightings as part of your investigation?
We would.
And is it fair to say that a photograph of the child that you could recognize as a child could be considered proof of life?
Yes.
Okay. Detective, have you found any photographs of Tylee Ryan after September 8th, 2019 that
No.
you can positively identify as being taken after September 8th, 2019?
No, we have not.
Okay. In your investigation, have you found any photographs after September 22nd, 2019 of JJ that can be positively identified as JJ?
No, we have not.
Okay. Detective, have you been able to verify through any tip or lead any other verifiable sighting of Tylee Ryan after September 8th, 2019?
No,
And have you been able to verify through your investigation, or find, I should say, through your investigation, any other verifiable sighting of JJ Vallow after September 22nd?
no,
Okay. Detective, are you aware if a Child Protection Act was filed for JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan in Madison County, Idaho?
yes, I am.
Were you involved in that?
I was.
How?
I was the affiant.
Okay. Do you remember when that was filed?
I believe it was January 16th, 2020.
Okay. And are you familiar with the initial order in that action?
Yes,
Did that order, let me ask this, did that order pertain to Mr. Daybell?
no, it did not.
Okay. Who did it pertain to?
Lori Vallow.
Did that order instruct Lori Vallow to do anything?
It instructed her to bring her minor children to the Rexburg Police Department or the Department of Health and Welfare within 5 days of being served.
Okay. And are you aware if Lori Vallow was ever served with that?
She was.
Okay. Do you remember what date she was served with that?
January 25th, 2020.
Okay. After that was filed, were you ever able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow?
Yes.
How did you do that?
Through tips and obtaining search warrants for cell phone data.
Okay. Where did you believe they were located?
In Hawaii, on the island of Kauai.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to go there?
I did.
Okay. What did you do while you were there?
Judge, could I have some foundation, please?
Can you give some specifics as far as
Date, time, place,
Mr. Wood?
when he left, when he came back?
You bet. Do you remember when you went to Hawaii?
January 24th, 2020.
Okay. Do you remember when you returned from Hawaii?
I don't remember the date.
Okay. What island of Hawaii were you on, or did you travel to?
Kauai.
Okay. Oh, and again, what was the purpose of you traveling to the island of Kauai?
To assist the Kauai Police Department with serving Lori Vallow that court order.
Okay. And when you say the order, you're referring to that child protection order we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything else while you were there?
We also assisted with surveillance.
Okay. While you were there, did you ever see JJ Vallow or Tylee Ryan?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you do anything else in furtherance of your investigation while you were there?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
I observed Kauai Police Department execute a search warrant on the defendant Daybell's vehicle and also their residence in Princeville.
Okay. Did you actually do the search, or did you just observe Kauai Police Department do that?
No, I just observed.
Okay. When you observed them, did you say you observed them search a vehicle?
Yes.
Do you know what kind of vehicle it was?
It was an SUV.
Okay.
Detective Hermosillo, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing you. If you don't mind speaking up just a little bit.
Okay, I'll scoot closer. Is that better?
Yeah, and if you point that microphone up, but aim it at your chin, it'll make a better record. There you go.
All right. That vehicle, had you observed Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow in that vehicle?
Yes.
And when you observed the Kauai Police Department search it, were Chad and Lori in the vehicle at the time it was searched?
No, not at the time it was searched.
Well, let me rephrase that. Had you seen them in it directly before it was searched?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to observe the items that were taken from that vehicle?
Some of them.
Some of them? From what you observed, did you observe anything that would indicate that JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan had been in that vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you help, or did you observe any other search warrants being served?
Yes, on their residence on Queen Emma Drive in Princeville.
Okay. Did you enter that residence?
I did.
Did you walk through the whole residence?
Not the entire residence.
Okay. What portion of that residence did you walk through?
The downstairs bedroom area and the upstairs living room.
Okay. In any of the areas you observed, did you observe anything that would indicate, did you observe anything that would indicate that JJ Vallow had been there?
No,
Did you observe anything that would indicate that Tylee Ryan had been there?
no.
Okay. Detective, after you returned from Kauai, did you ever have a reason to go back to Kauai?
I did.
And what was that?
To also assist the Kauai Police Department with the arrest warrant of Lori Vallow.
Okay. Do you know what she was arrested for?
Minor or desertion of her minor children, 2 counts and 3 misdemeanors.
Okay.
Judge, can I also have some foundation, date, time, place?
Yes. When approximately did you return to Kauai?
Middle of February.
Okay. Do you recall what day you returned from Kauai?
A couple days after she was arrested, which was February 20th, so a couple days after that.
Okay. Did you ever have an opportunity to be in court with the defendant Vallow?
Yes,
Did you observe if she was notified of her charges?
she was.
Were you able to observe if the defendant Chad Daybell was present in the courtroom?
Yes, he was.
Detective, as part of your investigation, did you help execute a search warrant on Chad Daybell's residence?
Judge, could I have some foundation again? I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but if we could have a date, time, place, and I could get some of this in cross in terms of his representations, the last one about the middle of February, I would think that he'd have a more specific time in mind, but if we could have some specifics, I would appreciate it in terms of the date and time.
Are you talking about the courtroom issue or the warrant
I'm
issue?
talking about the warrant issue.
All right, Mr. Wood, it sounds like you asked the question if a warrant was done. I'll let Mr. Hermosillo answer that question. Then as far as the foundational issue, I'll sustain that objection. Mr. Wood, you'll need to lay some foundation.
Okay. Detective, as part of your investigation, on June 9th of 2020, did anything significant happen that day?
Yes,
Okay. Where did that happen?
in Fremont County at Mr. Daybell's residence.
Do you know the address?
202 North 1900 East.
Have you observed Mr. Daybell at that residence?
Yes,
Okay. What was your purpose of being at that residence?
to serve a search warrant of the property.
Okay. And did you, I believe you already said this, but just for clarity of the record, what county is that residence located at?
Fremont County.
Okay. Detective, what was the first thing you did in serving that warrant on June 9th?
We walked up to the front door to make contact with Mr. Daybell.
And what did you do after that?
We were able to make contact with Mr. Daybell's son, who answered the front door. He and another son led us into Mr. Daybell's room, where he was told that we had a search warrant for the property.
Okay, and then what happened?
Mr. Daybell came out of the room. He was able to sit in the kitchen area. He was allowed to speak with his attorney inside the kitchen area.
Okay. What happened after that?
Mr. Daybell was told if he wanted to stay on the property, which he could have, he would have to be accompanied by an officer for officer safety reasons. He was also told he was free to leave the residence if he wanted to.
Okay, and then what happened?
Mr. Daybell left and went and sat in his vehicle, which was parked in the driveway facing west off of 1900 East.
Okay. Your Honor, the state does have a demonstrative exhibit. We'd like to show the the witness for purposes of clarity for the court and to further help the court understand what the detective is describing.
All right. Can you show that demonstrative exhibit to Mr. Pryor, please?
Your Honor, may I set up the zone?
You may. Mr. Pryor, an objection?
No, Judge.
Mr. Wood, have you marked this exhibit?
We have not yet, Your Honor. Your Honor, does the court have a preference on how a demonstrative exhibit is marked?
No. Why don't we just mark it as the next number that you've got there? I believe the last exhibit that was marked as Exhibit 9. This would be Exhibit 10.
Your Honor, I will mark it as such.
It'll be marked as Exhibit 10. Mr. Pryor, just so I'm clear, any objection to the publishing and or the admission of Exhibit 10 for demonstrative purposes?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Pryor, any objection to the publication and or the admission of Exhibit 10 for demonstrative purposes?
No, Judge, but what I would like to do is leave that up because I'm probably going to use that on cross of this officer. So my preference is that if when Mr. Wood is done, that remain up so that I can use it again as part of my cross-examination, if I may, Judge.
That's fine. We'll probably move it to the side if there's something that happens after this between you and cross-examination, but we'll make sure that it's available to you at cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood, you may inquire.
Before I do, Mr. Pryor, can you do that?
I can. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
And can the court and
I can.
Okay, Detective Hermosillo, do you recognize that exhibit, states Exhibit 10?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's an aerial photograph of Mr. Daybell's property.
Okay. Again, what county is that in?
Fremont County.
Now, do you recall Mr. Daybell's address?
202 North, 1900 East.
Okay. Detective, you were, correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking about what happened that morning. You served the warrant on Mr. Daybell. And then I believe you stated that he had gotten in his vehicle. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And can you, Your Honor, I'm not quite sure how we're going to do this with the COVID restrictions and plexiglass. So I guess we'll just take it as it goes.
If you're going to ask him to leave the witness, we'll call it the cubicle, I will ask Mr. or Detective Hermosillo to put his mask on when he goes out there to point at the, there's a laser light over there too, Mr. Wood, if you'd like him to use that.
That would be perfect.
Okay.
Can you make sure, Detective, that laser light works?
Yep.
Okay. And can the court and defense see that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Wood.
Okay, Detective Hermosillo, can you point to where you observed Mr. Daybell in his vehicle, like you were describing?
Mr. Daybell was in this vehicle here, facing westbound. This is 1900 East.
Okay. Where were you standing?
I was standing right here, and then I was at Mr. Daybell's driver's door speaking with him just briefly asked him if he needed a coat or anything out of the house.
Okay. And were you able to clearly view Mr. Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe when you were watching Mr. Daybell?
Mr. Daybell was on the phone, sitting in the driver's seat. He had the phone in his right hand and was intently continuing looking over his right shoulder. He would look over his right shoulder for a while, break contact, talk on the phone for a second, and then he would continue looking back over his right shoulder,
Okay.
pretty intently over his right shoulder.
Did you have an opportunity to stand in roughly that same location that he had been in that day?
Yes.
Okay. For purposes of your investigation, did you attempt to orient yourself towards, in the same manner that you viewed Mr. Daybell orient himself?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, what did you see?
Well, the second time Mr. Daybell had got out of the vehicle and went to the back of his vehicle, he was wearing a hat. He stood at the back of his vehicle looking in the same direction he was looking when he was inside the driver's seat. He took off his hat, ran his fingers through his hair, looked down towards the ground, put his hat back on, went back inside the driver's seat of that vehicle.
Okay. Now, a detective, I don't think you quite understood my question. I apologize, must not have been very clear. Did you ever stand in that same location that day?
I did. I was talking with Mr. Daybell while he was outside of his vehicle.
Okay. And did you ever orient yourself in the same direction that you viewed Mr. Daybell orient himself?
Yes.
And when you oriented yourself in that same direction, what did you find yourself looking at?
The north side of the property at the pond area.
Okay. Now, when you say the pond area, can you identify that?
This here is the pond area.
Okay.
And there's a tree just to the north, just on the outer side of the pond.
Okay. Now, Detective, you testified earlier you were there to serve a search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Who were Rexburg police officers involved in serving that warrant?
Yes, Rexburg was involved.
Were there other law enforcement agencies involved in executing that warrant?
Yes, there was.
Okay. What other agencies were involved?
Fremont County Sheriff's Department and the FBI ERT team.
All right. Do you know what ERT stands for?
Evidence Response Team, or Recovery Team, I'm sorry.
Okay. Detective, I'm going to call your attention to that pond area that you just previously pointed at. Did you observe the ERT team engage in any activity on that spot that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What did you first observe?
I first observed the ERT team marking off different areas and grading different areas in the backyard of Mr. Daybell's property.
Okay.
Judge, could I have some time and foundation in terms of approximately what time did he observe that taking place?
I'll lay that
Yes.
foundation, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Approximately what time did you see that happen?
Roughly around 9 in the morning.
Okay. What time, and to further lay that foundation, what time did you arrive at Mr. Daybell's property approximately that day?
Approximately 7 a.m.
Okay. So you just testified that around 9 you saw them grading off certain areas. What did you observe after that?
I observed the evidence response recovery team and also cadaver dogs working the entire backyard. So they worked the pond area and then they had marked off other areas inside the backyard.
Okay. And again, at that pond area, what did you observe after you saw the cadaver dogs and the gridding?
They had found an area of interest and had started focusing on the area right underneath the tree.
Okay, and did you go over to that area yourself?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you able to identify yourself the area of interest they were looking at?
Yes.
Was there anything that stood out to you in that area?
Yes.
What was that?
There appeared to be, and this is just a guess, but about a 4x2 area of sod, what I can best describe as sod, in a shorter grass in an area of longer weed growth. So that 4x2 area stuck out based on the greenery around it.
Okay. And then what did you observe the ERT team do there?
They began pulling up the sod and topsoil.
And then what did they do?
They continued to methodically remove dirt.
Judge, can I inquire in aid of objection?
You may.
Judge, can I inquire as to whether the officer was specifically present at the time that these actions were taking place, or did he return back to Mr. Daybell's vehicle?
You may ask the question. Detective Hermosillo, I'm going to direct you to answer that question.
Yes, I was there.
You were there at the pond in the tree.
That is correct.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Wood, you may proceed.
Thank you. I believe you just testified they started removing, I think you called it sod. Is that accurate?
Yes.
What did you observe them do what did you observe as they removed that sod?
They removed some topsoil that was right underneath the sod, which revealed 3 large white rocks, flat rocks.
Okay, and can you explain for the court how those rocks were oriented?
In a row. So there was a large rock, a large rock, and a large rock.
Okay. After you observed that, what did you observe next?
They removed the rocks, and underneath the white rocks was some thin wood paneling.
Okay. And what did you observe them do with that paneling?
They removed the paneling.
Okay. And then what did you observe?
Initially, as soon as they removed the paneling, I could smell the odor of a decomposing body.
Okay, Detective. I'm going to ask you some questions on that. Through your training and experience, have you had multiple occasions to be around deceased bodies?
Yes.
What are some circumstances in which you would, in the course of your duties, be around that?
In the last 19 years, I've been on plenty of suicides that had been left in apartments that were decomposing, various states. Also unattended deaths, various ages of people. So during the 19 years, I've been to a lot of those.
Okay. And is it your testimony that, to your perception, that state of a body, a deceased body in some sense of decomposition has a specific smell that you recognize?
Yes.
Okay. And it is your testimony that you recognize that smell at that location?
That's correct.
Okay. After you noticed that smell, what did you observe?
I observed the ERT team methodically move away more soil from that area.
All right. And then what happened?
They removed some soil, and there was once they removed some soil, there was a black, what I can best describe as a black plastic bag with a round object protruding through the dirt.
Okay. What did you observe the ER team do after you saw that?
They dug a little bit more around the round object, which appeared to me to be the crown of a head, protruding through the dirt. They used a small, sharp instrument to cut through the black plastic.
Okay. And what did you observe when they did that?
There was a white plastic underneath the black plastic, and they also used the white instrument to cut through the white plastic.
Okay, and what did you observe when they did that?
I observed what looked to be brown human hair.
Okay. Once that was discovered, what did you observe the ER team to, excuse me, what did you observe the ER team do?
They continued to just work around the head that was exposed. They took pictures, they did whatever their team leader instructed them to do.
Okay. Was an item of interest eventually pulled out of that area?
Yes,
And can you describe what that item of interest looked like?
it was what appeared to be a small body tightly wrapped in black plastic, covered in duct tape.
Okay. After that item was recovered, what did you observe happen with that item?
That item was then placed into the back of the coroner's vehicle.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to observe what the coroner did with it?
Yes,
About what time of day was this?
roughly 11
Okay.
in the morning.
What did you observe the coroner do with that item of interest?
The coroner brought the bag up to Madison Memorial, where it was placed in the morgue.
Okay. And were you in the vehicle with the county coroner, or did you observe that from another vehicle?
I was not in the vehicle. I was following directly behind the
Okay.
coroner's vehicle.
Did you ever lose sight of that vehicle?
No, I did not.
And did you watch that item of interest be placed in the hospital morgue?
Yes, I did.
Detective, while you were observing what happened at the ERT site, at that site we've just discussed north of the pond, did you ever leave that site for any purpose?
Yes, I did.
What did you do? Well, about what time did you leave that site?
Before noon.
Okay. And what did you do?
I assisted Sergeant Eric Wheeler in placing Mr. Daybell into custody off of a traffic stop.
Okay. Detective, after you observed the county coroner take that item of interest up to the Madison Memorial Hospital, did you return to the Daybell property?
Yes, I did.
What did you do there?
I assisted the other ERT members in excavating different areas on Mr. Daybell's property.
Okay. Can you show the court the areas you assisted in excavation?
And Judge, so that we have a clear record, could you also vocalize that as well, please?
That's fine. Mr. Hermesy, I'm going to direct you to shine your laser pointer at that and also verbalize what you're describing, what you're pointing at.
I'm pointing to a fire pit on Mr. Daybell's property, just northwest of the fire pit. There is what we've referred to the pet cemetery, and it's just north of the pet cemetery where I helped excavate.
Okay. And that area that you just referred to as a pet cemetery, why did you call it a pet cemetery?
There was pets buried there.
Okay. Were you able to identify you said they're pets. So when you say pets, are you referring to non-human animals?
That's correct.
Okay.
And Judge, could I inquire again in terms of aid of objection?
You may.
Thank you. Officer, you had mentioned that there were pets buried there. Can you give me the source of the information that advised you that there were pets buried there?
I assisted in digging them up. There was a dog and a cat.
Did you dig up the entire pet cemetery?
I personally did not dig up the entire
Did
pit.
anybody dig up the entire pet cemetery?
I can't answer that.
Were you there?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This line of questioning doesn't go towards any objection.
Well, he acknowledged that he had assisted in digging up a dog, at least a dog and a cat. He had mentioned pets. I think you ought to be able to inquire as to whether or not he went through the entire pet cemetery or not.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Detective Hermosillo, you can answer the question. Did you dig up the whole pet cemetery?
I personally did not. We were instructed to do different tasks. So when we started on one task, we would complete it and then we would move to something else. But there were several ERT members that were on scene that may have done that.
That may have done that, or did you observe anybody dig up the entire pet cemetery?
Again, Your Honor, this goes to a factual issue, not a legal objection.
Mr. Pryor, it appears that you're doing a cross-examination here. Which objection are you trying to lay foundation for?
Judge, I'll get the information through cross-examination. Let's move on.
Thank you. Why don't we take a brief recess? It is almost 10:30. We'll take a 15-minute recess and then we'll go back on the record at a 10:45, so 10:45. All right.
All right, we are in recess for a few minutes. I think 15-minute recess, if I heard that correctly. So, wow, the camera shot of Larry crying, that hurt. Oh man, my heart is so broken for Kay and Larry Woodcock. Remember when JJ was born, Kay and Larry took him in and were going to raise him because his parents were unable to. They are JJ's grandparents, his biological grandparents. But because of JJ's special needs, it was believed that he would be better off with a younger couple like Chad or Charles and Lori, because they could give him more of what he needed. And they have been wrestling with this for a long time, and this has got to be the most heartbreaking thing for them to have to sit there and listen to this. So please, thoughts, prayers, love, light, whatever you can, send it their way, because I can't imagine what it's like for them to sit there and have to stay quiet and have to, keep their hands to themselves, man. So we really haven't heard anything new so far. Everything that has been testified to pretty much was covered in the probable cause affidavits that we've read. I'm hoping we're going to get some new information at some point, but for now, it's pretty much everything we've already heard. So nothing shocking. However, John Pryor is annoying me to no end. I get that he's doing what he has to do. He has to defend his client, constantly asking for foundation. It is annoying, but there is a reason for that. They do have to be specific about what they're testifying to. So I get that. It is annoying. But however, I'm confused about the objections to hearsay. From everything I've read, hearsay testimony is allowed in a preliminary hearing. So I'm not sure what that's all about. I'm going to have to look deeper into that. So, I guess we'll find out. Oh, man. So there were a couple of questions about what this hearing is. This is a preliminary hearing. What's happening here is Rob Wood, the special prosecutor in the case, has to prove to Judge Edens that he has enough information and evidence to warrant this case going to trial. So that's all that's happening here. This is not going to be a guilty or innocence judgment about Chad. This is just the judge deciding, do they have enough information to go to trial? Yes or no? So that's what we're going to hear. Am I confused about knowing about every single pet? That's what the last few questions were about. When we read the probable cause, it said that when they dug in the pet cemetery, that they found a cat and a dog, no raccoon. So now what we're trying to determine is if they dug up the entire pet cemetery or just part of it. So, I didn't hear a firm answer to that. So hopefully what Pryor is not doing is setting up defense saying, well, there could have been a raccoon there. They just didn't dig up the whole thing. If that's the case, hopefully they can get a search warrant and go back and dig up the rest of the pet cemetery and look for a raccoon. I don't think there's one there. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going on with that. Oh, yeah, this is just a 15-minute break, so it won't be too long. Just a little recess for everyone to stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, get more snacks, get more drink. Phew, my goodness. So what do y'all think of what we've seen so far? Detective Hermosillo seems quite moved by this case. I like his testimony a lot. His demeanor is very good for being a witness on the stand, from my opinion. Rob Wood seems pretty determined, maybe rushing things a little bit. That could be just because he knows he has another set of witnesses and he's only got 2 days, only today and tomorrow to get all this done. So he may be trying to push things along quickly. Pryor seems to be antagonistic, which you would expect because that's John Pryor. But yeah, Sophie, this is the first preliminary hearing that I've actually watched the entire thing. Sometimes you'll see snippets from it, but I have done some research to try and understand exactly what a preliminary hearing is and what to expect. And it's really fascinating to be able to see the whole thing. It really is. I love the legal process. I love getting to see these types of things, to see how our justice system actually works. So I think, yeah, Lisa Irwin says, I think it's going well. Pryor is so out of place. I agree. Now, remember, we have Lori's preliminary hearing on August 10th. I want to see how Mark Means handles this. I'm sure Mark Means is watching this right now and taking some notes. So that'll be interesting. At least Mark Means is going to get a heads up. He's going to watch this. He's going to learn what Woods might do and all of that. And he'll, that's going to help him. It's a good thing for Mark Means that John Pryor gets to go first, because Mark Means lacks the experience of criminal defense. So this will help him. Whether that's good or not, whatever. Everyone deserves a fair trial. I firmly support that, even these two yahoos. But, my goodness. Yeah, that's true. Kim B mentions that they introduced a picture of JJ on the couch on September 22nd. That has not been released. We have not seen that picture. So that was new. At some point, all of the evidence being introduced today will become available. That might not happen until it comes out at trial or even after the trial. But as soon as the documents and photos are released, I will bring them to you. I always put all the documents up in Discord so you can have access to them and look through them. These, I'm not sure we're going to get these real soon, but if we do, I will bring them right to you. All right. So let's see what's going on in chat. Do you know who the man is in the blue shirt behind you? I do not know who that is. That is not Colby. No idea who he is, what he's doing there. So maybe we'll find out another time. He would have to be somehow connected to the case. Family member. Maybe it's one of Chad's sons. It doesn't look like Garth or Joseph. I'm not sure. We will have to try and figure out who that is. Do y'all think these photos taken on or before the days the kids were killed were mementos? Jasmine, I don't know. That's ugh. My goodness. The detective on the stand is awesome. He isn't giving out too much info, just enough. Yep. Yeah, I think even though he's only been a detective for a year, he has been with the police department for 19 years. He seemed very in control of himself, very well reasoned, and very aware of what he needs to do on the stand. So very good demeanor for a witness. Alex Cox is deceased, has been since December of 2019. So that's definitely not him. Alex Cox is not in the courtroom. If we're seeing Alex Cox in the courtroom, then we might need to seek some help. It could be Emma's husband, Marilyn. I'm not sure. It doesn't really look like him to me, but it could be. So it could be one of Chad's other sons. Chad has, what, 3 sons and 2 daughters, something like that. Oh, Adam Cox. Lynn. Yeah. I would think it could be Adam way more than it could be Alex. Yeah. It could be Adam Cox. I will have to. Adam Cox has a very particular look about him. So I will look closer. If you can Google and see pictures of Adam Cox. He was a DJ, I believe, a radio DJ. So there's a lot of publicity photos and stuff. So that could be him. It looks a little skinny to be Adam Cox, but you know, what do I know? Karma Camilla asks, is Colby there? I have not seen Colby in the courtroom. We didn't see him outside the courtroom. I don't think he's there. I did recognize Kay and Larry Woodcock, but I did not see anyone else that I recognized in the gallery. So we'll just have to see. All right, guys, as far as chat goes, a couple things I've noticed. Please stop calling for violence. I know you don't like Chad, and I know a lot of us would like 5 minutes alone with him. We're not going to talk about that in chat because you guys could actually hurt the channel by doing that. So please stop with the violent calls in chat. Can't do that. Okay, please do that as a favor for me. I want to bring these things to you live, but I also need to protect my channel and not get in trouble from YouTube and stuff. So please watch your comments about violence. I would appreciate that immensely. The hearing will be back in just a few minutes. It's not over yet, Jewel Reed. You're okay. We are just on a recess. Be back in, what, less than 10 minutes? So 10 or 11:45 my time, 10:45 their time. So a few more minutes. Colby might be at Lori's. We don't know where he is. The break was only 15 minutes, so we got maybe 5 minutes left. The blonde lady sitting next to Kay, I have no idea who she is. She could be a victim's advocate. She could be an attorney. I have no idea. She doesn't look familiar to me, so it's not someone I've seen before. So I don't know who that is. What do you all think of Judge Edens's responses to John Pryor? Is it my imagination, or do you think that Judge Edens is getting a little annoyed with John Pryor? It seemed at one point he almost rolled his eyes. He seems like, oh, objection, on what grounds? You know, just kind of like, can we get over this? So Judge Edens seems to be getting a little testy. He is handsome. I think Judge Edens is handsome. I think Rob Wood is handsome. You know, these are not, bad people to look at. Yeah, except when they put the camera on Chad and his pouty frog face. That makes me irritated. Very irritated. Yeah. But, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. Anyway, also, let's take a second to thank the mods. We have Catnit, Jess, Stormy, Sam, Emily. Oh, Emily, hi. I love you, Emily. I'm so glad to see you. Please thank the mods. They're being overworked with some of these live streams lately. I know tempers are flaring with this case, and this case evokes a lot of powerful feelings. So sometimes it's hard to keep that in check. So thank you to the mods. You guys have done a great job keeping. Oh, Bipolar Princess is here too. Hi, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. I hope the house stuff is going along nicely. But thank you for being here. I know you all are really busy with your own lives, and giving up your mornings and afternoons to moderate the chat I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. And it's nice to see chat flowing along smoothly. So thanks, mods. You guys are the best. Speak easy. You forgot to tune in on time. Were there any witnesses? Nope. This is the first witness called by Rob Wood. So you haven't missed anything. There hasn't really been any new information presented yet. It's just been all stuff that we've already heard in the probable cause affidavit. So nothing new yet. Hi, Kathy. Oh, Kathy, you're here too. Kathy is another one of the mods. Hello. Yeah, I need to see your name scrolling on screen to remember everyone, because my brain is oatmeal with this case. I am telling you. Tracy asks, why is this not murder? These are not murder charges yet. Murder charges and the size of the investigation that investigators are working on with this case is huge. It's going to take a long time to see that, all right? So we can only deal with what we have before us. Chad is here. This hearing today is about the 4 charges against Chad. 2 counts of destruction or concealment of evidence, and 2 counts of conspiracy to destroy or conceal evidence. So he's got 4 charges. That's the only thing that we are talking about in this hearing today. No other information or evidence will be given to the court. So you pronounce my name, the technical way would be Awen Reese. I say Awen just because it's easier and it's Americanized. Krisha K. Easton Trahan, thank you so much for the super chat. Lord, keep us close to the cross. Kresha, I'm sorry if I said that wrong, Kresha or Krisha, a relative of Kay and Larry Woodcock. If you talk to them, please tell them that they have 1,300 people here in this chat, sending them all the love, all the light, and holding them up in our prayers. And you too, our deepest condolences to your family and all of you. And our hearts are breaking for all of you, especially seeing Larry crying in that courtroom. That's hard. That's hard. You guys know how I feel about crying on camera, but whew, that got me in the feels. Kay and Larry have shown such grace throughout this entire procedure. And, if you want to aspire to be something when you grow up, try to be Kay and Larry Woodcock. They're wonderful people. And I'm so honored to have you here, Kresha. Thank you so much. And yeah, please convey our thoughts to everyone in your family about how just devastated we all are when we are right there with them. They may be sitting alone on that bench, but we are all surrounding them in spirit. So, my goodness. Oh, your daughter, is that but not in the courtroom, fortunately. Okay, good. Yeah, it's going to be hard. And, the trial is going to be even harder than this. So, if there was anything that we could do to ease their pain through this, if I had a magic wand to take their pain away, I would do that in a heartbeat. So I wish we could. But maybe if they know that there's at least a lot of people here thinking them and holding them up in prayer and love, hopefully that will help just a little bit to know that we are all witnessing JJ and Tylee's life. We're paying attention to their lives, and they matter to us too. So, yeah. Hi, Paul. The day is going. You're popping in from work. There's no real new news yet. So, if anything big breaks, I will let you know. We're just watching everything. And, man, my parents wouldn't read the discoveries of their bodies, so it's fresh. Oh, Kresha, that's terrible. Oh, see, we've been dealing with the probable cause affidavits and the information about the discovery of the remains in Chad's yard for a while, since June. But for Kay and Larry to have just heard it fresh today in the courtroom, oh my goodness. Oh, that is heartbreaking. I hope that they have a court-appointed either victims advocates or something there to help them through this, because that's a lot of news to hear like that. And I kind of wish the cameras wouldn't turn on, point at them so they can kind of have a little privacy. Man, I can't imagine the horror of something like that. Don't know who's sitting with them. I'm hoping it's a victim's advocate. I really do, because for them to hear information like that, brand new, firsthand, in a courtroom where they can't really react, they have to stay quiet and calm. I cannot imagine going through that. Genuinely, and oof, that is horrible. Man, I would rather see. Yeah, I wish the cameras would just stay on Chad, because I would like to see Candler have a little privacy while they're trying to digest that kind of information. It's not fair to have their pictures broadcast like that, but All right, we are back. We're getting ready. I'm going to change the stream back. Here we go. There's Kay and Larry. There's a blonde woman next to him. No idea who the woman in blue in the back row is. All right, I'm going to mute myself, and here we go. Back for round 2.
Thank you. Please be seated. We'll go back on the record here in CR 2220-755, State of Idaho versus Chad Daybell. Court took a brief recess. It's now 11:15. The witness, Detective Hermosillo, is still on the witness stand, still under oath. We're still continuing with direct examination. Mr. Wood, you may continue to inquire.
Thank you. Detective Hermosillo, we were discussing your observations of the ERT team in an area that you've identified as a pet cemetery, correct?
That's correct.
For purposes of clarity of the record, I'm going to kind of skip back to a couple things. You've described Mr. Daybell's house as being in Fremont County, correct?
Yes,
And just for purposes of the record, that is Fremont County in the state of Idaho, correct?
correct.
You described Lori Vallow's apartment complex as being in Madison County.
Correct.
And again, for purposes of clarity of the record, that's Madison County in the state of Idaho.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, let's get back to where we were. You have testified that you observed the ERT team, and I guess that's redundant. I should just say ERT. The T stands for team. You observed ERT uncover the remains of what you believe to be a dog and a cat.
Correct.
What did you further, do you recall approximately what time of day that was? And yeah, what time of day was that?
It was early afternoon. I'd guess 1.
Okay. While you were in that area, did you have a chance to further observe ERT excavate that area you referred to as the pet cemetery?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe?
I had been away from that area, but when I returned to that area, they had already dug down and located what appeared to be a mass of burnt flesh and charred bone.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how deep down that was?
I don't recall how deep it was.
Okay. Did you observe ERT take that mass out of the ground?
Yes, I did.
Okay. This search that commenced on June 9th, did it finish on June 9th?
No.
Did it continue on to June 10th?
Yes.
Okay. When the search ended on June 9th, was the residence of Chad Daybell secured?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall, did you observe if security guards were placed there?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about June 10th. Did you observe that location? Let's go back to that pet cemetery location again. Did you observe any excavation being done on June 10th?
Yes, I did.
What did you observe?
ERT had gone back to the same spot where there was a mass of burnt flesh and bone, and began excavating around that the best they could.
Okay. And what happened?
They were ultimately able to dig completely around the entire mass to reveal what they were digging up.
Okay. And did they remove, again, that mass from that area?
Yes, they did.
Did you see what they did with it?
Yes.
What did they do with it?
They put it in a bag and placed it in the back of the coroner's vehicle.
Okay. Were there any other identifying features of that in that area or as part of that mass that drew your attention?
Yes, there was.
What was it?
There was a melted green bucket that it appeared that the the burnt flesh had been placed in. Under the bucket was a partial human skull.
And was that bucket and what you've just described as a partial human skull, were those also, did you observe what was done with those?
Yes,
What was done with those?
they were also placed into a bag and placed in the coroner's vehicle.
Okay. And do you remember approximately what time those items were placed in the coroner's vehicle, approximately?
Afternoon, maybe 3 or 4-ish.
Okay. For the purposes of your investigation, what else did you do on June 10th?
I followed the Fremont County coroner, Fremont County Detective Vince Kaikamanu and Ron Ball. We went to Boise to the Ada County Coroner's Office with the remains that were recovered that day.
Okay. Did you, before you left to go to Boise, did you have an opportunity to go to the Madison Memorial Hospital in
Yes,
Rexford?
yes.
And what did you do there?
Recovered the remains found from the first day as well.
Okay. And you observed what you recognize as those same remains?
That's correct.
Okay. Detective, I'm going to call your attention to June 11th. What did you do in furtherance of your investigation that day?
We were at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
Okay, and let me stop you real quick. About what time did you get there?
We arrived there on June 10th.
Okay.
That day on June 11th, we got there in the morning.
And let's go back to June 10th really quick. When you arrived in Boise, what was the first thing you did there?
We went to the Ada County Coroner's Office.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what time you got there?
Evening.
Okay. All right. And now back to June 11th. Approximately what time did you return to the coroner's office?
Early morning.
Okay. Detective, once you arrived on June 11th, what did you do in furtherance of your investigation?
Observed the autopsies of those remains that were recovered.
Okay. Now you've discussed two separate, I'll at this point call them items of interest. Did you recognize those items of interest again in the coroner's office?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you know if those items had been secured there the night before?
They had been.
Okay. Once you arrived in the autopsy room, what was the first thing you observed?
The first thing I observed was the black bag that was covered in duct tape that had been removed from the area underneath the tree by the pond, was placed on the table.
Okay, and you recognize that as the same black bag?
Yes.
How did you recognize that?
The duct tape and the black plastic that still had dirt all over it.
What did you observe? Who was with you?
The medical examiner was in the room, Lieutenant Ron Ball, Detective Vince Kaikamanu, and the Fremont County Coroner, Brenda Dye.
Okay. Was there a medical examiner there?
Yes.
Do you know who he was?
Garth Warren.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Judge,
Garth Warren.
And you've testified you observed those proceedings?
Yes.
Correct. Once that bag was, as you testified, moved to the table, what did you observe was done with it?
The ME grabbed a small sharp instrument and cut down the middle of the black plastic.
And what did you observe?
I observed a small child in red pajamas, red pajama shirt, red pajama pants, black socks that had the word Skechers in orange across the toes. I also observed a light and blue blanket that had been placed on top of him.
Okay. Detective, were there, when you observed what you perceived to be a child, was there anything that drew your attention?
Yes.
Can describe can you describe for the court what drew your attention?
The amount of duct tape that was covering the body.
Okay. Where was that duct tape located?
On the head, arms, and feet.
Okay. Let's talk about the head area. When you looked at the head, what did you observe there?
The head had a white plastic bag over the top of it. It appeared to be a normal trash bag, had a red drawstring. It appeared to be the expandable type of trash bag with the waffle style pattern on top of the head.
Okay. And you had mentioned duct tape there. Where did you observe the duct tape?
There was duct tape that was tightly wrapped around this way, tightly from his chin to his forehead area. Several layers of duct tape tightly wrapped.
Okay. What did you observe the medical examiner and his team do with that material?
They ended up using a small sharp instrument and cut down the middle of it to expose what was underneath.
Okay, and when they exposed underneath, what did you observe?
An additional piece of duct tape that was stretched from jawline to jawline across the mouth.
Okay, and when you say across the mouth, at this point, were you looking at this child's face?
I was.
Okay. As you looked at this child's face, did you recognize this child?
Yes, I did.
How did you recognize this child?
From the hundreds of photographs and video I've seen over the last 8 months, I recognize that to be the same little boy that was laying on the table.
Okay, and can you, who was that little boy?
Joshua Vallow.
Okay. Were there any features that helped you recognize him?
Yes.
What were they?
He had the same style haircut that he had in the videos that I had seen and the photographs I had seen just prior to my welfare check with him in September, the last photograph I had seen on September 22nd. And that was shaved on the sides and longer on top.
Okay. Thank you. Were there any other items of, were there any other items of interest to you on that body?
Yes.
Can you just, what were they?
His hands were folded about chest high,
Detective, can you lift that a little bit higher so that we can see?
folded like this, chest high. He had duct tape continuously wrapped from elbow all the way around his arms, over his hands, all the way to his right elbow. Several layers of duct tape that were tightly wrapped. And the best way I can describe it is he had a ball of duct tape over where his hands would be.
Okay. Was that duct tape removed?
Yes, it was.
And what did you observe after that?
His wrists were also bound with another layer of duct tape.
Okay. After that, was there anything else that caught your attention about the way this child was found?
Yes, I noticed that his ankles were also bound with duct tape as well.
Okay. After you observed that, did you observe the autopsy of that child?
I did.
Okay. Detective, upon the conclusion of that autopsy, did you witness another examination that day?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember approximately when that examination started?
In the afternoon.
Okay. What did you observe in that second examination?
I observed the same melted green bucket with the charred flesh and charred bone that was located on Mr. Daybell's property that was now sitting on the table in the medical examiner's office.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, I'd like to go back to the initial contact with Mr. Daybell.
Mr. Pryor, will you pull that microphone closer to your
I
mouth?
apologize, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay, officer?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the initial contact with Mr. Daybell. And again, in November, when was that date, sir?
The initial contact with Mr. Daybell was on the 26th of November, 2019.
At approximately what time, officer?
Early morning hours, around 9, I would say.
Okay, was that contact recorded?
It was not.
Is there a reason why you didn't record that contact?
It's not common practice for detectives to carry body cams.
Is it common practice for detectives to record conversations with witnesses when you interview them?
It is.
Can you understand why it's important that an interview with a witness is recorded?
Yes.
And it's important to record a witness or an interview with a witness so that we get the factual statements made by people recorded accurately. Would you agree with that?
I would.
And it's important that when we make statements and we make representations regarding statements that people make and observations, that they're accurate observations, right?
That's correct.
And one of the best ways to do that is to record those observations. Would you agree with me?
I would.
Okay. This was somewhat of an important case, was it not?
Not at that time. It was just a welfare check.
Okay. And then this welfare check turned into an interview with Mr. Cox and Mr. Daybell, however, correct?
Correct.
At any time, did you think that maybe you should have recorded this?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you record any of the other interviews with any of the other witnesses throughout your investigation?
I did.
And whose interviews have you recorded?
Melanie Boudreau's interview.
Then let's stop there. How many times did you talk with Melanie Boudreau?
Objection, this exceeds the scope of the direct.
Mr. Pryor, before we go any further, I'm hearing a shutter. Can the media please turn off the shutter sound? It's impeding my ability to hear the attorneys from both the state and the defense. Mr. Pryor, let me go back there. Mr. Wood, the objection is based upon exceeding the scope of the direct. Mr. Pryor, I'll let you respond to that objection.
Well, Judge, throughout his testimony, he made at least a couple of references to interviewing other members of the family and having conversations with them about various facts in this as part of his testimony with Mr. Wood. Quite honestly, if he's talking as Mr. Boudreau is one of those folks that he gained information from, one, I'm going to get into what information did he gather from them, and two, whether or not that's been memorialized in the form of a recording. So I think it is relevant, and I think quite honestly, it's permissible inquiry in this particular case.
At this point, Your Honor, he's asking for hearsay information, and again, he's way outside the scope of what Detective Hermosillo testified to.
Mr. Pryor, as it pertains, I think there were a couple questions as to a search of an apartment that belonged to Ms. Bedreau. I think that there was some brief questioning about questions of family members, but as far as the depth of those conversations, your objection was that they were hearsay. I agree with Mr. Wood, they are hearsay. Tell me where you're desiring to go. If you're just laying some foundation or getting some information about the communication, when it happened, et cetera, I think that that's completely relevant and it's completely within the scope. If it's beyond that, tell me what your argument is.
Well, Judge, quite honestly, I'm not necessarily seeking the exact information that those particular witnesses provided to this officer. What I'm trying to seek is a timeline as to exactly who he spoke to and when, and where he gathered this information. And as part of seeking that information as to who he spoke to, when he spoke to as part of this case, I would like to know whether or not that's a recorded conversation. So I am afforded the opportunity to look at what this officer testifies to today and compare it to what those recordings are. And I think it's important that I be afforded that opportunity. And as part of this, it's a preliminary hearing. Preliminarily, I would like to know whether or not this officer recorded the conversations.
With that, I will allow the questions pertaining to who he spoke to and when he spoke to them, whether or not they were recorded. But as far as the substance of those conversations, I will sustain the objection that Mr. Wood has raised as far as hearsay.
All right. You spoke with Melanie Boudreau, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you speak with her?
One time,
And when was that, sir?
December 3rd, 2019.
Was that as part of the investigation of the welfare check?
Yes, it was.
Okay, was there any other inquiry in there as to were you at that point, had this moved into an area of trying to decide whether there had been any foul play with JJ or Tylee?
I was asking Miss Boudreau how we could get a hold of Mr. Daybell or Lori Vallow.
Okay, and that's to inquire as to the whereabouts of JJ at that time?
That is correct.
What about Tylee? Had it moved into that as well?
I did ask about Tylee.
Okay, at this,
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. He's now asking for information from those interviews. It has nothing to do with the scope of the direct examination.
I'm not asking for information from Ms. Boudreau. I'm asking what this officer did as part of his investigation. Judge, we've just spent 2 hours listening to this officer talk about all of the steps in detail that he's done as part of his investigation. I think quite honestly, I ought to be able to ask some very basic questions about what witnesses he interviewed as part of that investigation. I can't even fathom how that's not allowable inquiry. And I think quite honestly, I don't know if Mr. Wood doesn't want to give me the information, or if this officer doesn't want to give me the information, but clearly I ought to be allowed to inquire as to what this officer did as part of his investigation.
As it pertains to the inquiry of whether or not Tylee Ryan was discussed, I'll allow that question. I'll have the officer answer that question. The deeper substance of that conversation, I agree, is beyond the scope.
Okay. Was part of your inquiry to discuss Tylee as well?
Yes, it was.
So this had gone beyond the welfare check of JJ. It had gone to, we're trying to find out if there's any sort of issues regarding JJ and Tylee at this point. Is that correct?
We're trying to find their whereabouts.
Okay. And at that point, were you concerned about their whereabouts in
Yes,
December?
we were. Yes, we were.
Were you significantly concerned about their whereabouts in December?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Was that conversation with Melanie Boudreau, was that a recorded conversation?
It was.
Okay. And you provided that to the prosecuting attorney,
Yes.
as well as a statement of your complete interview with Judge, I heard a noise, I'm sorry.
I think it was someone's chair.
Okay, as well as a complete dissertation of what that interview involved. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in December, it was important that you record that conversation. What other family members did you discuss the case with? Let's try Garth. Did you talk to Garth?
I didn't personally talk to Garth.
You did not?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you talk to Emma?
I did not personally talk to Emma.
Did you talk to Melanie Gibbs?
I did talk to Melanie Gibb.
You did?
Yes.
How many times?
By what date, sir?
How about from the time you started investigating this in November until yesterday?
Your Honor, this is far beyond the scope of the direct. A preliminary hearing, as the case law states, it's in no sense a trial. Not a trial. It does not require the same formality and precision observed at a trial. The state is not required to put on every bit of evidence it has. And the scope of the cross-examination should be limited to the direct. At this point, defense is using this as a fishing expedition to try and find out everything that they may want to know, but that is not the subject of this preliminary hearing. This is a probable cause hearing. That's why we're here. It's not a hearing for the defense to ask every question they may want to ask.
And Judge, when a prosecuting attorney elects to spend 2 hours with a witness going into what I call significant detail about every aspect of this case, at that point, this prosecuting attorney opened the door to allowing me to inquire about all of this stuff. Quite honestly, he doesn't get it both ways. He doesn't get to say, I'm going to have this officer talk in great detail about every facet of this case from the beginning of his investigation through the end, all the way to the autopsy, and say, oh, Mr. Pryor, I'm now going to object to you inquiring and seeking information about the steps that were taken as part of this investigation from beginning to end. He doesn't get it both ways. It works so that I get a fair opportunity to inquire of this officer. I'm not asking of substance of those witnesses. I understand, and I understand completely the hearsay rules. But quite honestly, Judge, I'm dumbfounded by the fact that he's objecting, because I'm trying to find out who this officer spoke to and whether or not those questions and those conversations were recorded. This is not delving into specifics about each of the individual witnesses. I clearly should be permitted to go down this road.
All right, the court's going to take a brief recess here. I'm going to look at one thing that I have a question about. We're going to take 5 minutes, and then we'll go back on the record and proceed with the cross. All right.
All right, we are back with another 5-minute recess while the court considers what's going on right now. All right, what we just saw, that this is the legal shenanigans I really didn't expect to see today. I thought that this would be run a little bit more in a constrained sort of way. I think the judge is giving Pryor a lot of leeway here, just with his argument, and I think Judge Edens is going to shut that down when we come back. All right, we have Pryor going very, very much off the direct. All right, off the script of the direct. He can't do that. In cross-examination, he's allowed to ask questions that were raised in the direct questioning of the witness. But he's asking things that Rob Wood didn't even bring up. And he can't do that. Okay, you cannot do that. That's Wood's argument. Wood also mentioned quite astutely that what it seems like Pryor is doing is trying to find out all of the information that the state might know, right? He's on a fishing expedition. He really is. He's trying to find out, what did this witness know? What do I have to, prepare for in the future? He's not allowed to do that, right? That is not the point of a preliminary hearing. This is not a discovery thing. This is not an evidentiary thing. This is just Wood convincing the judge they have enough information to go to trial. It's a probable cause hearing, right? Everything that we saw in the affidavit so far has been introduced. That's pretty much what this is supposed to be. But Pryor is just trying to go off script. Now, Amy says, shouldn't they have that information anyways? They will eventually. At this point in the case, Rob Wood has not had to. Wow, there's some grammar. Rob Wood is under no obligation at this point, at this day, to have turned over the full body of discovery to the defense. That will happen. That will happen when it goes to trial. That does not have to happen yet. This is probable cause. This is not the trial. So Pryor is just trying to get as much of that information as he can. All right. Now, okay, he is a defense attorney. He's supposed to be defending his client. I get that, but I think he's totally overstepping his bounds right now. He's totally going in a place that he knows he's not supposed to. He's just trying to get whatever he can. But this is why I said we're going to be here for 8 hours today, because Pryor is going to pull all this kind of crap. I'm hoping that when Judge Edens comes back, he's going to shut that down and be like, y'all know what the rules of a preliminary hearing are. Stop playing these monkey games. Let's get on target. So we'll see what Judge Edens definitely seems a bit annoyed. Definitely. So we'll see what happens. Why would it matter when he talked to people in an investigation? It would matter a lot, AJ. It has a lot to do with which evidence is admissible, what might be thrown out, all that kind of stuff. But that's an argument for discovery and other pretrial stuff. That is not an argument for preliminary hearing. So, what kind of questions should he be asking? As far as Pryor, he should be just trying to see if there's anything impeachable in the statements of the witness. Did he misrepresent anything? Anything that was already brought up in direct examination. His cross is not his own time to direct questions to the witness. It's for him to talk about what the witness has already stated in direct questioning, not to come up with his own stuff. So Pryor's overstepping his bounds. He does use very passionate speech, quite honestly, and I cannot fathom, Your Honor. It's like, just stop with the dramatics. He's being very dramatic. I don't like him. I think that will definitely set a jury on edge. They're not going to like him either. So Pryor, if you're watching this, you got to tone it down, bud. You're not doing your person, defendant, potato any favors there. So Rob Wood did not mention Melanie Gibb. He did mention Melanie Boudreau, but that was because her apartment was right next to Lori's at the time, and they had a search warrant for that apartment, and yada yada. I get that. That's fine. But for Pryor to bring up Melanie Gibb and try to ask him, well, how many times have you talked to her? His next question would have been, what was the context of those conversations? He can't do that. Okay, he can't do that. So, Wood is objecting, rightfully so, and we'll see what happens when they come back. I don't like this guy. Now, typically, I don't like the defense attorneys. Sometimes I do, rarely. This one, I don't like. I think he's pompous. I think he's arrogant. I think his hubris is going to bite him in the backside. And I think we may see that as soon as the judge comes back. Tylee's remains were buried in buckets. Jess, that's what I heard. Melted green bucket with remains in it. We are going to have to talk about what we've heard, but I guess we're coming back now.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Here we go. I'm going to be quiet.
We'll go back on the record. CR 2220-755, State versus Daybell. Court took a brief recess. For the recess, there was an objection made by the state. That objection was based upon going beyond the scope of direct examination of Detective Hermosillo. Mr. Pryor responded with the argument that he was inquiring into facts of the investigation. The court initially overruled the objection and stated that I would allow the questions pertaining to who was spoken to, whether that conversation was recorded, when the conversation took place in the course of the investigation. I will stand by my ruling that I will allow Mr. Pryor to continue to inquire of the witness as to that state of the investigation. When it comes to the substance of those interviews or inquiries of the witnesses and or family, I'm going to sustain Mr. Rob's objection going forward that those will be unallowed or disallowed based upon hearsay. I think there's also a scope of the direct that would also come into play at that point. So Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to proceed with the questioning of Mr. or Detective Hermosillo on cross, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, when we were on the subject of Melanie Gibb, you spoke with her as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was that a recorded conversation?
I think one of them, the last one was.
Well,
When I spoke with her, we were on the phone. She was in Arizona and I was on a cell phone.
Did you ever have the occasion, now, my recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, officer, my notes seem to reflect that you said you spoke with Melanie Gibb once. Was I incorrect in my notes?
No, I had spoken with her once in person,
Oh, once in person, okay.
and and then on the phone the rest of the times.
Okay, and the date that you spoke to her in person, where was that location?
That was in Salt Lake City,
And the date of
or
that?
Provo, I believe, Provo.
And that discussion in Salt Lake City was on what date, sir?
I don't recall the date.
Okay, all right. Now, you said it was Salt Lake City, it was Provo, was it not?
It was Provo area, yeah.
Provo area, not Salt Lake City, correct? And as part of that discussion, you drove down to Salt Lake City to interview her, is that correct?
That's correct.
And accompanying you on that trip was Lieutenant Ball, is that correct?
That's correct.
And also accompanying you on that trip was Mr. Wood, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any recollection of during that one-to-one face-to-face interview between you, Mr. Wood, Lieutenant Ball, and yourself, and Melanie Gibb, was that recorded at any time?
I believe Lieutenant Ball had recorded that conversation.
You believe or you know?
I believe he recorded the conversation.
You did not record it.
No, sir.
Who was the head investigator of this investigation at this point?
I was the lead investigator, but he was the supervisor on scene.
Okay, and as the lead investigator, you chose not to record that conversation, is that correct?
I did not record that conversation.
And as the lead investigator, you chose not to record that conversation. That was an affirmative decision not to record the conversation.
Objection asked and answered.
I didn't get the question.
Sustained. You can move on, Mr. Pryor.
And then there was a phone conversation with Ms. Gibb, is that correct?
That is correct.
When was that?
That was in December sometime.
Is there a reason you don't know the specific dates? In a number of instances here, we've had occasions where you seem to suggest the month, but you don't know the specific date. Is there a reason behind that?
Those weren't super important dates to me. I interviewed a lot of people throughout the last 8 months.
Okay, and as a preparation for this hearing, did you review your reports and your supplements as part of your preparation to testify today?
I did.
Okay. And in spite of reading that supplement and refreshing your recollection, you still don't remember the specific dates and times?
Sir, forgive me. I can't remember every single word for an 8-month investigation on dates and times.
And with all due respect to you, sir, I'm not questioning your integrity and I'm not questioning your honesty. But quite honestly, there's a lot of information here, is there not?
There is.
And there's a lot of things that are said as part of this investigation, is there not?
There is.
Okay. And I'd like to go back to the time on November 27th, I believe, or maybe was it 26th? I'm sorry, it's November 26th. And even myself, I get dates wrong. But on November 26th, when you interviewed Mr. Daybell, you said that Mr. Daybell said he didn't know Lori Vallow very well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It's not recorded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is it possible that he said, I know her? And you said, how well do you know her? And he responded, well, I don't know her.
Objection, hearsay.
I'm asking a question as to whether this is possible he said this. And if he's going down the road of hearsay, Judge, this has already been ruled on.
Your Honor, it calls for hearsay.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Mr. Pryor, you may continue with the question. I believe the question was, is it possible?
Right. Is it possible that Mr. Daybell said, I don't know her as well as Alex?
No, that's not what I remember.
Okay. But you've already acknowledged that your recollection and the number of facts may not be completely accurate. Is that correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you have a clear recollection of every statement made by every single witness in this case, sir?
Objection, argumentative.
I'll allow the question.
Do you have a clear recollection of every statement of every witness made in this case, sir?
No.
Do you have a clear recollection of every date and the substance and time of every date as part of your investigation in this case?
Objection, relevance.
Mr. Pryor?
It goes to his recollection, it goes to bias, Judge.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may answer the question, Detective Hermosillo.
Would you ask it again, please?
Just the recollection of every date and time in this case as part of your investigation.
No, I don't.
And you would agree with me that it's possible that Mr. Daybell said that I don't know her as well.
Objection
as
asked and
Alex knows
answered.
her.
Mr. Pryor, there's an objection as to asked and answered.
Judge, I laid the foundation and went down the same road, but the question is slightly different. Is it possible that you made a mistake about whether or not Mr. Daybell stated what you claimed he stated?
Mr. Wood?
Your Honor, at this point, defense is clearly trying to get in a statement of his own client. That's hearsay. There's no exception for it. If he wants to get in Mr. Daybell's testimony, he can put Mr. Daybell on the stand.
I'm going to sustain the objection on the ground that it's been asked and answered. I think it was asked the exact same way. I don't think he answered it in the way that you wanted him to answer it, but it has been asked and answered. Let's move on.
Now, officer, your testimony originally was that the last time that they saw JJ was the 22nd of September.
Objection, that's vague reference to they, doesn't state who that is.
So the objection is to foundation?
Yes.
Mr. Pryor, do you want to lay a little bit more foundation before engaging in a conversation on that date?
As part of your investigation, you were able to ascertain a date based on reviewing pictures and evidence of when you believe the last time JJ Vallow was seen. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as part of your testimony to you today, you said you believe that the last day was the 22nd of September. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, as part of your investigation, did you contact JJ's school?
Yes, we did.
And as part of your investigation, were you able to ascertain the last day that the school had him registered and attending school?
Yes,
And that was the September 23rd, was it not?
that is not correct.
Would it surprise you to learn that there are statements about JJ Vallow attending school on the 23rd?
Initially, we talked to the school and we had an unexcused absence on the 23rd, but an excused absence on the 24th. So in the initial part of the investigation, we believe that JJ may have gone to school on the 23rd, but later learned that was not the case.
And as part of your investigation into that issue, did you record that conversation with any of the officials?
I did not personally speak to the school.
Do you know who spoke to the school?
Detective Dave Hope.
Now, you talked and made reference to hundreds of pictures and videos. Do you remember saying that?
That is correct.
Did you provide those hundreds of pictures and videos to the prosecuting attorney?
I assumed that he had gotten the photographs that we have gotten.
Okay, but that wasn't the question. The question is you made mention of reviewing hundreds of photos and hundreds of videos. Okay.
Through-
Objection, I think he's misstating the witness's earlier testimony.
Mr. Pryor, will you repeat the question? And Mr. Wood, if you believe he is misstating the witness's testimony, I'll allow you to make the objection again.
Judge, the witness had previously said that as part of his investigation, he looked at hundreds of videos and pictures. I'm inquiring as to whether or not all of those videos, those hundreds of videos and hundreds of pictures have been provided to Mr. Wood as part of this case.
I'll allow the question. I'll direct the witness to answer.
During the course of the investigation, there have been numerous people that had played YouTube videos, friends that had uploaded things to the internet, things of that nature, which we saw Tylee or JJ on. The videos and photographs that we had obtained, the prosecutor has copies of.
Okay. But then other videos that you've used as part of your investigation that were on YouTube. And when you're talking about these videos, you're talking about people in the community who have posted videos and audio who have, this has drawn a significant amount of local attention. Would you agree with me?
I would agree.
And there's been a significant amount of people posting videos, posting pictures, posting audio in Fremont and Madison County. Would you agree with that, sir?
Yes.
Now, as part of your search warrant, initially to go into the, and there were 3 apartments, if my recollection is correct, and please correct me if I make a mistake. There were 3 apartments that you sought and obtained a search warrant for, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the date that you sought that search warrant was when, sir?
November 27th, 2019.
And the purpose of that search warrant was to search to determine whether or not Joshua J. Vallow was present in any of those apartments, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was the purpose of that search warrant to obtain information and gather evidence in other regards?
No,
The sole purpose was to go in there to look and see if there was a human person in any of those units. Is that correct?
we were looking for any person in those units and to see if we can find out the whereabouts of JJ.
Okay. Was it part of that? Did that search warrant scope include the ability to obtain and take evidence and information to help support you in a later time?
Yes, it did.
Now, when you searched Alex's apartment, and that was 107, is that right?
Alex was staying in 175. That's where his belongings were.
In 175?
Yes.
And who was the person who owned 175 or rented 175, excuse me?
On the rental agreement, I believe it was Alex Cox that was on 175.
Okay, and what number was Lori Vallow's?
107.
And you also went into 174, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and Melanie Boudreaux's was what?
174.
If I could have just a moment, Judge.
You may. Mr. Pryor, Mr. Pryor, if you do not want that to be on the record, you need to push that button right in front of the microphone there, so that green light is not on while you're talking.
If you hold it, you need to hold it down. Thank you.
So in 175, was there any indication that Alex Cox had any belongings in there whatsoever of any kind?
In 175?
Yes.
Yes.
Were there any indications that Alex Cox had belongings in 107?
107 was vacant.
Was there any indication that Lori Vallow had ever resided in 175?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a length of time as to how long she was in 175?
No.
Are you of the opinion that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living together in Unit 175 at some time?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you have any personal information as part of your investigation that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were residing together in Unit 175?
I have no information that they lived there at the same time.
Okay. They may have lived there at different times in that unit. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting when we did the surveillance, that's where Lori Vallow was residing. And we had
She was
located
residing where?
in 175.
Okay. All right. And we're going to get to the surveillance. So you talked about that in a minute, if you may. So at any point, as part of your surveillance, did you see her residing in 107?
No.
As part of your surveillance, was there a recording of any of the surveillance tapes?
No.
Did you record anything?
No.
How many hours would you suggest you did in surveillance of the Vallow apartment 175?
Oh, 15, 20 hours worth, maybe.
Okay. You talked about phone records initially in regards to the November 27th inquiry. Whose phone records specifically were you looking at as part of your initial investigation?
Lori Vallows and Chad Daybell.
Did you inquire as to Alex Cox's phone records?
I believe we did. I'm not sure if it was on the 27th or not.
All right. Did you inquire as to when Lori Vallow and Alex Cox both moved here together? Approximately what date?
Yes,
When was that?
1st of September.
And you made some reference to the relationship between Lori and Alex. Do you have specific information that would suggest they had a very close relationship?
Yes.
And what information is that, officer?
Information we had obtained through Gilbert, Arizona, through their investigation.
And when Lori Vallow chose to move here on the 1st of September, Alex Cox at the same time moved here as well, did he not?
He did.
Okay. And in fact, they lived together for a portion of the time, did they not?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Is it possible that they did live together?
Objection, Your Honor. I fail to see how this is relevant.
There's
I'll
been an
move on.
objection as to relevance.
Judge, I think I'm just going to move on. I think
Okay.
I can inquire in another manner about this evidence through another witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to turn our attention now to the picture or the demonstrative evidence, and I believe it's exhibit number 10. And if you would be so kind again to get the pointer out and point where Mr. Daybell's vehicle was parked.
So the court record is clear. Exhibit number 10 has remained up on an easel for the entire time on cross-examination. And the inquiry is about exhibit 10 that still exists on the easel. Go
Now,
ahead.
how was the car parked in the driveway, officer?
It was backed into the driveway facing west.
Okay. So the car was backed in. Was it all the way to the garage or was it partially in the driveway?
Sir, if you look at this, was taken that morning.
Okay.
So that's exactly where he was parked that morning when he was sitting in the vehicle.
Well, I
Just
appreciate you pointing that out to me. What I would like you to do is verbalize how far close to the garage was the car in relation to the garage.
10 feet.
So 10 feet from the door of the garage towards the street, is that correct?
Rough guess, yes.
And Judge, may I have permission to move freely towards that exhibit?
There's another pointer, I think, that's over there. Is there not, bailiff? Is there just a... All right. If you're going to move over there, Mr. Pryor, number one, I'm going to require you to wear a mask. And then number two, do you plan on touching the exhibit?
No, Judge, in light of the court's concerns, I think what I'll do is I'll try to talk this witness through this as well, rather than, and I see where the court is going, and I agree. If I'm unable to do that, then I may request that the bailiff give me another pointer and we do it that way. I agree with the court.
Okay.
So in regards to the car being parked, and I will represent to you, officer, that I've been out to that house probably 6 or 7 times. How many times have you been out to the house?
15 or 20.
Okay, when is the last time you were out there?
The last search warrant I served on the residence.
Okay. Now, on that day, can you give me the date and the time, the month and the date of when you were doing the search again? It was in June, correct?
Which search are you referring to?
The search that excavated and removed the evidence from behind the tree and the pet cemetery.
That's correct, June 9th.
Okay. And on June 9th, I'm looking at that picture and you say that's a picture taken of that situation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm looking at the tree, and the tree looks like it has foliage on it, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I'm in the driveway and I'm standing, and quite honestly, I'll represent to you that I did the same thing you did. And the view to the tree back there where they found one of the remains is not particularly visible. So your testimony is that it is.
Objection that he's just testifying now.
The court is going to completely disregard any testimony or any information that's being provided by the attorney, Mr. Wood. If you're laying a little bit of foundation here for a question, Mr. Pryor, you may do so, but,
Okay.
but let the record reflect, like, your testimony is obviously not
All right.
evidence.
So is it still your testimony that there's a visible line of sight between where the automobile was parked and that tree back in the corner where there were remains excavated?
I never gave the testimony there was a clear line of sight. I simply said that he was looking towards the pond area.
Oh, okay. So he wasn't necessarily, he looked over there. Did he look anywhere else at that point?
I saw him looking towards the pond area.
Okay. But the question was, did he look anywhere else?
I'm sure he did look other
Okay, so he
places.
was looking around. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
He made motions to look in different directions. Is that correct?
He wasn't looking as intently anywhere else as he was towards the pond area.
And you can agree with me that it's somewhat alarming if someone shows up at your property and decides to bring a number of people to start digging up your property. Would that cause anyone concern?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to go to the, back to the tree behind what's called the pond area. When we're talking about the excavation of the pond area, how deep down was it that the remains were found in the pond area back there?
I'd guess 6-8 inches
Shallow.
shallow.
And then in regards to the pet cemetery, how far down into the ground in the pet cemetery?
I couldn't testify to that. I wasn't there when they
Okay.
began the initial digging.
Fair enough. And based on the 25, I'm sorry, I misstated that, didn't I? 15 trips that you took out there? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
15 to 20? On the
Yes.
15 to 20 trips out there, do you have a recollection of how big that pet cemetery is?
Not every trip that I made out there was to the backyard.
Okay. Do you have a recollection or an estimate having been out, you've been next to the pet cemetery, correct?
That's correct.
And you viewed it, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're trained as a police officer to recall facts and obtain evidence, is that correct?
That's correct.
So when you're looking at a site where they're exhuming evidence, it would seem fair to assume that you would have an idea about how large of an area this pet cemetery was. So can you tell me how large the pet cemetery is?
I didn't worry about measuring that. That's what the FBI recovery team was for.
Now, you saw a marker on the pet cemetery that marked the pet cemetery of a dog, is that correct?
A dog was dug up there, yes.
But you saw a post and like a monument or a picture of a dog.
That's correct.
Right? And that was basically almost like a headstone, is that correct?
I couldn't tell you what the statue was
Okay.
for.
But still, you don't know what the statue was?
No, what it was for.
Oh, what it was for. What was it a statue of?
I believe it was a dog.
Okay. So there's no doubt that this was a pet cemetery, is that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no doubt that this was a well-defined fire pit that was back there, correct?
Correct.
This wasn't a fire pit that was created out of the blue. It was a fire pit that was well established for a significant amount of time. Would you agree with that?
Objection calls for speculation.
There's a question. If there's speculation in the answer, I'll direct the witness to not answer, but if the witness knows the answer to that question.
Judge, may I redefine my inquiry a little bit to
You
help in
may.
that regard?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you're referring to a fire pit back there, was there an actual circular area where there was a fire pit?
That's correct.
Was there also an area where there was numerous places where they were burning various items? Is that correct?
I did not see that.
Okay. Now, you talked a little bit about your experience in identifying human remains, and that it offers a unique smell when you see human remains. Do you recall testifying about that?
I didn't testify to my experience on identifying human remains. I testified to the smell of a decomposing body.
Okay, and that is a very unique smell, is it not?
It is.
Have you ever had an occasion to smell what the smell of burning flesh smells like?
No.
Objection relevance, the witness never testified to that.
Well, he talked about the fact that when he observed the area of the pet cemetery, that he observed burned flesh and burned bones. And I think I ought to be able to inquire as to where his knowledge of making that representation comes from.
Just so I'm clear, I believe that the testimony pertaining to a smell came from the first uncovering of a body, and that's not the same place as the pet cemetery. So, Mr. Pryor, with that information, tell me where you're going.
Judge, I just want to, I want to inquire, Judge, as to where he gains his knowledge of being able to identify that the remains were actually burned, and that that bones were burned. And I'd like to know where the source of that knowledge is.
So if you want to ask questions about his background on burned flesh or whatever else, you can do so. I'll let you do that. Mr. Wood, any other comments?
No.
Do you have any experience in identifying burned flesh and burned bones?
Do you find experience? You
Have
mean,
you been part of investigations that have involved other burned bones or other burned flesh?
no.
Have you ever had an occasion to smell what it's like when when human remains are burned or scorched?
Yes,
Okay, and that lays off a very distinct smell, does it not?
it does.
And it's beyond pungent. It's a very, very easily identifiable smell when human remains are burned, is it not?
It is.
And that's something that would be very noticeable if in fact human remains were burned. It's very identifiable. You would agree with that, would you not?
Objection calls for speculation.
Judge, he testified about his experience. I think I ought to be able to inquire as to whether it's easily identifiable.
I'll allow the question. If the witness knows the answer to the question, he can answer. If he does not, he can say he doesn't know.
All right. Do you know whether it's easily identifiable in your experience?
Freshly burned flesh?
Any
This-
burned flesh.
This had been sitting out there for quite a while, so
Okay.
the overwhelming smell of the decomposition is what I smelled.
And I appreciate that, but what I'm asking you about is whether or not the smell of burning flesh is a very identifiable smell.
That's right.
And it's very, and it's not something that's easily disguised. You would agree with that, correct?
I would agree.
Okay, now let's go back to the chart. And let's go back to, excuse me, I said chart, Judge. I want to say exhibit number 10, the demonstrative evidence.
Noted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I'll slow down, Judge. I think I'm getting a nod from our friend at the clerk saying for me to slow down. So, Madam Clerk, I will pace a little better. Thank you for your patience. When I'm looking at that aerial view, and I'd like you to take the pointer and put it at the front where Mr. Daybell's car is parked. Okay. Directly across the street, are there any residences?
There is a resident.
Do you know the owners of those residences?
No, I do not.
Okay, did you interview them?
I did not personally.
Did anybody interview them?
I can't answer to that.
Okay. Now, directly across where the pond is, we'll go to the pond and then we'll head towards the road. Is there a residence there?
There is.
And there's no obstruction of the view of that residence to the pond. Would you agree with that?
I can't testify to that, sir.
Do you see any trees that are blocking the view from that house across the street to the pond?
I can't see what's on the other side of the road
Okay,
based on
fair
this.
enough, fair enough. And now I'd like you to put the pointer on the pet cemetery. And from the pet cemetery, go to 1900. No, I'm sorry, go to the other street, not 1900. that street. And I'm trying to recall, and I'm sorry, my memory is the same thing. I'm trying to remember the name of the street. The name of the street is what?
200 North.
200 North, that's right. And across from the pet cemetery, directly across from the pet cemetery on the other side of the street is another residence, is there not?
There is.
And then if you take the house and you go on the corner of the house that's sticking out, and almost kitty corner 200 and 1900. Could you put the marker on that as well?
200 and 1900.
Yeah, just in the right there. Now, if you go on the opposite side of the street, there's a residence there as well, is there not?
Over here?
Yes.
Yes.
And then a kitty corner from the Daybell house, there's a white residence across the street as well, is there not?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This exceeds the scope of the direct examination. We never spoke about neighbors or houses outside of the Daybell property.
This is the last question I'll allow, Mr. Pryor.
All right. Is there a residence kitty corner from the Daybell residence?
Where Chad's daughter lives, is that where you're talking?
Well, thank you for that, but yes, where Emma lived at one point.
Yes, right down here there is.
Right. So if I count correctly, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 residences surrounding the Daybell residence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Specifically, who was present at the excavation at the pond? Do you have a recollection of who exactly was there?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of who exactly was at the pet cemetery?
Not everybody. No, I do not.
Do you have a broad estimate of how many people were there?
50, 30, 50, somewhere in there.
35 to 50 people?
That's
And
accurate.
those were a combination of the Rexburg Police Department?
Rexburg Police, FBI, and Fremont County.
How many FBI agents do you recollect being there?
I can't recall. I can't answer that.
Did you have an occasion to interview David Warwick?
We did.
Was that a recorded conversation?
That was the same time Melanie Gibb was interviewed.
So the question was, again, was that a recorded conversation?
I believe it was by Lieutenant Ball.
And you interviewed Ian Pawlowski,
Yes,
and you interviewed Melanie Bordeaux, is that right?
that's correct.
And now she's going by Pawlowski, is that correct? They're married, I guess, right?
Yes,
Okay. And again, were those interviews recorded?
they were.
And Judge, if I could have just a moment to review my notes, may I?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If you're going to speak to your client, please push that button.
Judge, I think that's all I have at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood, it is approximately 5 minutes to noon. Would you like to do redirect right now, or do you want to take a break right now and do redirect after lunch?
Your Honor, if we do any redirect, we'll wait till after lunch.
We're going to take a recess right now, then we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. And at that point, we will start redirect with Mr. Wood and the witness, Detective Hermosillo. We'll be back here in an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, we are on break for a solid hour. Now is a really good chance to go stretch your legs, get yourself a snack, take a break. I'm going to leave the stream up because why start another one? We'll be back here in an hour. I'm going to sit here and chat with you guys for a while because why not? My lunch isn't here yet. My lunch won't be home for an hour, so I'll get that by the time we go back live. Anyway, so this was a very interesting segment of this hearing. What do I think Pryor is doing? I think he's just trying to see exactly what Hermosillo is going to say, should he be on the stand in the actual trial. The pet cemetery trying to say, oh, well, there's a pet cemetery over here, and one over there, and one over this house, one at that house, da 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 da. No, no, because we also know that Tammy's own sister told detectives that she knew there was a pet cemetery on the yard. She told them exactly where it was. She said they always had pet cemeteries, and they even found animal remains there. So nice try, Pryor, whatever. He can, he's trying to find anything he can use as a defense, and that's what he's supposed to do. That is his job here. So whatever. He was trying to impeach Detective Hermosillo's credibility, which is another thing he's supposed to be doing as a defense attorney. I don't think he got anywhere with it, but he's trying. Let's talk about the apartments. That was confusing. All right. As far as the probable cause affidavit states, apartment 107 was rented to Alex, and that was vacant. There was nothing in there, no furniture, nothing. Apartment 175 was rented to Lori, and apartment 174 was rented to Melanie Pulowski-Boudreau. I do actually have the rental agreement for Melanie Boudreau for apartment 174. I do not have the documents for the rental agreements for 107 and 175. But as far as the PCA goes, 175 was Lori's apartment. So who's confused here? Is the probable cause one confused? Is Detective Hermosillo confused on the stand? Is Pryor confused? I don't know. I hope that Rob Wood will clear that up on redirect. We'll see when we get back from lunch. Little Lady Di, thank you. $10 super chat, $9.99 says, have lunch on me. Great one. Thank you. I can call my husband and be like, pick me up something good for lunch. I don't have time to go cook. This is big. So, yeah, there is confusion with the apartments. But I'm going to go by what's in the probable cause affidavit because, that's the most careful, thought out document that we have so far. I think this was just people being confused and throwing out numbers, and they got confused. He said in the hearing that Alex was on apartment 175's lease, but I don't know. We don't see the lease. So hopefully either we'll get to see the leases. Maybe we can do some digging up on Zillow and see what we can find and see. But I do know from the PCA that Alex moved with Lori at the same time to these apartments, and I thought that they had stayed together in 175, and then Alex had later rented apartment 107 for himself. That's what I thought from the PCA. So it's possible they just got confused during this hearing. Let's see if Rob Wood will clear that up, because that would be nice. Yeah, Sam, if you could dig up the actual leases, that would be great. I do have Melanie's. I believe it's up in the Discord channel. If not, I will dig it up and put it in there for you. And hopefully we can see that. So, but yeah, 107, that apartment, whoever rented it, was totally empty. Why was that empty? I don't know. Mimi K, thank you. Thank you for streaming this. Awen Reese, I don't think I could watch this alone. Mimi K, absolutely. One of the biggest things about a lot of the trials that we've covered, and we've covered some doozies, is watching it by yourself and going through it without having someone to talk to and to download all this information and, feel things together. That's really important. Some of these are going to be really traumatic. Certainly hearing about the children's remains today, hearing it from testimony live on the stand is a lot different than reading it in an affidavit. That was very hard. That was pretty traumatic. We did hear some new stuff about that. That was pretty hard to hear. So I'm glad we could do that here together so we can all sort of process it as a group, because this is traumatic. And imagine being Kay and Larry Woodcock sitting there in the courtroom hearing that for the first time. I cannot even begin to imagine what they must be feeling right now. Oh, so let's see. Can the fact that he got the apartments hurt the trial? Not really, because that's not like a material fact to guilt or anything like that. That's numbers got confused, which is why I really think Rob will clear that up when he comes back. So we'll have to see. Angel says, I think Gannon's trial is going to be hard too. That's going to be very difficult. The Gannon Stout case is the one case that got under my skin in a way no other case has. I will be covering that trial and Letitia Stout's case as we go forward, but that's going to be very difficult. Very, very difficult. Not that this one isn't, but oof, there were a lot of really horrific child cases in the last 6 months that have started going through the legal process. It's going to be rough. So, Sherry Barefoot, welcome so much to the channel. I'm so glad to have you here. Let's give you some s'mores. Everyone stop, have some s'mores. We need a pick-me-up. It's going to be a long afternoon. Get yourself a sugar rush. Oh, yeah, we did learn that JJ was buried in pajamas. The explanation of the duct tape that was placed on him, man, that was hard to hear. It also makes me have to stop and think about what might have happened there and who might have done that. So that's something that we're going to have to hash out. Not right now. It's a little too raw, but, we will discuss it. Let's see. What did Alex do for a living? No one knows for sure. Alex said at one point he was a truck driver for a toxic waste company, or that he was a long road trucker. We know he did some stand-up comedy. I certainly don't think that was his day job because he was not very good at it. So nobody knows exactly for sure if Alex had a job and what exactly he did. So I wonder if JJ was seeing the same PJs a night. Yep, Monique Don, that may be something that Melanie and David can testify to because they were there. They saw him. If they testify that he was wearing those jammies, that's a big problem for Chad. So, let's see. Melanie G and husband may remember the same. Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting whether Melanie G confirms JJ wearing this PJ. Yep. Rental agreements are issued in person, responsible paying for the rent, income ability paid. Did Alex, Lori, Melanie have jobs? What was their source of income? That's a good question. Lori didn't seem to have a job. Alex may or may not have been a truck driver of some sort. I have no idea if Melanie had a job. So how did they pay for that? Maybe all the money Lori stole from Charles? She stole $35,000 out of his business account. It could be a lot of other stuff. Jess, you're completely rethinking JJ. Yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that. Let's talk about that in Discord and rethink our hypothesis on that one. Because this does change that a little bit. So yeah. How much were they paying on those leases? They were not that cheap. I don't remember. I can look at Melanie's, or it's up in Discord, find out how much they were paying for it. Lori paid the apartment's Charles credit cards. That's possible. Is Zulema under investigation? I don't have any formal official documentation that says she is, but it's hard to imagine that she's not at least a person of interest. So I'm sure she has been questioned, and that's probably all we can say right now. Am I right in saying that it was actually Tylee's head what was found in under the bucket from his description? It seemed like they found what did they say? A partially melted green bucket with remains and a partial skull. Oh my Lord. That's yeah. And this is, where we get Rob Wood saying that the treatment of the remains was particularly egregious. So yeah. Yep, Lori got about $6,000 a month for child support from SSA. She was making a lot of money from that. So the benefits she got from Tylee and JJ could certainly pay for a couple apartments. Wonder what the progress is for Chandler PT investigation of Charles Vallow. Monique, I hope that is gathering steam. We do know recently there was a new lead detective added to that case. So hopefully he is, tying all those pieces together. I don't think I'll ever get Larry's face out of my head. I know how this makes me feel, and I can't even think they broke bread with the devil. Julie Mitchell, that's an excellent comment. I will never forget that image. And I'm sorry to the Woodcocks that the cameras panned over to them during that moment. I think that should have been a private moment, and they should have just left them alone. Thankfully, they didn't show them a whole lot during this part. Just let them sit there and watch the trial. They don't need to be on camera. They're dealing with a bombshell of information that it's got to be very hard to hear. So, Alex was a trucker and a stand-up comedian. Yep, that's all we've seen. I've seen videos of Alex's stand-up routines, one or two of them. They're terrible, so I don't think he made a lot of money of that. But he did say that he was a truck driver at some point. Who's operating the cameras? The cameras are the pool camera for this hearing is being run by Court TV. So I don't have any control over the volume or the captions or where the camera is. And we just have to deal with what they do. Let's see. Is there a court decision about where the cameras go? The court can dictate a lot of that as far as like if there was a jury, they can say don't show the jury. You heard Judge Eden say don't show any images of the documents or any evidence being presented, no photos, nothing like that. So the camera is not allowed to show us that. Other than that, I think they can go between witnesses, attorneys, people in the gallery, etc. I think that's why she carried their birth certificates around to keep the SSI death benefits coming when she moved. ACM, definitely, you would have to have those. So, yep. There's something mysterious about 107, says Ann Pena. There is. Why would they have rented an extra apartment if nobody was going to live there? Now, a lot of people say, well, that was the crime scene. Well, was it? We don't know. Surely if there was a violent crime there, they would have found some evidence of it. But we haven't heard all the information yet. We don't know everything that they know. But, and the night that JJ was taken by Alex to Alex's apartment from Lori's apartment, Lori was in 175 that night, according to the affidavit. So where did he go? I assumed he took him to 107. But if there was nothing in that apartment, but then again, by the time they looked at it, it was a month later. So perhaps Alex had rented the apartment, and then after the children were no longer with us, maybe he just moved all the stuff into Lori's. That's possible. That'll come out in trial. We'll get more information. We'll just have to wait and see. So let's see what else is going on in chat. Chad Daybell denying he knew Lori well or at all is irrelevant, as it is established he was married to her. Yep, exactly. The only point of that is that he was lying. You're not married to someone and you don't know their phone number or you don't know her that well. So that was a big lie. And Pryor trying to impeach the memory of Detective Hermosillo is, he's got to try at least. I don't think it worked, but yes, 107 exactly. But do we know if JJ was alive and brought back? And we do not know that. We do not. And I remember when Paul and I were reading the probable cause affidavit out loud on a live stream, and we got to that part where David Warwick says that when Alex brought JJ back that evening, he was carrying him and he seemed to be asleep in Alex's arms, and it was a tender moment. I know what I thought when I heard that for the first time. I didn't think JJ was still with us. We don't know that. That's pure speculation. Hopefully there will be something that can tell us one way or the other as all the information comes out. But we don't know right now. I think Chad's barn has got to be a hot spot for evidence. Lucy Pearl, I would think so too. Yeah, when they did do a search of the barn recently, so we don't know what they took. They did take some evidence away, but the search warrant is sealed, so we don't know what they were looking for exactly. But Yep, Thomas Randall says it proves he was lying. So already know he lies. Yep, absolutely. Have any of Chad's followers commented on the July 22nd? No. First of all, who are Chad's followers? People keep talking about Chad's followers and Chad's cult members. Who are these mysterious people? We know people that were, peers of Chad, meaning these other authors, people that went to the Preparing a People events, people who liked him like Michael and Nancy James, those kinds of people. But they didn't exactly have what you would think of as a formal cult. I do think that their behavior operated as a cult would have, for sure. But they didn't have like meetings with all their groups of people. They didn't have a church full of their cult members. So I don't think Chad and Lori had this big pile of followers behind them that a lot of people think they do. There's no evidence of that at all. Gina Marie, thank you for the super chat. Gina says, it's not much, but I really just wanted to thank you for all the work you do to bring us info, facts, documents, and friendship as we pray for justice. Thank you, Gina. I appreciate that so much, and I'm so glad you're here. Can they find drugs in JJ's remains? Possibly. What is with these lawyers and recorded phone calls? They are a little hung up on that, aren't they? Yeah, there are a lot of associates of Chad, but that doesn't mean the associates were cult members or followers, so, there's a lot of speculation flying in chat today about who's paying for Chad's defense. Nobody knows that. Unless you've seen Chad's bank account or John Pryor's bank account or written a check yourself, nobody here knows who is paying for Chad's defense. So, all of that is speculation at this point. It's possible that John Pryor's doing it pro bono just to make a name for himself. We don't know. So we're going to have to wait and see on that. Based on the duct tape on JJ's remains, I believe he was still alive when Alex carried him into Lori's apartment. Mags, that's a very good point. Yes, it is. That's a good point. He did not know Lori as well as Alex. Wow, that implied that Alex was married to Lori 10 times before. Yeah, that was kind of a very lame thing. Well, I don't know him as well as Alex did. Whether he said that or he said, I don't know her very well, whatever he actually said, it was still a lie. And that's the point that Rob Wood will drive home. So, based on the description of the duct tape replacement, it would seem that he was the most likely alive last time he was seen with Alex that night. Yep. See, the thing is, there's nothing in the affidavits about what happened from the minute Alex brought JJ back until the next morning. Did everyone just go to bed assuming JJ was in his bed? What actually happened? We don't know. All we know is that Alex brought JJ back that evening, and the next morning, JJ was buried in Chad's yard. So what happened between those 12 hours? We don't know yet. I'm sure we're going to find out, and it's not going to be fun. But, we'll find out eventually. Have any or all the apartments been forensically investigated? Angel, I would hope so. I don't know for sure. Did they go over apartment 107 with, the stuff that makes blood glow in the dark, blue, whatever, I can't remember what it's called now. Did they do all that stuff? Did they do swabbing and testing and dusting and all of that kind of thing in all the apartments? I hope they did. I sure do. But I don't know if they did. We haven't seen any information like that. Any photographs, any statements, nothing. How did Alex get... Yeah, we don't know, Gail. It could have... Yeah, we don't know. I don't want to speculate too much about that. Let's see. I hope justice will only be served when one of the witnesses cracks, or you think it'll only be served when they crack or come forward. I don't know. I have a sneaky feeling that Rob Wood knows a heck of a lot more than we know he knows. So I'm hoping that even if neither of them flip on each other or crack, they'll have enough to put them away for good. Gulf Coast Girl, I think there are a lot of people involved that lie and were in agreement with the zombie thing. Yep, I do too. And 2 of them might be testifying today. Kathy says, just thought of this while cooking. We will need to be prepared to hear more gory details from the others that were there. Yep. Yeah, see that part of it, as much as I like to watch these because I like to see the legal proceeding unfold, there are times where we are going to hear some very disturbing, gory details, unfortunately. But that's part of the process. They have to prove these things. So, get ready for that. When things get really bad, feel free to step away, mute it for a little bit, and come back when it's safe. Because remember, you have to do self-care. You have to keep yourself okay psychologically going through this. It can be really traumatic. So be careful. If you start feeling a little bit, unbalanced with it, just reach out, say something to me, say something in Discord. We have mods around. We can help talk you through it, right? We do want to be a very supportive community. So if you're feeling upset about all of this, just let us know. We are here for you too. All right, chat says, I think justice is going to be completely in the forensics. Testimony will help tie it together, but it's all about the science and the tech. Lucy Pearl Tops, I agree with you. I think there'll be enough information from the autopsies and from evidence gathered at the scene, where they will be able to put it together. I also think we're going to hear a lot about electronic evidence. We're going to have the cell phone pings. We've already seen Alex's. They can pinpoint Alex's location down to the minute over the course of almost a month. So you know they've got more than just that 1 month. So that's going to be a big role. Chad's text to Tammy. There was a discussion going on in chat about, well, you know, maybe some stranger just jumped over the fence and buried the kids in Chad's yard. That could happen. It could, but that's not what happened. And we already know that from the electronic evidence. We already know what happened. We know that Alex was on Chad's property. We know that Chad texted Tammy and said something about, oh, well, I had to bury the raccoon that I shot, da-da-da-da-da. So right there, the electronic evidence says Chad absolutely knew what was happening in his backyard. So, you know, the electronic evidence is going to be as big as the forensics in this case. Misbehaving. That's a cool name. I like it. Your first timer here. I'm very sorry you got laid off from work. Unfortunately, that is going around. I'm very sorry about that. But I'm glad you're here. We are currently on a lunch break recess, so it will be a little less than an hour before the trial comes or the hearing comes back. So feel free to hang out, chit chat with people, go grab a snack. You know, we've got at least 50 minutes before this resumes. I'm just going to sit here and talk because I'm waiting on my husband to have his lunch break from work to bring home some food, which will be well timed because he'll come home when the hearing comes back so I can eat and I won't have to be talking. That'll be good. Emily, can you comment on Lori's ability to watch this from jail? All right. I'm pretty sure that they are not letting her sit there and stream this in her jail cell. I don't think she has access to like YouTube around the clock on her little iPad. I don't think so. Will Mark Means be able to get her recording to watch? Possibly, maybe. I certainly don't think she's sitting there watching this live right now. I do believe Mark Means is sitting there watching it. It's possible Mark is at the jail with her and they're watching it together, but I just don't think so. I don't. But I have no way to know that for sure. So let's see. JJ was absolutely alive in the moment. Alex was carrying him for 2 reasons. No duct tape, and they could not risk David or Melanie staring at JJ long enough to see he wasn't breathing. That's possible. That's a possibility. I can't say that's an absolute certainty, but it is a possibility. So her attorney would give her the details, but not all of them. Let's see. Well, they find evidence of a gunshot in Tylee's remains. Sonny, they haven't talked about that yet, but I would not be surprised. Because remember, Chad's text to Tammy, he said, oh, well, you know, I was in the yard this morning. I burned some of the limbs that were there, meaning tree limbs, but boy, that was a Freudian slip. And then there was a raccoon, and I shot him and buried him in the pet cemetery. Why would he have mentioned shooting something, even a raccoon, to Tammy right after Alex had left, after they had disposed of Tylee's remains, if there wasn't a shooting? You know what I mean? It really seems like either he was just making the fact that something was buried in the pet cemetery sound more plausible, right? Because there is a report that he shot a raccoon earlier in the year. So maybe he figured Tammy would just be like, oh, yeah, you shot another raccoon. That makes sense. That's why the ground was disturbed there. Or maybe he really did shoot something and had to explain away a possible gunshot that somebody heard. And that's why he said that to Tammy. So Bev Mordak, welcome. I'm so glad to see you here. Welcome to the group. Thank you for joining. Have some s'mores. We need a snack before the hearing comes back. There you go. S'mores are good. We like s'mores. Thank you so much. Glad to see you, Bev. So yeah, I would not be surprised if they find evidence of a gunshot in regards to Tylee's death. So I'm hoping not. I don't know. But we're going to find out. So saddened for Tylee. This is going to be so much worse than we want. We want them here. Shannon Burgess, Whittle, absolutely. I agree with you. I was wondering who that was with Larry and Kay sitting beside them. Me too. As far as we know, nobody knows who that is. Even Larry and Kay's daughter was here in the chat, and she said she didn't know who that was. So maybe we'll get to find out later. Mommy is a lion. Hi, how are you doing? It's good to see you here. Feel like it's going to be a late night here in Ireland. Yeah, I think it is. Yes, luminol. Luminol, that was the word I was looking for earlier. It's called blue spray or blue something too, but luminol is the more common name. But I would hope that they've gone over the barn and all three of those apartments with the luminol. It could be, yeah, as told by Thiel in book reviews. I thought maybe it was a victim's advocate type thing with them. So that's possible. Angela Tester says, I think Pryor's trying to say that if body parts were burned on the property, the neighbors would have smelt it. I think he was trying to say that, but like a lot of other people in chat said, if you've never smelled a burning body before, you may smell something weird and different, but you wouldn't know it was a burning body. You know, it's not like, oh, that's what that smell is, you know? So, Blue Star misbehaving. Thank you. See, chat, you guys are on top of things. My brain is turned to mush, and you've got all the facts. Thank you very much. Yeah. Hi, Gary Chadwick. How are you doing? Nice to see you here. Mary Landa says, do you think they gave Resperdal to JJ to drug him? Well, it's possible. It really is. He did say they found a half-empty bottle of it, although he was prescribed it. So did they overdose him or what? We don't know. Lucy Pearl Tops, welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for joining. I'm so glad to see you here. And let me give you some s'mores too. Have a snack. Let's all get some snacks in us before trial comes back. Hearing. I keep calling it trial. This is not a trial. This is just a hearing. Monique says, burned in a bucket, though. Wow, so disrespectful. Yeah, the details that we got today about both children's remains were more grisly than we heard in the PCA, more cruel, and it was just really hard to hear, you know, because I don't want to think that anybody could do that to a child, so that was rough. Ron Lee asks, Eamon, do you think it will fly in front of a jury for Chad to act like he was? No, I don't. I think when this goes to trial, Chad better get his facial expressions and his smirks under control. I really hope, you know, if I want him to have a good defense, which I do, everyone should have a good defense, they will tell him to stop with the smirks. And, you know, geez Louise. It is hard to watch that because it's so infuriating. It is so infuriating to see Chad there. It's like, what are you smirking about, buddy? You know, there are 6 or 7 deaths or more surrounding you and your crazy wife. So quit with the smirking, man. Oh, also, we did hear that they actually do have the wedding certificate, the marriage certificate for Chad and Lori. That's been a question for a while. So now we know they are actually officially married. So there you go. What was that off-camera sidebar? Why would it make this hearing go faster? I don't know. I don't know. David and Melanie definitely knew something that was not kosher. Was JJ alive but drugged? Duct tape before he was transported? You would not have to duct tape like that. He was already dead. Yep. I think David and Melanie know a lot more than they've said publicly. I do. I think they know exactly what happened to JJ. So there you go. Maybe. Anyway, we don't have all the facts of what happened that night, so it's hard to say what I think, but I don't think they were just innocent bystanders in all this. So we'll have to, hopefully they will be testifying either today or tomorrow, and we'll get a little bit more information. That would be nice. Why did they have to do that? Because they're evil, and there's no good explanation for that. Maybe they were trying to destroy forensic evidence, trying to make sure they couldn't test her in case she was overdosed or something. You know, who knows why people do these crazy things. But it's just evil. It all comes down to that. They did talk about Melanie Pulowski today, which was interesting. She's going to be a big character when this goes to trial. So hopefully I don't expect her to be called in this hearing. I don't think she is on the witness list for this. She could be, but we're going to have to wait and see. Excuse me. Let's see. We're not emotionally affected as the relatives grieving. Torture for them to have their minds awaken to their memories. Yep. I really cannot imagine what it must be like for them sitting there. It's horrific to think about. Wooly Woolworth asks, how long do you believe the prelim will last? I think today we're going to go a full 8 hours. I expect this to wrap up at 5 or 6 p.m. Mountain Time tonight. And I think we might even have a full day tomorrow. We're still on the first witness, and there's at least 6 more that we know. 4 have been subpoenaed, 2 that say they're going to be testifying. So if it's going to take a couple hours for each witness, I don't even think they'll finish tomorrow. So we're going to have to see what happens after lunch. Evil what they did to JJ, having an autistic son hurts. And Pena, I also have an autistic son. And when I think about JJ, it's a very painful thing. As a parent of an autistic child, you feel incredibly protective of them. And it's almost a sense of nothing bad can ever happen to me. I cannot die because my child will need me the rest of his life. I cannot die ever. I need to live another 150 years. And the focus of my life in protecting my son and advocating for him and making sure he's okay, even at 19 years old, is off the scale. I never, ever stop thinking about that. Imagine harming somebody that innocent and that, oh, man, and I can't handle it, So the JJ just breaks my heart in ways that are extremely painful, So, and thinking about that and thinking, seeing Kay and Larry in the courtroom and Larry crying like that. Oh, goodness. This is just too much. It is too much. Oh, one sec. Got a cough again. There we go. Yeah, Melanie Gibb also says that she has an autistic child, at least one. And it's like, well, how could you? How could you be the mother of an autistic child and leave your child to go shack up with some religious nutcase crazy author? How could you do that? Man. Yeah, I can't conceive of even letting myself die at some point, but let alone leaving my child for a guy? Nah, that doesn't happen in my world. So there are 100 reasons why I'm not a fan of Melanie Gibb. The fact that she left an autistic child behind so she could go shack up with David Warwick, that doesn't make me a fan of her either. So. 123 Bud Me asked a great question. Didn't a neighbor of Chad once talk about a gunshot? Yes, they did. It was, I think, in the spring or summer of last year, where the neighbor said they asked Chad because they heard a gunshot. And they're like, what happened? And Chad said that there was a raccoon in a tree or something out during the day, and so he had to shoot it. But that's not the same as the raccoon gunshot thing from his text to Tammy, because that was back in September. So that's why I'm a little confused about why Chad would have texted her that. If it hadn't been for the story earlier that spring of the raccoon being shot, I would think that he completely wrote that in order to cover up the fact that there was a gunshot and somebody might have heard it. But it's possible because he's just a crazy fantasy writer that he just wove that in to sort of make it sound more plausible to Tammy. So I don't know if there was really a gunshot or not. It's quite possible, but it's also possible he was just writing a story. So, let's see. Awen, you should go to law school. Oh, no, I am currently in school for astrophysics. I am pursuing a PhD. It's probably going to take me the rest of my life, but I don't have time to go to law school too. Just read a book called Jamie's Watch. Yep, I will look for that. Thank you, Anne. Definitely. Gina Marie says, as the mother of an autistic son, 6 years old, makes me feel so much anger towards Lori, taking him off his meds, taking away his dog, taking away his sister. She was a monster before taking his life. Yes, Gina, she was. She was. Tylee was very protective of JJ. Tylee was, JJ's main support system, and they took her away from him, and they took her life away from her. These people are beyond evil, beyond evil. Bev says, breaks my heart for the poor grandparents. Melanie Gibb has always been suspect. She should be charged for lack of acting. I agree. I wish there was a law that could be applied to people like Melanie Gibb and Crystal Kenny from the Patrick Frazee case to say, you knew somebody wanted to kill someone and you did nothing, you're guilty. I would like a thing for that, a law to charge them with that, because that's awful. So, yeah, I am not a fan of Miss Melanie Gibb. Or David Warwick either. David Warwick, we don't know too much about him, but he was another author, just like Chad. He wrote some of he had a lot of visions. He was a visionary, a dreamer, a lot of dreams. And a lot of David Warwick's dreams were politically leaning more than religious. He had a lot of dreams about the president being assassinated, all kinds of stuff like that. And you can read a lot about David Warwick's visions on the Avow forums. A lot of them are still posted there, and they're pretty out there. Okay. Now, unfortunately, this group of people thinks if I have a dream about something, it must be prophetic and it's definitely going to happen. That's not really how dreams work, but these people think so. So David Warwick gained some popularity for his political prophetic dreams, which none of them have come true. Let's just say that. But whatever. We're not going to judge that. But he was at several of the Preparing a People events. So Michael and Nancy James promoted him just like they did Chad and Julie Rowe and Jason and Hector and all these people. So he's right up there in that crowd. So it's not like David Warwick was some person who was unconnected to all this and just happened to meet Melanie. Oh, no. Oh, no. He's as deep in this garbage as the rest of them. So I don't have a lot of warm fuzzies towards him either. I did. And DeCarlo says a deal with the devil is necessary at times. It's necessary at times. I don't believe it's necessary at this time. I don't. I think they will have plenty of information to get the murder charges, not just for JJ and Tylee, but for Joseph, for Charles, for Tammy, and possibly even Alex. And I don't think they would have to give up Melanie Gibb charges against her and give her an immunity deal in order to prove all that stuff. I don't. I'm hoping that's not the case. I really do. With the Crystal Kenny, I was also very upset. I don't think that was a worthy trade. I think they could have gotten the information out of her without giving her an immunity deal, so, but she must have had a better lawyer than Melanie Gibb does. Judy McGuire says, think about this. If Chad says that Alex buried them without his knowledge, wouldn't he be crying today at the hearing? He's laughing and smiling. Chad can try to say that Alex buried them without his knowledge. However, his text to Tammy the day that was sent 17 minutes after Alex left his property, that right there destroys any chance he has of making that argument. He can't say that because the prosecution is just going to come back and be like, you didn't know that Alex was there? No, I had no idea. Why did you text Tammy 17 minutes after Alex left? I don't know. I didn't know he was there. I didn't even know he left. Oh, how did you know about something being buried in the pet cemetery? Oops. Yeah, oops. Big dummy. So yeah, Chad really cannot use that argument too much. So I'm really glad they got that text. I'm glad Chad was stupid enough to send that to Tammy, because boom, right there. They've got him on these charges. So let's see. Denise Renee says, I was thinking the story of the raccoon was to cover the burial site in the backyard. I think it was to cover the burning, because he mentions that he burned some limbs. So it was to cover the fact that he had a bonfire, to cover the fact that something was buried in the pet cemetery, and potentially to cover the fact that someone might have heard a gunshot. So there you go, Chad. Nice try blaming it on Alex. That's not going to work now. So yeah, I'm very glad he sent that text. Can't they ping how close they're? Ron Lee, they can. The only cell phone information that we have from the affidavit is from Alex's phone. But if they've got Alex's phone traced down to the minute for a solid month, they have also got to have Lori's phone, Chad's phone, Tylee's phone. They've got to have all these other phones. They know where everyone was. We don't have to, they haven't told us that. We don't need to know that. Rob Wood is not revealing his whole thing yet. He's got to keep some things close to the vest. But I can assure you, they know where Chad's phone was that day. And if they come out, and it could be, remember, we have 3 FBI officers coming to testify from Salt Lake City. I believe that these are going to be electronics experts, cell phone experts. I have a feeling that we're going to hear in this hearing information that puts Chad in his yard with Alex during the time that Tylee and JJ's remains were being buried. That's what I think we're going to hear. Yeah, Tammy's phone records too, exactly. So, I don't think Chad has a chance in heck of getting off on these charges. Pryor can sit there and bluster and fuss and moan all he wants, but no. Now, Sarah, he should be. In order to do a cross-examination, you can cross-examine the witness on information that came up during their direct examination or other things that may logically lead to. So there's a little bit of leeway there, but not too much. We saw a judge give him, quite a bit of rope there, more than I would have expected. So, remember, this is also a preliminary hearing, not trial. So the rules are a little bit different than what we would normally see. Lucy Pearltop says, I kind of think Melanie Gibb was too naive to actually think there's a serial killing going on until they asked her to lie for them. She just seems up in the clouds. I don't agree with that. Not to disagree with you, Lucy, but only because she knew darn well that they wanted Charles to die. She says they thought he was going to die in a car accident, and she says that Lori was disappointed when he didn't. She also knew they thought Charles was a zombie. She even knew the zombie's name, Nick or Ned Schneider, depending on who you're talking to. And then she even says in her interview, well, I thought they were just going to pray over him and the body would just die. I didn't know they were going to shoot him. So she knew all of that and then was still told that JJ and Tylee were zombies. There's naive and then there's just dumb as a rock. If this is what happens to zombies and these kids are zombies, what do you think is going to happen to the kids? So I think there's an element of sticking her head in the sand. Maybe she didn't want to admit that was a possibility or something, but I think that she knew a heck of a lot more and she just let it go. Maybe she didn't want to think her friend could do that to her own children, but you don't wait and see on that. You kind of make sure it doesn't happen. That's my personal opinion on that. Timmy Zink says, hello, great job on your channel. I also remember the site. Oh, yeah. No, we don't do psychic readings here. We deal with facts and court documents and testimony and stuff like that. So sorry for that. Lucy, okay, maybe dumb as a rock is a better way to say it. I think that head in the sand. Yeah, Lucy, I think she understood what happened with Charles. Because obviously there's no contesting the fact that Alex shot him and that they wanted him dead. She knew that. But I think maybe she really she couldn't grasp that her friend could actually kill her own children. That's a big leap, even from an ex-husband. But with that suspicion, she should have said something. And then Tammy, too. After the children disappeared, then Tammy and Alex are dead. And she still doesn't say anything. So there's sticking your head in the sand, and then there's just something completely beyond that, too. So, yeah, Melanie Gibb, she gets my blood boiling. No one can be that stupid. Even willful ignorance can only take her so far. So she certainly made a statement in that. Let's see. Melanie Pulowski needs to go down. She played a bigger part in this, and she admits to. Yes, she did. She really did. And then we also have, when we're talking about Melanie Boudreau or Pulowski, the shooting attempt at Brandon. the fact that Melanie Pulowski roped Melanie Gibb into driving around to look for the kids and see where they were staying. And they're all in this together. They are all totally in this mess together. When they talk about co-conspirators, I can think of 5 or 6 other people that need to be on that list besides just Alex, Chad, and Lori. Hopefully they will be at some point. Melanie Pulowski was right next door to her. She probably knew every single move. Yeah, she did. She lived in apartment 174. Lori's in 175. She couldn't have lived any closer unless they were living together. So was Melanie there that night? I don't think so. I think Melanie moved in the end of October, beginning of November, or November, end of October is when Melanie moved in. So Melanie wasn't living there the night that JJ disappeared. So maybe she wasn't there. Maybe she was there visiting. We don't know. But she was certainly living there at the end of November, but she wasn't there in September. So do we know for sure it wasn't Lori that shot Charles? No, Donna, we don't. It could have been Lori. We don't know for sure. All we have is Alex and Lori's statements on what happened. I don't even know if they tested for gunshot residue. Did they actually prove that? I don't know. They might have not thought to do that because here's, Alex saying he did it. Tammy, we don't discuss the psychic stuff here, so please can we not do that? Thanks. Yep, that's not something this channel is about. There are lots of channels that do that, but this just is not one of them. Sorry. Lucy Pearltop says, I know it is not right to talk down about the police, but I really think that they messed up with Charles. It's okay to call it out when they really mess up, Lucy, I think. And I think they really messed up Charles's whole thing. They didn't take him seriously when he was reporting his concerns. They didn't investigate his death properly. It's okay to call that out because they really messed up. So anyway, Speakeasy, no, they have not called any other witnesses yet. We're anticipating 3 FBI agents, 1 forensic expert, and Melanie and David sometime between today and tomorrow, and possibly others. Those are just the ones that I happen to know about. There could be others too. So how is this only going to last for a day or 2? I don't know. At this rate, they're not going to finish by tomorrow evening, so we'll have to see what happens. Anyway, all right, my lunch is here, so I am going to go on a 5-minute hiatus and wolf my lunch down really quick. All right, please keep chatting in chat. The hearing will be back in a little while. We have, 15 minutes left till the hearing? 20 minutes left till the hearing comes back up. I just need 5 minutes to eat. I'm starving to death. So I'm going to mute myself. I'll leave everything on the screen. We'll be back in a few minutes. Please keep chatting, okay? I will be back as soon as possible. All right, hello. I'm back. Lunch was good, but my mic's too far away. Hold on one second. Gotta move that back. Pour my soda. Sorry for all the noises. Move stuff around. Okay, there we go. Hi, how y'all doing? Hope you all got a snack, ran to the bathroom, did all that good stuff. Let's see, we have about 5 minutes till the hearing should be back. It's gonna be something. Yeah, I was thinking about it and filling my husband in and everything that's happened. It's curious. We're still on the first witness, right? And it's halfway through the first day. There's only 2 days scheduled for this hearing. I don't see how we're going to get through 6 more between today and tomorrow. Is it going to go longer? How will they do that? Will they extend the hearing another day? Oh, it looks like we're coming back pretty soon. Look at that. Nope, maybe not. Just camera taking a little tour of the courtroom, I guess. Oh, man. So, that was a good lunch. All right. The rest of the day, I don't expect another hour-long break like this. I expect a few recesses here and there. But hopefully we're going to get through a couple more witnesses just today. You know, that would be nice. It is almost 2 p.m. here Central Time, so it's almost 1 p.m. there. So they've got till, 5 or 6 tonight? So we'll have to see. Aussie Gardner says, I would like to say how welcome I feel here. My first time. This is the best crime chat I've come across as so respectful. Aussie, thank you. I really appreciate that. I want to make sure that we can have a nice, vibrant chat, but it's also a safe place for people to talk. So I appreciate that. Avon, do you think they will combine these cases? I'm not sure that they're going to combine Chad and Lori's cases. I think they'll combine like Lori's Madison County and Fremont County charges into one case. I don't think they're going to combine Chad and Lori. I think they're going to have them tried separately, which I think would be the smart thing to do. So that's my guess on that. I'm wondering if Pryor is trying to get a list of all the witnesses out of the detective. D. Loria, I think he's doing a lot of stuff like that. He wants to know who has this witness talked to, because those people, they're going to be called. What this witness might say when asked certain questions on the stand, what his area of knowledge is, I think he's just digging for tons of information. All right, no problem, Tammy. That's good. Thank you for that. At this rate, I can't believe they can go through 6. Yeah, fixed text, I can't either. With Pryor objecting to everything that comes out of the witness's mouth, and then his very lengthy cross-examination, I'm not seeing this, But preliminary hearings aren't supposed to go on for 2 weeks, you know what I mean? So, my goodness. All right, we've only got a minute or two left before they come back. So let's get ready. Sorry, there may be noises around me. My husband's home for lunch from work, so got to say hi to him. Make sure he's having some lunch too. They still make corn nuts? I've never eaten a corn nut. I've seen them, but I've never tried one because I don't know. They don't look too good to me. Doesn't the prosecution have to provide their witness list in advance? Not for this, they don't. Or, maybe they did for, just general sake. In the trial, they do. But not for a preliminary hearing, I don't believe. I could be wrong on that. So, but I think that if Pryor is fishing for potential witnesses, he doing that wrong, because we all know Melanie Gibb's going to be a witness. That's not a big surprise. So, yeah, we'll see. Will Melanie G be innocent pink sweater Melanie, or silk black shirt smooth grape sniffing Melanie? Sarah, I would guess for court she is going to be innocent pink sweater Melanie. Yes, that's what I would guess for court. Corn nuts are good, but they're hard on your teeth. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I already have a broken tooth. I don't need any more of those. I'm going to stick to soft, mushy snacks. Yeah, plus they're loaded with carbs, so I can't eat them anyway. No worries about corn nuts. Yeah. Grape sniffing Melanie Gibb. Mhm. Oh, my phone just lit up too. What's going on with my phone? It's not supposed to turn itself on like that. Yeah, I just got a new phone recently, which is kind of interesting. I can turn my phone back off. Nothing important going on there. So, the pink sweater. YouTube keeps sending me there whenever I leave YouTube running. Yeah, that pops up in my feed a lot too. Like I've seen that 50 times. And I don't want to watch it anymore. Please. Please, no more Melanie Gibb. Felicia says, Eamon, it's been crazy trying to file this case for 2 hours here in mid-central zone. Uh-huh. And it's going to be more hours for the rest of the day, so get comfortable. Halloween says, this is weird. Housemates and I were just trying to remember what corn nuts were called like yesterday. Huh. There you go. It's a thing. Corn nuts taking over the world. Totally reliving the movie Heathers in my mind. That was a good movie. I watched that a lot when I was younger. That was good. Homer Taylor says, the judge is allowing way too much off-topic bull. You know, Homer, I thought that too. I thought he was giving John Pryor a whole lot of leeway with his questioning, and that's kind of strange. Marie Tatham, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Please have some s'mores on the house. Thank you for being here. We appreciate your support immensely. Thank you so much. Oh. All right, let's see. It is 2 minutes past time court was supposed to resume, so they should be on any second. I am watching it live. We're not missing anything. It's okay. Now, did they actually finish with Detective Hermosillo or not? It didn't sound like they had dismissed him, so we may pick back up with him. We're going to have to see. Tropical storm Isaias is heading our way tonight. We're under a thunderstorm. Oh, Kathleen Kensel, please be careful. I know it's just a tropical storm, but those can still be dangerous. I hope you stay safe. Oh, that's right. Redirect. Rob Wood may or may not redirect when you get back. That's right. So we have more Detective Hermosillo, who I think is a great witness. He's doing great on the stand, but we've got so much more to get through. They need to pick this up a bit. Yeah. Sarah Adams, I did read your comment before. It got deleted by one of the mods. But I agree with you. I don't think the jury's going to like John Pryor at all. Donna Williams, thank you for the super chat. You say you have the most soothing voice. Thank you for all you do. Well, thank you. That was so sweet of you. And thank you for being here. And please have some s'mores on me. Thank you very much for the super chat. Your support means the world to me. There you go. S'more City. Who doesn't like a s'more? Tammy Zink says case is going to be a very long process, but I think justice will be served. Yeah, Tammy, I expect this to last probably a couple of years because just what we're dealing with now, just these charges, this is just the first step. I think that there are going to be charges for all of the deaths at some point. So this could go on for a very long time. We are just getting started with this. The judge is probably begging not to have to go back in. Oh, misbehaving, you don't like s'mores. What about donuts? We have donuts too. Maybe we'll get another snack. Let me know what kind of snack you want, and I will make a snack emoji for it. One thing with the new channel memberships now, we can have snack emojis, because who doesn't like snacks? What's a s'more? A s'more is an old camping favorite. You take 2 pieces of graham cracker, you put a little Hershey's chocolate in and a big marshmallow and stick it together over a fire and it gets all melty and gooey and oh my goodness, it is delicious. That is a s'more. Must have. They are not on my keto diet at all, so I can't have them, so I just have to look at pictures of them all day, which is a little bit of self-torture. Because I guess masochism is a thing. And shout out for Judge Edens from Felicia Lewis. Absolutely. I like Judge Edens. I think he's a little over his head right now. Not in over his head. He's just kind of, I think he's frustrated. He seemed to be getting a little testy with John Pryor. And this is a preliminary hearing. This is not supposed to be like a trial, but John Pryor seems to be making it like a trial. So I think Judge Edens is kind of like, can I have a beer before I have to go back in there? My God. Ice cream. We could do ice cream. Although I think they already have ice cream if you look in YouTube's stuff. Yeah. Yes, try a s'more. They're really good. Have one for me since I can't eat them. Vicky Gardner is asking for help joining. Oh, I'm sorry, Vicky. If you're on a phone, if you look at the description of the video, there is an actual text link to join the channel because I don't think the join button shows up on mobile for some reason. If you're on a computer, the join button should be right under the video. All right, we are coming back. As soon as they make noise, I will be quiet again. And looks like, all right, here we go. Back to the case.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're going to be back on the record here in Fremont County, Idaho. It's the 3rd of August, 2020. It's just after 1 o'clock. CR 2220-755, State versus Daybell, excuse me. We will continue forward. We were in the middle of the witness, Detective Hermosillo. The cross-examination of detective had just completed. We're to the redirect. We'll have Detective Hermosillo come back to the witness stand. He's still under oath.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions for Detective Hermosillo.
Okay. Detective Hermosillo, you don't need to come back up here then. Next witness, Mr. Wood.
The state calls Ron Ball.
Detective Ball, if you'll stand here in front of the plexiglass at the witness stand and raise your right arm, face the clerk.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this cause now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Detective Ball, we'll have you sit right here at the witness stand. Once you've been seated, you can remove your mask. Detective Ball, if you'll pull that microphone up and aim it up towards your chin.
This one?
Yep. Pull it down just a little bit. There you go. Mr. Woods, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Will you please state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Ron Ball, B-A-L-L.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the Rexburg Police Department.
How long have you been employed there?
I've been employed there for a little over 28 years.
What is your current title?
My current title is I'm the Lieutenant over Investigations.
Okay. Have you completed the post academy?
I have. I hold a basic, intermediate, advanced, and a management certificate. Also, I am a graduate from the FBI National Academy 2015.
Okay. Detective, through your work at the Rexburg Police Department, were you involved in the investigation of the disappearance of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Yes,
Detective, were you present at Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th of 2019?
I was.
Okay, what were you there for?
We were there to conduct a search warrant at that residence.
Okay. Are you aware what, if anything, was discovered on his property?
I am.
What was it?
The remains of 2 bodies.
Okay. Do you know if those remains were sent to the Ada County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
How do you know that?
I was personally involved in taking them to Ada County.
Okay.
Ada County Coroner's Office.
Okay. What day did you take those to the coroner's office?
We took the remains to the coroner's office on June 10th
Of what year?
of this year.
Okay, so 2020?
Yep.
Did you continue to work on this case on June 12th of
Correct.
2020? What did you do that day?
On that particular day, myself, Detective Ray Hermosillo, Detective Kakimanu from the Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and Fremont County Coroner Brenda Dye went back to the Ada County Coroner's Office, where we received and took in evidence that was the state lab had, or the coroner's office had retrieved from the bodies.
Okay. Were you involved in actually loading said evidence into the coroner's truck that day?
Yes,
Were you able to personally observe the evidence and or the packaging it was in?
yes.
Do you know who was in the coroner's truck?
The driver of the vehicle, of the coroner's truck, was Detective Kakimanu with Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and then Fremont County Coroner Brenda Dye was a passenger in the vehicle.
Okay. And where were you during the transportation of the evidence?
Myself and Detective Hermosillo were in another vehicle, traveling with them.
And did you ever lose sight of the coroner's truck?
No,
Did the coroner's truck ever stop prior to arriving at the state lab?
it may have stopped at some traffic lights, but that would have been the only stops.
Once you arrived at the state lab, what did you do?
Once we arrived at the state lab, we met with somebody outside, a representative from the state lab. We then took the property out of the back of the vehicle and then walked it inside the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory.
Okay. So were you personally involved in moving the property from the coroner's truck to the state lab?
Yes,
Were you able then to view the evidence and or the packaging it was in?
I did.
Was it in the same condition it was in when you loaded it into the coroner's truck from the Ada County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Do you know generally the evidence you were involved in transporting?
It was quite a bit of biological evidence. There was some garbage bags. There was some duct tape. Quite a bit was biological samplings.
And when you say biological evidence, what do you mean by that?
Swabs. There were fingernail clippings, fingernail swabs, and those type of things. Excuse me? Okay.
Once the evidence was taken into the state lab, what, if anything, did you do?
Once the evidence was placed in the state lab, or taken inside the state lab, I then went to a location with one of the property management people there. That evidence hadn't been checked into the Rexburg Police Department yet because I had just received it and we were still in Boise. So I had to sit down. I had to get my office on the phone. I talked to Sergeant Colette Davison with the Rexburg Police Department. I went piece by piece of it and described to her what that piece was. And she then entered it into the computer system back home or back in Rexburg. And it was assigned a number. And then once I had that number, I then gave that to the representative from the Idaho Forensic Laboratory, and they then took custody of it.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 11.
You've marked that, Mr. Wood?
I have.
Judge, could we approach for a minute?
You may. We're going to go back in chambers, though. I think because the plexiglass, it requires the attorneys to speak so loudly that it's really hard to keep it silent. So we can go back in chambers, which is fine.
All right.
All right, we've got another recess. They're going back to chambers. They're doing that because Judge Eden says with the plexiglass there, the lawyers have to speak so loud that sidebars can't be private. So he's going to take him back in chambers, and they will talk about it there. My goodness. Oh, it's going to be a very long hearing if this stuff keeps happening. Let's see. Eamon says, didn't you think it was Annie's podcast about the good friend, dude man, producing movies about teenage girls being sacrificed? The movie that he was involved in is called Speak No Evil. It's about children turning into zombies and demons and stuff like that. It's a horrible movie, horrible content. And yeah, if you want to watch it, I'm sure you can find it on the internet. So, but it's terrible. Paul, every time Paul checks in, they go to recess. It is your fault, Paul. It's just like how you go mow the lawn and all the news breaks. You pop in the live stream and they go to recess. Thanks a lot, Paul. You know, I'm teasing. We love Paul reporting live from my sofa. Please sub to his channel. He is fantastic and y'all need to follow him. So yeah, nothing big to report yet, Paul. If anything jaw-dropping happens, I'll let you know. Hopefully we'll get to talk about it when he gets home from work. There you go. All right, so we have a bit of I can speak. I have words. Who we have on the stand right now is Lieutenant Ron Ball. I believe that he is the lead on this case. Tons of information. That man knows everything about the case. He is the one who filed and wrote up the affidavits. He's the affiant for the probable cause affidavit. So this is the guy to talk to. Oh, Paul is home. Nice. If you finish your conference call and want to come on with me, just let me know. I'll drop you a StreamYard link. That would be cool. Because we keep getting these recesses. We have plenty of time to talk. So Lieutenant Ron Ball, it sounded like from what he was asking him that they may actually be introducing some of the preliminary autopsy findings. Please be aware of that. That could be coming during this hearing. I don't think it will. I'm very surprised that it even went as far as it did. But if it does, you may need to step away for a while. You know, come back and check in 10 minutes or so, see if they've moved on. Be aware that those details will be very graphic and very hard to listen to. So pay attention to that. I don't want anyone to get surprised by that because that could be pretty rough. Okay. So let's see what's going on in chat over here. Waiting for Detective Bell to talk. Yep, he should be. Hopefully this sidebar won't take too long. I have no idea what they're going to go talk about, but, you know. Do you leave up these streams? We'll be able to go back. Yes, I will. Trisha, what I'm also going to try and do with this one is I'm going to try and download it, edit out all the recesses and all the chat breaks and stuff so you can just watch the hearing without any interruptions and get that re-uploaded later. That'll take me a day or two to do that because it's a lot of editing. But I would like to be able to have references and maybe even with timestamps for this witness, that witness, just for easy reference. So I'll try to get that up on the channel in the next couple of days. Do we know who else is supposed to be called? Lucy, I know of 6 other people that are supposed to be called, allegedly. We have 3 FBI agents from Salt Lake City, 1 Idaho State forensics expert, and Melanie Gibb and David Warwick. So those 6 people are on slate to be called. Will they be called? We don't know. We don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But at least 6. There could also be more. So how are they going to finish that today and tomorrow? I don't see. This could go on all week. I have no idea. Ask Paul what the weather's like because he's a few hours day, maybe from the coast. Yeah, Paul, how is the weather there? You guys being careful with the storm? Please be careful. You know, I worry about that kind of stuff. I think he's north of it from what I saw on the TV. So, Paul, please stay safe. Everyone's going to be worried about you. Let's see. Seriously, Chad could fix his grin. All he needs are liners for stitchers. Yeah. Paul says the weather is cloudy and rain and storms on the way for overnight and tomorrow evening. Whew, well, hopefully they won't be too severe. Oh, you're in Maryland. Julie, you're in Maryland. I see. Yeah, I think you should be north enough. I don't think you have too much trouble up there, I hope. I haven't been watching the path of the storm. It's not coming towards Texas, so I wasn't paying much attention to it. But I hope everyone stays safe. Please, please. Look at the chocolate donuts. Yeah, I do like some chocolate donuts. When the sidebar goes into judge's chambers, does Chad go in there too? I don't know. I wish they'd pan around. I would assume that he would stay in the courtroom with the bailiffs. I don't know. He has the right to listen into the sidebars and things, I believe. At least in a trial, I'm not sure in a preliminary. But I'm guessing that he's still sitting there at his table. If the camera would turn around, we could find out. Court TV, if you're listening, can you please show us if Chad is at his table? Oh, here we go. I think we're back.
Thank you. Please be seated. We'll be back on the record in State versus Daybell. Court took a brief recess to have a sidebar with counsel for the state and the defense. The issue has been resolved. It's my understanding. Mr. Wood, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that Exhibit 11 be handed to the witness.
Exhibit 11 will be handed to the witness. Mr. Pryor, you've had a chance to review that now. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Any objection to the admission of Exhibit 11?
Did you move for admission?
He did not.
I have not moved yet.
All right.
I
I'll
think
let
I have to
that.
establish a couple things, Your Honor.
That's fine.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 11 in your hand?
Yes,
Have you seen that document before?
I have.
And are you familiar with that document?
I am.
Can you look on page 2 and tell me if that document is signed under penalty of perjury?
It is.
And who does that document, what organization does that document purport to be from?
This document is from the Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit State's Exhibit 11 into evidence for purposes of identity.
For purposes of identity, Judge, there's no objection.
It will be admitted for purposes of identity.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the defendant be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12.
Mr. Wood, did you say the time?
Thanks.
Thank you.
Exhibit 12 will be handed to the witness.
Thank you. Detective, do you have Exhibit 5 in front of you? Or I apologize, Exhibit 12 in front of you?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes.
What organization does that document purport
This
to be from?
This is from the Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
Can you look on page 2 of that document and tell me if it is signed under penalty of perjury?
It is.
Your Honor, the state would move for State's Exhibit 12 to be entered into evidence pursuant to Rule 5.1 for
Mr. Pryor,
purposes of identity.
For identification purposes, Judge, there's no objection.
for identification purposes, it will be admitted. Exhibit 12.
Your Honor, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 13 be shown to the defense and then handed to the witness.
Exhibit 13 will be handed to the defense counsel. Exhibit 12 is being handed to the witness. Excuse me, Exhibit 13.
Detective, do you have State's Exhibit 13 in front of you?
I do.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
Have you seen it before?
yes.
Who does that document purport to be from?
It is from the Idaho State Police Forensic Services.
And can you look on page 2 of that document and tell me if it's signed under penalty of perjury?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves that State's Exhibit 13 be entered into evidence pursuant to Rule 5.1 for purposes of identity.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 13 will be admitted for purposes of identity.
Thank you. The state has no further questions for Detective Ball.
Cross-examination, Mr.
Judge.
Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you very much. Lieutenant Ball, the items that are referenced in the reports, the swabs and all of that, initially were those, thank you, were those items obtained by you? Did you do the swabs or was that someone else?
That was somebody else.
And those folks provided you with the property, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you just briefly describe how you were provided that property? Was it on site at Mr. Daybell's house or where?
Well, I guess I'm not sure which part you're talking about. Was
Well, let's
it
talk
at the
about-
lab or at the house?
The swabs that were obtained,
Okay,
okay? Those were done where?
they were done at the Ada County Coroner's Office.
Okay. Now, the other evidence that you made reference to, that you transported to the I believe the lab or to the coroners to be with the folks from Fremont County. Prior to that being transported, whose care and custody were those items in?
Be the county coroner.
Okay. So at some point, there was a transport originally from where the items were obtained to the county coroner. Were you part and parcel of that transport?
I did not transport those items personally. That was transported by Fremont County Coroner Brenda Dye and Detective Vince Kaikamanu.
The last name again?
Kaikamanu.
Mr. Wood, do you mind spelling Kaikamanu for the record so that we can all have that clear for right now? Does anybody know the spelling of that?
I can guess, but I don't know that I can spell it correctly.
It's Kaaiamanu.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Judge?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. So at some point from the site, we're going to call him Detective K.
Okay.
And the coroner obtained the items from the site and took them to the coroner's office. And at some point, you went from the coroner's office to the...
Correct.
Okay. And at all times from the initial obtaining those items, on what day did you obtain those items?
We would have obtained them items on the 12th of June.
And then on the 12th, you took those directly to the...
Idaho State Forensics Laboratory.
Right. Okay. And at no time did those items lose sight or
No.
did you... right. No further questions, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective Ball. You can be excused from the witness stand. Mr. Wood, can this witness be excused from the court?
Yes. No objection.
Okay. Court's going to take just a moment for cleaning of the witness stand. Thank you. Mr. Wood, you may call your next witness.
State calls David Stubs.
Can I get Mr. Stubbs' title, please?
Detective.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, is that exhibit that's on the easel necessary for right now, or can we move that out of the way?
You know, Your Honor, we can move it out of the way.
Why don't we just set it up against the wall, facing the wall for right now, to give a little bit of room? Detective Stubbs, if you'll stand here in front of the plexiglass, raise your right arm and face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Detective Stubbs, you can have a seat right here at the witness stand. Once you enter this cubicle, we'll allow you to remove your mask. Thank you. If you'll pull that microphone down a little bit and aim it up towards your chin, we're keeping a record. Mr. Wood, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Detective, can you state your name and spell it for the record?
David Stubbs, last name Stubbs.
Thank you. What is your occupation?
I am a police detective sergeant with the detective division for the Rexburg Police Department.
How many years have you been a detective?
Detective since the year 2000.
And how long have you been a police officer? Or how long have you worked for the Rexburg Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And are you post-certified?
Correct.
All right. Do you hold any certificates of training in electronic forensics?
I do. I'm certified as a operator and analyst in the Celebrite systems. Also, I have certificates in access data systems. I do have training in multiple other data systems as well.
Are you a part of the Idaho Crimes Against Children unit?
I am part of the state of Idaho Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, yes.
Thank you. How did you become involved in the investigation regarding the search for JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
I first became involved with Detective Hermosillo in reference to locating a vehicle that was in interest to Arizona police. Later, I became involved after a complaint was put in for a welfare check on juvenile JJ Vallow.
Okay. Have you ever met the defendant, Chad Daybell?
I have.
Okay. Where did you meet him?
I met him when we issued the search warrant for his property in his kitchen.
Okay. Have you ever met the defendant, Lori Vallow?
I have.
Judge, could I have some foundation on the date, time, and place? They gave us the place, but the date and time would be helpful.
I'll lay that foundation. What date, you referenced the meeting defendant Daybell. What date did you meet him?
I don't recall the exact date. It was the date of the search warrant service.
Which search warrant are you referring to?
The search warrant where we searched the property, the Daybell property.
Right. Does June 9 sound like it might be that
June
date
9th would be correct.
of 2020? And what time of the day did you meet him?
We knocked on the door and entered the residence around 7 a.m.
Okay. Have you met the defendant, Lori Vallow?
I have.
Do Do you know the approximate date of when you met Lori Vallow?
That would have been November 26th, 2019.
Do you know approximately what time of day you met her?
It was in the AM.
Where did you meet her?
565 Pioneer Road, apartment number 175.
Was anyone else with you when you met her?
Yes, I was accompanied by Lieutenant Ron Ball and later was joined by Sergeant Kellen Wetton.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you meeting her that day?
We were trying to perform a welfare check of the welfare of JJ Vallow.
Okay. Were you wearing a body camera that day?
I was.
Okay. And did your body camera record your meeting with Lori Vallow?
Yes, it did.
How many times did you speak with Lori Vallow that day?
2 different occasions that morning.
And generally speaking, what did you ask her?
Our focus was to inquire on the welfare or the location of JJ Vallow and make sure he was okay.
Your Honor, we'd ask that the witness, that State's Exhibit 14 be shown to the defense and then handed to the witness.
The bailiff will hand Exhibit 14 to the defense. The bailiff has handed Exhibit 14 to the defendant, or the witness.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 14?
I do.
Have you, what is it?
It is the recordings from my body camera. There's 2 different recordings on this from the 26th of November 2019.
Okay. And have you reviewed the contents on that disc?
I have.
Are they true? Are the contents of that disc a true and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
They are.
And is it a true and accurate representation of, to the best of your knowledge, of what your body cam recorded?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 14 be entered into evidence.
Mr. Pryor,
If I may inquire in aid of objection,
you may.
can you give me an idea, officer, as to when you reviewed that for its accuracy on a date and time?
Can you speak a little louder?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Will you
Can
pull that
tell me
microphone
What date
clo-
and time did you review that to ensure that there was an accurate copy of what transpired on your interview with Ms. Vallow?
The last time I reviewed this was this morning.
Okay, all right. No further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Any objection to the admission of Exhibit 14, Mr.
No
Pryor?
objection, Judge. Thank you.
Exhibit 14 will be admitted.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this be placed into the DVD player.
You wish to publish it right now?
Yes, we wish that the state moves to publish it, Your Honor.
We'll have the bailiff or whoever's in charge of IT put that into the player. I'll remind the media that pursuant to my earlier ruling, I'm going to prohibit the photographs or the videotaping of the publishing of this video here in court. The court will be at ease for a moment while this is loading. Mr. Wood, take all the time you need.
Thank you. As soon as it pops up, we'll start it. Now, may I approach the
You may. Please don your mask. Mr. Wood, do you need a brief recess so you can troubleshoot the technology here?
We may need to. We came in to test this the other day and it worked just fine. So we might need just a second, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess for a moment.
Judge, can Mr. Daybell, may Mr. Daybell and I be excused to go in the hall to discuss some matters?
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we are back with another recess now for technological issues. They will be showing some video in court. The judge has said that the audio can be streamed, so we will get to hear the video, but we will not get to see the video. All right, so, we'll have to listen close. The audio in this case is not the greatest, so turn your volume way up. Remember, you can adjust your volume through YouTube. You can adjust your Windows volume, open your volume settings, and adjust your browser volume all the way up. So there's things that you can do to let yourself hear a little bit better. I have it up streaming as loud as I can stream it to you. So turn it up on your end. When the video starts, you may need to listen very close. I suggest headphones or earbuds, but I'm not sure what video this is going to be. I'm not sure if it's something that we've actually seen before. We have seen a lot of body cam footage before, so who knows what this is going to be. But we'll at least be able to hear what's going on. Hopefully we'll be able to hear it well enough to make out what they're talking about. So that is the judge's ruling. We are not allowed to view any of the documents or anything entered into evidence. They're not allowed to take any pictures of it. So there will come a day when all of this information is released, but for now, we're just going to have to do our best. So hopefully this won't take too long. I'm going to have to sit here for an hour while they try to get a video working. I mean, you would think in this day and age, it wouldn't be so hard. But, oh well. They'll get it going. The chat, has the chat been cut off? Nope, chat is still here. Chat's going fine, Sherry. If you're having trouble, let me know. See if we can help you out with that. Let's see. What's going on in chat? Sounded they were talking about body cam from the search of the property. That could be. In that case, I'm kind of glad we're not going to see that. I'm not ready to see that yet. So there may not be a whole lot of audio, so we're just going to have to muddle through until we get back to regular testimony. They probably have a really old DVD player. It's quite possible, Lynn. Yep. Will be body cam video of the conversations Detective Ball had with Lori. That could be Manuela, and that would be very interesting to hear. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Man, imagine sitting there in the courtroom all day waiting for all this stuff. But Chad has left the courtroom with his attorney. They're going to go talk about stuff in the hallway, like a body cam for that. See what they're talking about. Personal journey through. Oh, sorry, Kat. Every time you type that, I go to read that for some reason. That's weird. That triggers my eyeballs, and I start reading it, and then I'm like, oh wait, she's just talking about the podcast. Julie Mitchell says, "I'm from Maryland, and we've been in mask voluntarily since July. Hopefully, we'll hear Lori's lies through her teeth." And Chad is right there lying too. Yeah. Yep. Holly says, "I've never had tech work when I needed to do a presentation. There's always a glitch." Yep, that is true. I know. Robbie Swift says, "What? There's a recess and there's no Paul? Paul, it's recess time. You're supposed to come say hi." You can adjust the volume on YouTube if you look at the bottom of the video. Here, let me just... No, I can't stream it. I don't want to mess up the stream. Just put your mouse over the video and the red bar comes up at the bottom. To the left, there's a pause, play, and volume button. Just click the volume button and slide it all the way up. Also, next to the clock on your Windows application on your desktop, the bottom right-hand corner, there's a little speaker icon next to your clock. Right-click that, select Open Volume Mixer, and look on there for your browser. I use Google Chrome, so look for Chrome or whatever you're using, and turn that volume way up too. That can really help. So there's a couple places that you can adjust your own volume so you can hear things better. And certainly earbuds and headphones help with that. We need the nerdy AV guy, like there used to be everyone in a class. Yep. They need one of those in the courtroom at all time. Definitely. Oh, and a reminder, just from one of the messages that come up, please keep your comments clean. Or we don't want swearing in the chat, cursing, anything like that, because not only are you just making a bold statement that you could make in a more polite way, but you could also be hurting my channel. I don't want to get in trouble with YouTube for having a lot of swearing in the chat, so we will not allow those comments. I'm sorry if you feel your First Amendment rights are being stifled. Tough. No swearing in chat, please. And please, no calls for violence. I know a lot of people are very angry at Chad. I get that. I'm with you on that, but let's not call for violence in chat. Thank you very much. Help the mods have a more relaxing time. They have been super busy today. Let's see. Take my, let's see. Lucy says, "I'm impressed with how little silencing has had to be done here. Pretty good crowd." This is usually a fantastic crowd here. So with a lot of people in chat, it's been pretty good. So I'm very impressed with that myself. Larry and Kay, my heart broke for you today. This is beyond comprehension. Cell 82, it has been. And, you know, from what we've heard, this was the first time they were hearing some of that information. And that is, oh, that's gutting. I can't imagine what they must be like feeling there. Hi, Paul and Nuss. How are you doing? Glad to see you too. Sophia says, "I love our group here, and the mods are top notch." Yeah, I got pretty lucky. These are some pretty amazing mods. The amount of the work that the mods do here, even behind the scenes, is unbelievable. So give the mods some s'mores. It looks like we're coming back. Let's go back to the stream. Maybe not. I thought we were coming back. All right, we should be back in a minute. Can we fill you in on what you missed? Well, you missed 5 hours of the hearing, so not really. Basically, we heard from Detective Hermosillo, we heard from Lieutenant Ron Ball, and now we're hearing from a tech specialist. So we've heard some basic. We haven't really heard too much new that we didn't already know. So you didn't miss too much, Katie. It will be available for replay, and I'm sure it's going to be all over the internet after the hearing's over. We are currently waiting on them to fix a technical issue so they can show some body cam footage, it sounds like. We will not be allowed to see the video, but we will be allowed to hear it. So get your volume turned up as much as you can. And hopefully we'll see. Did they decide any? No, no one's decided anything yet. No decision will be made until the ruling of the judge at the end of the hearing, which should be tomorrow. So we're just going to have to wait and see. Chad looks like Grumpy Cat. Chad does look pretty grumpy, except when he laughed. Can you imagine that? I mean, how can you be sitting there facing charges like this over crimes like this and laugh at anything, whether it was a funny joke or not? That's so inappropriate. Grumpy, pouty frog face. Yep. Oh, you didn't see it, Chris. I've seen him laugh twice today so far. Once was just in the last segment, which I thought was terrible. Tuned in just in time to see Chad's Cheshire Cat grin. Yep. Dale, I don't know what was with that either. That was terrible. Chad has no moral compass, says Iffy Angel. I agree. Yep, Mr. Potato Head. We do actually have a Mr. Potato Head custom emoji. Just because I thought it was appropriate. Since we'll be talking about this case for quite a while. Yes, Stephen, I'll be streaming the entire hearing today and tomorrow. So, oh, I think we're back. I hear some noise. All right, I'm going to mute. Here we go.
We'll be back on the record, continuing with the direct examination of Lieutenant Ball. Is that correct? No, excuse me, it's
Stubs.
Stubs. I apologize. Detective Stubs. Mr. Wood, have you worked out your technology issues there?
Yes, we want to thank Josh, the IT guy, for taking care of that for us.
He's very competent. You may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Detective, I'm gonna start playing this and then pause it and have you tell us what's going on when you recognize what it is.
This is my body cam footage as myself and Lieutenant Ball approach the apartment number 175 the first time on the 26th.
Okay.
Her car's out there too. In the back, it's blue. Blue Subaru.
Hi, you Lori. Lori, I'm Lieutenant Ball, Police Department. How are you? You got a minute? You alone or that help?
My brother's here.
Okay. This is Detective Stubs.
Hello.
So, we're here.
Yeah, this is a big mess. I just talked to the guy on the phone.
And what did he ask you?
He was just saying that he wanted to do a well check on JJ.
So JJ would be where?
He's in Arizona.
Who's he with in Arizona?
He's with one of my friends in Arizona.
Oh. Oh, hey. You got a notepad?
No? Want me to get one?
No. Come here. You mind if he comes in?
No, come on.
So,
Sorry.
who's the friend he's with?
My friend Melanie. Her son has autism. Her name's Melanie Gibb. I gave him all the information on the phone.
Okay, so he can call him?
Yeah.
Discord.
Yeah. What is all this?
We're a little
What is
concerned
it? Why?
because, well, officers who were here earlier.
Yeah.
Were checking, and they got a bad vibe, that, like something was going on here because nobody knew anything about a child. They weren't talking.
It's because a
What's
lot of
going
stuff
on?
that was going on. If you want to know, it's a lot of stuff. So
Well, that's why we're concerned, because it just was kind of weird.
it is very weird. I've had to move around a lot. One of my brothers is trying to kill me. Not the brother that lives here, obviously. He's kind of my protector. My other brother that was in with my husband, who was trying to kill me for my $2 million life insurance. No way.
Now,
So a lot of stuff has gone on in this last year. It's been a horrible year for us. I've had to move around. And so I was going to move back to Arizona, put my son back into the school there, because I tried to put him in school here, public school at Kennedy.
okay.
He went for 2 months. We tried it, but he had such a hard time. Now, the person who called is my sister-in-law, but she's his natural grandmother. He's adopted by us. Okay, so her son, who is a drug addict,
Okay.
had a baby with a girl who's a drug addict, and they took him from, CPS took him, gave him to the grandmother. She came and got him, and then she wanted us to adopt him, which we did. And we loved
By
him and taken
us,
care.
who we
My
call
husband and I, who died earlier this year.
Okay.
He passed away. Since he
Sorry to
passed
hear that.
away, she's been trying to fight me for him and being really horrible to me and that kind of stuff.
The,
She's kind of the paternal friend.
okay, thank
Does
you.
that make sense?
That's
I'm
what I
sorry.
needed. The paternal grandmother.
Yes, he has autism and ADHD. He doesn't really talk to people. Like he's very special needs. So I had him in a special needs school there. She was trying to, so what happened was my husband, who we were married for 15 years and had raised all these 5 kids together, switched his life insurance policy to her, right?
To
his sister,
okay.
who got $1 million when he died, and we got nothing. For me to raise JJ, and all the kids got nothing, and everybody got nothing. She got $1 million. So I knew she was going to try to sue me for him, or
JJ?
Yeah, because she now has this $1 million, so she can hire people to help him, and I have nothing.
But you have
Nothing,
legal
but
custody.
he's my son. I adopted him when
Right.
he was 2 years. We had him from the time he was 8 months old till 2 years old. So she does nothing who wants to cause me trouble. So I don't tell people the truth about where we are and what we're doing because of those reasons. So I look like a suspect, but I am not a good person. Raised all of my kids. I've done everything that I'm supposed to do in life, but everyone is causing me trouble right now. So
We don't want to cause a lot of trouble. How long have you been here?
we only been here since September.
Okay.
We moved up here in September. My daughter to go to BYUI.
Your daughter goes to BYU?
Yeah.
Does she live here?
Mhm. So it's been a nightmare, but I'm gonna go back to Arizona so I can put him back in the special needs school. He couldn't do the school here. It was too hard for him. He would scream and cry, take him to school. The principal would have to come out, try to drag him out of the car. Like, it just was too hard. But I just don't tell people where I am. I don't tell her where I am ever.
Okay.
And she doesn't have any legal rights to anything. Like, she's been horrible to me since my husband died.
My understanding, she never called to try to get the child, hey, I'm interested in the child back, but
I know, but she sends me these emails with like the dates and like she's putting up court stuff, like she's documenting. I haven't heard from him in all this time, and so I've told her that he's fine. But
See, and we hadn't heard any of that as far as,
I'm just saying she's doing this as part of that.
Yeah.
Is my understanding.
and our only concern in this whole thing
Yeah, is that he's fine.
is the child.
I got it.
And so that's where we're at on the, and then
So
we
I
were just a
called
little
her.
weirded out when, and I understand now that we've heard your side of the story.
It's awful. They
Is
just I feel like I'm being tracked all the time. I'm like, why are police coming to my
Well,
door?
they
What did I do?
They said they were out visiting with 2 guys, and I'm assuming
Who is-
one's your brother.
Who is this? Yeah.
Who was the other one? The other guy they were visiting with. There were 2.
Visiting.
Well, we had 2 detectives over here trying to,
Looking for you a little while ago.
Oh, because I was at the store.
and they ran into, well, probably one of your brothers in
My
the back
brother
here.
and his friend, probably.
Oh,
They've
who's
been
that?
moving. Chad.
Chad from around here?
Mhm.
What's his last name? Yeah, okay. All right.
So it's just a mess. That just constantly causing me trouble.
Chad the Daybell?
He's an author.
Doesn't he live like out in the, isn't that the Chad Daybell that, did his wife pass away recently? Is that him?
I don't know,
But it is, Chad Daybell. Yeah.
but it sounds familiar as an
I
author.
think I know one of his. He's got a couple of daughters.
He has lots of kids.
Okay. I'll bet it's safe. All right. Well, maybe anything else? Sorry to bother you.
Thank you.
We don't mean to be a problem.
I'm sorry
We just-
that people are constantly knocking on my door looking for me, and I just don't want to be found. So
Have you had problems? Because I think we only had.
the reason I'm moving is because the brother that was going to kill me, that we found emails and texts with my husband at the time, came showing up here. So he found out where I was, and he was knocking on my door.
No, this was your brother?
One of my brothers.
He showed up here and was knocking on your door.
He lives in Kansas.
And you said something about you were getting threatening emails?
Well, no, just after my husband passed, I found emails and texts between them that they were planning all this stuff to get rid of me.
Do we need to worry about him coming over?
Well, that's why I'm moving back. I'm moving, and I'm not going to be in a place. I'm going to live with my friend, Melanie. Don't tell anybody her name, Gibb, because I don't want anything in my name. I put the apartment in my name, but I've been staying over here with my brother because he protects me.
Okay. I just
Give
want
up
to know
me,
if
so.
he shows back up, you can call. Take care of it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just just a nightmare. I mean, I canceled the insurance policy since my husband passed, so there's no money if they can. And what are they going to do with JJ and Tylee? Like, what do people think?
Okay.
So,
Well, if you have a problem, shows back up, feel free to call us. We'll come and let him off or something. Okay. All right.
appreciate it.
Okay, we'll get out of here. Sorry,
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See ya.
Not.
Detective Stubbs, did you return to that same apartment that day?
Yes, when Detective Hermosillo and Detective Hope could not contact Melanie Gibb a few minutes later from this encounter, we went back to her door to inquire about how we could get a hold of Melanie Gibb.
And is that what is on the second film file here?
That is
video file?
correct. So they want us to ask Lori if she would. Melanie is the friend.
Wasn't Melanie the one living up here supposed to be her daughter, Lori's daughter?
No, this was the friend that she's going back down to live with, she said.
Right. She's got a daughter named Melanie.
Let's just see if she will call and have Melanie get a hold of Hope and just do a verification. Because apparently she's not answering the phone down there.
Lori? Hi, Lori. Sorry to bother you again. We're having
Melanie,
get a hold of your friend down there,
No.
Melanie.
Well, they were going to Frozen 2 today, so they may be at the movies.
Could you get a hold of her at some point and say, can you please call back the officer that's been trying to call you?
Okay, sure.
'Cause
Yeah, because I think they are at the movies right now.
okay, he's been trying to call her, our other officer. She's not answering.
Okay.
But if they're at the movie, that's,
Probably at Frozen 2 right now.
yeah,
Because that's the one thing he wanted to do.
I'm frozen too.
yeah,
Frozen 2 is so
yeah.
cold here.
So-
I don't know if I can handle a whole winter here. That's probably why.
yeah. So if she'll just return his call, that'd be great. Okay, thanks. Yes, sir.
Detective Stubbs. I asked you earlier about your, if you had any certifications regarding computer and cell phone forensics. Have you been involved in any analysis of cell phone records related to this case?
I have.
Are you familiar with location records which can be found on electronic devices?
I am.
Can you tell the court generally, explain generally about location records that can be found on electronic devices?
So it all will depend on the device itself, who the provider is that is tracking location, web searches, number of different apps will track your what you're doing.
Okay. And do you know how those records are generated?
Well, it just depends on the provider, what kind of stuff that they are searching for, what their target, if you will, their target market is. It can be, you know, what you searched for, so they can better plan for that stuff, or GPS data, latitude, longitude, dates and times that you do things.
Okay. Have you used location information from a cellular device successfully in any other cases?
I have.
Have you analyzed any location records of electronic devices as part of your investigation in this case?
Yes, I have.
Detective, are you familiar with Alex Cox?
I am familiar with him in this case, yes.
Okay. And do you know who he is?
I've never met him, but I know he is the brother to Lori Daybell and the brother-in-law to the defendant, Chad Daybell.
Do you know where Mr. Cox is now?
I have been told that Mr. Cox died in December 2019.
Mr. Pryor,
Hearsay.
Mr. Wood, there's been an objection as to hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay,
Through your investigation, do you know of the death of Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Okay. Through your pursuant to your investigation, why were you interested in Alex Cox's Google data?
The reason we were interested was we knew Alex lived in an apartment very close to Lori. We also knew, because of the relationship between Lori and Chad being, you know, brother-in-law and sister, that Alex may have some information onto where the location of the children may be.
And were you able to obtain Alex Cox's Google location data?
Yes, we were.
How did you do that?
We issued a search warrant. We had information of many known phone numbers, email addresses for the individuals in this case. We obtained a search warrant that we issued to Google and received a return from them with results.
And you may have already answered this. Did the warrant ask for just Alex Cox's data or multiple users?
No, we were requesting multiple users from the information we had obtained.
Okay. When you received a return on that warrant, was that return accompanied by a certificate of authenticity?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, the state would ask for what's been marked as State's Exhibit 15 to be shown to the defense and then handed to the witness.
Exhibit 15 will be shown to Mr. Pryor. Exhibit 15 is now being shown to the witness.
Detective, do you recognize that document?
I do.
What is it?
It's a certificate of authenticity that was accompanied the results of the search warrant from Google.
And have you reviewed that document before?
I have reviewed this document, yes.
And are you familiar with its contents?
I am.
Detective, is that document signed under penalty of perjury?
Yes, it was.
By whom?
The Andrew Jordan.
Okay. Does that certificate of authenticity state that the record was made from information transmitted by someone with personal knowledge?
Yes, in paragraph 1, it states that.
Does that certificate of authenticity state that the record was kept in the course of regular conducted activity of Google?
In paragraph 5, it states that as well.
And does the certificate of authenticity state that the record was that making the record was a regular practice of Google?
Also in paragraph 5, it states that, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that certificate, State's Exhibit 15, be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 15 will be admitted.
Your Honor, I'd ask that what's been marked at State's Exhibit 16 be shown to the defense and then handed to the witness.
Exhibit 16 is being handed to the witness.
Detective, do you recognize that document?
I do.
Have you seen it before?
I have.
And have you reviewed it?
I have reviewed this document, yes.
And are you familiar with its contents?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with its contents?
I am.
Detective, when you sent your search warrant for the accounts from Google that you talked about, did the accounts provided by Google include Google subscriber information?
Yes, that is what this document is in reference to.
Okay. And is this document a true and accurate representation of the subscriber information you received for one of those Google documents?
Yes, this is one that Google sent us for one of those accounts, yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 16 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Exhibit 16 will be admitted.
Detective, Can you look at the top of the first page of Exhibit 16?
Okay.
And do you see where it says Google subscriber information?
I do.
Is there a name identified with that subscriber information?
The name of Alex Cox.
Is there an email associated with that subscriber information?
There is, the email is homerjmaximus@gmail.com.
Is there any other data on that subscriber information page?
There is a subscriber phone number, which we had previously identified as belonging to Alex Cox.
Okay.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Detective, when you received the return on that search warrant, what was the size of that document in terms of pages if it were to be printed out?
Oh, the size of this entire document was thousands of pages.
Okay. We've discussed Alex Cox's Google location data. If that were to be printed out, do you know approximately how many pages it would be?
So just the location data for this particular account, if you were to print it out, would have been over 28,000 pages.
And if you were to open that data up on a computer, what format does it come in?
If you opened it up, you would see it in what would be like an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay. And what kind of information is located on that spreadsheet in general for Google location data?
So for Google, it would be the date timestamps. It would be the latitude and longitude of the said, if you will, pings or pins that were placed. It would have a radius of error that Google has interpreted. It would have what they know as the device being used to access the Google system. And then there's another number that is really associated with Google and whatever inner workings they have that would have to be Google that explains it.
Okay. Due to the large size of the data, I think you said it was over 28,000 pages of user location data, correct?
Correct.
Have you prepared any summaries of data you found in that document?
I have prepared some, some documents.
Can you tell us about those documents?
So what I did was I took an aerial photograph and that I took specific dates and times of interest and just pinpointed on the map using GPS latitude, longitude, time date stamps to place pins on a map to show location.
Okay. And how many summaries have you prepared?
I've prepared 2 at this time.
Okay. And were those summaries prepared with data you verified from Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus account?
Yes.
And that is the same data that you received included with that certificate of authenticity?
That is correct.
We introduced earlier. Okay. Your Honor, the state would ask for state's exhibit, what's been marked as state's exhibit 17, be shown to the defense and then handed to the witness.
Do you want it handed to the witness or put on the easel, Mr. Wood?
We can put it on the easel.
We'll just put it over the top of the previous exhibit.
Oh,
Would you like that handed directly to the witness?
Your Honor, I actually would like to have the, before I enter that into evidence. Well, yeah, before I ask for that, I'd ask for the State's Exhibit 17 to be entered into evidence.
Okay. Mr. Pryor, any objection to that?
I think a little more foundation would be necessary.
That's fine.
Hold up here, Madam Bailiff. Sounds like Mr. Wood is going to lay some more foundation. Would you like that exhibit handed to the witness?
Your Honor, yes, I'd be fine.
Okay.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 17?
I do. I prepared this.
Okay. What data did you use to prepare that with?
The location data that I had obtained from the Google account, Homer J. Maximus.
Okay. And was that data verified with the Homer J. Maximus account?
As far as verified, that I have checked and double checked my locations from the map overview to the GPS or latitude, longitude given by Google.
Okay. And how did you prepare that?
Well, there's a number of ways you can prepare it. This particular aerial photograph, we just, you can do this using Google Earth, Google Maps, Ping Maps, or Bing Maps, Microsoft, anyone. If you enter a location with the GPS coordinates, doesn't matter, from my experience, anyone that I've used will always come up with the same waypoints.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd ask the State's Exhibit 17 be entered into evidence. And I'd add that that's pursuant to Idaho Rule of Evidence 1006, which allows for summaries to be prepared in voluminous data.
Mr. Pryor?
Judge, I don't have a problem with how he's applying 501. The difficulty is he has a demonstrative exhibit that he's trying to mark without any foundation of what's on that in terms of the picture and what it represents. So there's still a foundation problem here.
State's more than happy to lay that foundation, Your Honor.
I'd like that laid out so that there's a clear record of exactly what that picture that is in Officer Stubs' hands represents. So I need some more foundation in that regard, Judge.
All right.
Detective
Mr. Woods,
Stubs,
please do so.
the base layer of that summary document you have, what does it purport to be?
This overhead view is of the property of 202 East, 1900 North, the Chad Daybell property.
Okay. And have you been at that property?
I have been at this property, yes.
And are you familiar with the layout of the property and landmarks on that property?
I am.
Okay. And is that base layer, that image, is that a true and accurate representation, to your knowledge, of what that property looks like?
It is.
Okay. And then what layers have you added to that summary?
So besides the photograph itself, I have added a, if you will, type of table of contents at the bottom where I can explain the other things that I put on here, which would be red triangles that are specified by a number next to them that correlate with the latitude and longitude that I have placed on this map. Other than those things, that is the only thing I've added to this photograph.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move forward.
There won't be an objection this time.
Exhibit 17 will be admitted.
Your Honor, before 17 is published, The state would ask that what's in marked in State's Exhibit 18 would be shown to the defense and then handed to the witness.
Exhibit 18 will be handed to the witness.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 18?
I do.
Is it one of the summaries that you testified to earlier?
Yes, this is a second summary.
Did you prepare that summary with data you verified came from Alex Cox's Homer J. Maximus Google account?
Yes, I did.
What is the base layer of that image purport to be?
The base layer of this is the apartment complex at 565 Pioneer Road, where both Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Alex Cox resided.
Judge, and I want to be clear that he's referring to Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, and he did use the Daybell last name, but I want to make it clear that he's in no way implying that Chad Daybell was part of that. Is that correct? Living in that residence?
As living here?
As living in that residence that's in your hand right now.
That's correct.
Just so we have a clear record, Judge, because the Daybell name was used.
The record will so reflect.
How did you prepare that summary?
Again, this was an aerial photograph taken. There's been a couple layers added to this. This image I received from our GIS department, which is the department of the city who maps, if you will, all of the city. Also their, if you will, the boundaries of residents and so forth and so on with addresses and so forth. So the second layer shows these apartments and the apartment numbers associated with the individual apartments. Again, my table of contents at the bottom right, that I received that data off of the Google location services I had received from Google with the Homer J. Maximus account.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would ask that State's Exhibit 18 be entered into evidence.
Judge, I would ask if there's an identifying factor telling me the date of that summary, because there's been no representation of the exact date that that summary represents, so I would like that from the witness.
There's been an objection as to foundation with the summary. Mr. Wood, do you wish to lay that objection?
Detective, what are the dates associated with the data you entered onto that that image?
The reference numbers, is that what we're referring to? The GPS coordinates I placed on here?
Yes.
They are September 9th, 3 of those on September 9th. Also, September 14th and September 6th are all dates that I've associated on this map.
Okay. Your Honor, this time we'd ask that State's Exhibit 18 be entered into evidence.
Judge, just clarification in lieu of objection, if I may.
Mr. Pryor, if you'll speak up just a little bit, I'm having
Sorry,
difficulty.
just clarification and if I can inquire in aid of objection, Judge, just very briefly.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, September 9th, you said there are 3 readings at that particular point. Is that correct?
I have mapped 3 different,
Right.
yes.
And those represent just Alex Cox, is that correct?
Not Alex Cox, but the device belonging to Alex Cox.
Okay, and then on the 14th of September, it's the device belonging to Alex Cox as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then on the 6th of September, it's the device belonging to Alex Cox. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you already foresaw, excuse me, you already anticipated my question is that's merely just a device that in no way can establish whether or not the person is present at the time of those locations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor, I feel like your questions were cross-examination questions. Any objection to the admission of Exhibit 18?
No, Judge.
Exhibit 18 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'd ask that Exhibit 18 be published and placed on the easel.
Would you like that placed over the previous exhibit that's on the easel, Mr. Wood?
Yes, please. Or
Do you want,
whatever's easiest for court personnel. Your
do you
Honor.
want both of those summaries to be visible as you're questioning the witness?
One at a time, Your Honor. We'll start with 18, then go back to 17.
Okay, why don't we take a brief recess right now? We're going to crank the air conditioner in this courtroom for just a moment, see if we can cool it down by 10 or 50 degrees. And we'll go back on the record here in 15 minutes. It's 2:30, so why don't we plan on going back on the record at about 10 minutes to 3 o'clock.
And another recess, 15 minutes. Well, that part of the hearing was kind of interesting. Yeah, where's Paul at? Paul should be showing up to say hi any second now that we're on recess. Oh, man. Okay, so I guess the courtroom's really hot. They've got to turn on the air conditioning and see if they can cool it off in there a little bit. Maybe it's from Chad sweating a little bit. I think he's nervous now. See, there's Paul. Hi, Paul. He's a few minutes behind and watching the Lori body cam footage. Oh, yeah. The lies roll off her tongue like she is absolutely, completely comfortable. Now, remember, when she's doing that body cam interview, right, at that point, both children are already deceased. And she's lying like, oh, well, she's at school, la, la, la. Oh, JJ's with my friend, ha, 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 ha. Making jokes. She's throwing Kay under the bus, saying she's just after her because she got the $1 million. But all of that was a lie. Everything she said was a lie. And her children are deceased. And she can lie that easily. That's not a normal person. That's not a normal person at all. So, oof. That's rough. However, let's talk about what Stubs is going to talk to next. They have 28,000 pages of Google phone history data. That's a lot. I think we're about to see that Homer J. Maximus has been pinged in the yard right with Alex. I think that's exactly what we're about to hear. That's good, because we've been talking about that now since we had the probable cause affidavit, because that only speaks to Alex's location. But I think we're going to hear now about Chad's location. I hope that's what we're going to hear. Because, yeah, that's a lot of data. That's a lot of information. And if you can put Chad in that yard with Alex, there you go. He should just plead guilty and go to jail for the rest of his life. Done. So I'm hoping that's what we're going to hear next. That seems to be what they're setting up with the pictures and all of that. But, I mean, really? Homer J. Maximus? Are you for real? Come on, man. Jeez Louise. Shell Bell, thank you so much for the super chat. What a cute sticker. That's fantastic. I really appreciate your support. So have some s'mores on the house. There you go. Thank you very much for that. All right, so we have a few minutes recess. What did you guys think about the body cam footage with Lori? This is Detective Stubs and another detective knocking on her door saying we're looking for JJ. Did you count the lies that she told in that few minutes of video? I didn't. I'll have to go back and I'm actually going to go back and pull that out of the whole hearing so we can listen to that separately. She lied about where JJ was. She lied about where Tylee was. She lied about Kay Woodcock. She lied about her brother trying to kill her. I'm assuming she's talking about Adam Cox. That's all I can think of. My goodness, what didn't she lie about? She lied about Melanie Gibb. She lied about them going to Frozen 2. She lied about JJ being there. Every single thing that came out of her mouth was a lie. And she did it with a smile on her face and a giggle in her voice and batting her eyelashes. My goodness. My goodness. This woman is, to say that she's a liar and a manipulator doesn't cover it. There are not words in the English language that would explain that. Sherry Barefoot, you have not been cut off from live chat. I see you. If you're having trouble, maybe try refreshing the page. Maybe just refresh it for you. That might help. Sam, thank you so much. This is from Shasta. She's warming up to true crime. Excellent. All right, Shasta, this is one heck of a case to start your true crime career on. Whew. This case will keep your head spinning for years. But thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's give Shasta some s'mores and some donuts. Yay. Thank you. Oh, Homer J. Maximus. That was Alex's email? Oh, goodness gracious. Homer J. Maximus. For crying out loud. I mean, where do people come up with names like that? That's silly. But, oh, yeah. So Lori lies like the rest of us breathe. It is perfectly normal to her. There is, when you have someone who is a pathological liar, there is no remorse. There's no empathy. They don't have those emotions. You can't have those emotions and lie like that. You just can't. So, to sit there, this was not all that long, a month after both of her children were murdered. And she's lying to the police like, it's just a happy sunny day and everything's fine. And my daughter's away at college. Ha, ha, ha. My son's in Arizona. Ha, ha, ha. Mm-hmm. Oh, that was really hard to listen to because it was so disgusting. And watching Kay and Larry Woodcock's expressions as much as we can with their masks on while they're watching that was rough. That was rough. Nikki Fleming, thank you for the super chat. Nikki says she should have mentioned that her brother Alex killed her husband. Yeah, you noticed that? Oh, my husband, he passed away. Yeah, that's it. He passed away. Uh-huh. She didn't say, well, my brother killed him. She didn't say that. Mm-mm. Oh, he just passed away, playing I'm the grieving widow. Don't be mean to me, Mr. Cops. Ugh, so disgusting. So disgusting, man. So yeah, we haven't seen that footage before. We haven't heard it or seen it before. So that was new for me. It's not surprising. We've heard most of that information before, but to hear it in Lori's own voice, that was rough. That was pretty infuriating. So, and I can't imagine what Kay was thinking. Oh my goodness. To hear Lori make up those lies about her like that while she's sitting right there listening to it, that could not have been easy. So, yeah. And yeah, while that was going on, Chad did look like he was about to throw up. So I think Chad's a little nervous, as he should be. So, just when you think she can't do something new to horrify you. Exactly, ACM. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. So after this recess, we are going to come back with Detective Stubs again. We're going to go over more cell phone data. Hopefully they'll be able to pinpoint things a little bit more. There are a few questions about Alex's phone pings from the affidavit that I still have, such as there was like an hour missing the night when Tylee went missing, when Alex was at Lori's apartment. He left her apartment and then went back to his apartment an hour later. Where was he for that hour? That's what I want to know. Tracy Artman, welcome to the group. All right, I'm so glad to have you. Thank you so much for joining our new channel member. Have some s'mores. Yay. Giving out all the s'mores today. This is great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Sarah says, Awen, thanks for carrying this. I love the chat group here. Me too. The chat group is the reason that I want to do this because you guys are just fantastic. Let's see. Oh, Nikki Fleming, thank you too. Another welcome to the stream. We're so glad you're here. Have some more s'mores. We all need s'mores. I could really use a plate of s'mores right now. I'm telling you. 8-hour-long hearings kind of do my head in. We've already been going for 6 hours, and we are not done yet. Oof. Mary Onson, is that Onson or Onison? I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Mary, welcome so much to the channel. I am so glad to see you. Thank you. I appreciate that support so very much. That's fantastic. Thank you so much. Excuse me. All right, so we're coming back with Stubs. He's going to talk about the 28,000 pages of data on Homer J. Maximus. I'm never going to be able to say that without giggling. I can't. I can't wait till Paul gets to that part because he's going to be laughing pretty hard. That's funny. So, Homer J. Simpson. No, not Simpson. Homer J. Maximus. Leah, thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. You didn't put a message in, so I can't read it, but I will say thank you with a whole pile of delicious donuts. I appreciate that. So, Homer J. Maximus, yeah, and his email. Did she say she raised their 5 kids? I couldn't hear her very well. I didn't know there were 5 kids. Wait, who are you? Lep, I'm sorry. I'm not sure who you're talking about. So, I don't want to answer that because I'm not sure what the question actually is. I hope they can prove Alex was in the area with Brandon was shot. Me too, Nikki. Brandon and Tammy, if they've got 28,000 pages of cell phone data on Alex's account, then they may be able to tell where he was when Tammy died, where he was when when Brandon was shot at. You know, that could be very interesting. And a lot of people are saying, oh, they're going to walk away from this because they're pinning it on Alex. That's not true. That is not true. And this is the reason for the conspiracy charge. When they can prove people were co-conspirators, then that leaves the door open to charging the accessories or the co-conspirators with similar charges as to whoever perpetrated the actual crime. So they're not getting away with it. I promise it's okay. They're really not gonna. So I cannot wait to hear what this guy's gonna say. MJ DeBella, thank you so much for the super chat. She says, thank you for streaming this for us, Awen. No problem. We have been waiting for this to see this kind of hearings happen, to know that justice is on the way for a long time. Could not be happier to bring this to you. Thomas Greiser upgraded their membership. Awesome. Thank you so much, Thomas. I really appreciate you being here. I can't even speak anymore. Bev Mordak, also with a super chat. Thank you guys so much. Look, we have piles of s'mores and donuts, and somebody requested pizza. I'll get a pizza emoticon. Whatever snacks you guys want. We will fill our special emojis with snacks. I like snacks. Give me 1 second. I do need to cough again. Okay, all better. There we go. Whew. Yes, thank you guys. Patrice Mitchell, again, thank you so much. You guys, I can't tell you how much how happy this makes me, because you let me know that you value what I'm doing for you, and I cannot thank you all for being here. We have like 1,200 people in chat. With a case like this, as emotional as it gets, knowing that we have a community to process it all together, that means the world to me. It would be really, really hard to go through this alone, for any of us. Someone says Nate Eaton is posting on Twitter. Let's see what Nate has to say. Oh, Chad walking back into court. Oh, would you like to see this video? Oh, actually, I can't. I don't want to interrupt the stream from Judge Edens, but I'll show it to you later. If you look at Nate Eaton on Twitter, he is at Nate News Now. He has a video of Chad Daybell strolling back into court. It does look like he is in handcuffs with a vest on, bulletproof vest. And Nate asked him, anything you want to say, Chad? Yeah. Chad's got nothing to say. Man. Yeah, so I will show you that after the court here. I just don't want to risk losing our stream, so I don't want to switch off that for right now. But can Lori stream this hearing in jail? I doubt it. I would be highly surprised if she's watching this in jail. So it's quite possible that Mark Means may have a recording to show her at some other time, but I don't really even see that happening. I don't think Lori has unfettered access to the internet in jail. She has her iPad, but that doesn't mean she's round-the-clock Wi-Fi connected and go watch YouTube. So I don't know. I think chicken nuggets in honor of the almost burnt nugs. Okay. I don't know what that is, but I like chicken nuggets. Maximus from Gladiator. Yeah, now see the cheese factor, that's actually probably quite accurate. Remember that someone, whether it was Chad or Lori or both of them, or maybe even their friend Jason, had convinced Alex that he was Lori's divine protector. He was the angel sent here to protect Lori from all harm. And even Lori referred to him as her protector in that video. So it's quite possible that he really thought of himself as maybe Homer from the Iliad and not, Homer Simpson. I don't know what the J would stand for. And Maximus. Yeah, so I can see where he would pick that name. I think it's incredibly silly because, I think all these people are silly. But yeah, that could be. Oh, Carrie, you almost burnt your child's nuggets. Oh, no. Children get very upset if you burn their chicken nuggets. I'd love to hear Chad and Lori's phones were pinging right next to Alex. Jimmy, me too. Me too. Wendy Lee, that probably is what Jay is, but please can we keep this swearing out of the chat just so my channel doesn't get flagged by YouTube. We have to abide by YouTube's terms of service. So, Shell Bell, you joined the team. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you're here. Yay. Shell Bell, have some donuts. And if you want s'mores, just let us know. We'll give you s'mores instead. Whatever you want. This is your snack show. You get whatever snack you want. Oh, I think we might be coming back. Let's see. We have a shot of the courtroom door. Let's see who's coming in. There's Pryor. There's Chad. Has his vest removed. And his little handcuffs removed before he comes in. There's Pryor talking to Rob Wood. People, put your masks on for the love of all that is holy. Sheesh. I'm going to discuss some documents. Pryor should go sit at his own table. Leave Rob Wood alone. He's busy. Chad's going to have a drink of water. Oh, look at Larry. Larry Woodcock is giving Kay a shoulder rub. Those two are so amazing. Kay and Larry, if you ever hear this, know that our hearts go out to you, and we are right there with you in spirit. All right, we are back. I'm going to mute. Here we go for the next round of the hearing.
Please be seated. You'll be back on the record. Took a brief recess to cool it down in here. We were in the middle of direct examination of Detective Stubbs. And Mr. Wood, I think you had just admitted 17 and 18 into evidence. It looks like you have 18 on the easel right now. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed with your direct examination.
Your Honor, I wonder if I could adjust that so that I can see easel as well.
That's fine. Do you need to scoot it back towards the wall? I can.
Your Honor, due to the nature of what Detective Stubbs is going to be testifying to, we'd ask that he be able to stand next to the easel and put on a mask.
That's fine. Mr. Wood, why don't you don yours while he does that?
Yep.
There's a laser pointer as well, Mr. Wood. I don't know if you've explained that to Detective Stubbs. Okay. Hold up here. Do we, if he's going to be touching the exhibit, why don't we put some gloves on the witness here? If there's going to be anybody else that's touching it. There's some right here. It's fine.
All right, Detective, now that Exhibit 18 has been published, can you, since we took a break, can you just briefly summarize again what Exhibit 18 is and how you prepared it?
So this was an aerial photograph taking of this apartment complex, April 2000 is when the photograph was taken. What we did was we took, we made this table of contents here, which I numbered 1, 2, 3, 8, and 9. Those numbers correlate with the red triangles that I have placed on this map in 2 different locations and represent from the Google documents the location services for the Homer J. Maximus account. These latitude and longitudes correlate with these triangles. Now, also accompanied on this map, along with those records from the Excel spreadsheet, as I mentioned, 28,000 plus pages. The number here, in reference number, on the far left column of that Excel spreadsheet is the quick reference 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on down the page. This number correlates with that line on it, if you will. Next are the coordinates that Google provided for us. Next to that is the date and time that these locations were logged through Google on that account. And the very last line over here is margin or radius of error from these findings from Google.
And are all the margins of error the same?
No. Depending on the one, they range, as you can see here, if you can see, from 4 meters and a couple at 15-meter radius of error.
On Exhibit 18, why did you focus on the coordinates you focused on?
Mainly because of 2 things. These are 2 residents where Alex Cox resided in 107 and that Lori Daybell resided in 175.
Okay. Was there anything significant about the dates?
As far as the dates go, 1, 2, and 3 are dated the 9th of September, 2019, in the early morning hours of that day.
What is the timestamp on, can you point to pin number 3?
Here in the parking lot.
And what is the timestamp on that?
Number 3 is 02:42 hours and 2 seconds.
Okay. And what was the date on that?
That was the September 9th,
Okay.
2019.
And can you point to pin number 2?
Pin number 2 is almost in the same location in the parking lot.
And what is the timestamp on that?
Pin number 2 is 02:42 and 11 seconds.
Okay. And can you point at pin number 1?
Same location with this triangle here.
Okay. And what is the timestamp on that?
That would be 03:37:22.
Okay. What is the margin of error on pin number 3?
Pin number 3 is at 4 meters.
What is the margin of
Judge,
error?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. He said 4 meters or 4D? 4, thank you.
What is the margin of error on pin number 2?
4 meters.
And what is the margin of error on pin number 1?
4 meters.
Okay. Now, let's talk really quickly about the timestamp. When you receive Google records, are they in mountain time?
No.
How is the time relayed on the Google location data?
So on the Excel spreadsheet, they would be in UTC time.
Okay.
UTC here during that time of year is
UTC minus 6 hours.
Okay, thank you. Can you point at pin number 8? Actually, I'm going to ask you to point to pin number 9 first.
Pin number 9 is over in this area here.
Okay. What is the timestamp on pin number 9?
Pin number 9 would be September 6th, 2019 at 2:56 a.m. and 13 seconds.
Okay, and what's the margin of error or radius of error on that?
15 meters.
Okay. And can you give us the same information on pin number 8?
Pin number 8 is the 14th of September, 2019 at 01:21 and 43 seconds in the AM.
And what is the margin or radius of error on pin number 8?
That again is 15 meters.
All right. Your Honor, I'd ask to publish State's Exhibit 17 at this time.
No objection.
Now on the easel is exhibit 17, is that correct, Mr. Wood?
Yes. And again, just to clarify for the record, taking a break, can you just briefly summarize again what State's Exhibit 17 is?
This is an aerial photograph of the Chad Daybell property.
Okay, and where is that located?
202 East 1900 South in Fremont County.
And did you prepare that summary in the same manner as State's Exhibit 18?
Yes, I did.
How many data points have you plotted on that summary?
4 data points.
Okay. Can you point to data point or location number 5?
Location number 5 is in this area here.
Okay. What is the timestamp on that?
Timestamp of September 9th, 2019 at 9:21 and 36 seconds in the AM.
Okay, what's the margin of error on that?
That would be 6 meters.
Can you point to location number 4?
This area here.
Mm-hmm. What is the timestamp on that?
Timestamp of September 9th, 2019 at 10:57 and 03 seconds in the AM.
And what's the margin of error?
5 meters.
Detective, can you point at location 7 on that summary?
Here.
Yes. What is the timestamp on location 7?
Timestamp of 09:56 and 28 seconds in the AM.
Okay. What's the margin of error on that?
4 meters.
And finally, can you point to location number 6?
Number 6 is in the same area, general area.
And what is the timestamp on that?
9/23/2019 at 10:02:19 hours in the AM.
And what's the margin of error?
3 meters.
Thank you. Detective, I think you take your seat again.
Detective, when you've been seated, you can take off your glove and mask if you'd like.
Detective, you testified about the contents of the Homer J. Maximus Google location data. Are there other data points located on the Daybell property in that in the data that was given to you on your search warrant return?
There are additional data points in the area, yes.
And are there additional data points near or on the, near the Lori Vallow apartment at 565 Pioneer Road?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason you didn't map out all the data points on the Homer J. Maximus Google location data?
Well, the reason being is because the file is so massive that it would take, I can't even imagine how long it would take to put all the waypoints on a map.
Okay. So has no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Initially, when you went out there for the interview of Miss Vallow, and I believe that was in November, is that right?
That is correct.
And the date in November was what, officer?
The 26th.
Now, the purpose of that initial visit was a welfare check, was it not?
It was.
Okay, so it was a preliminary matter, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're a detective with which law enforcement agency?
The Rexburg Police Department.
And as the Rexburg Police Department, is it your policy that even for preliminary matters, such as a welfare check, you are required to have your body cam on?
It is not a requirement. However, since I've been issued a body camera, I always make it a practice to wear it when I go to talk to people outside the office.
And that is because you want to accurately and correctly reflect what someone says to you. Would that be the case?
That's right.
And you want to accurately provide a record of what was transpired because people make mistakes, correct?
Yes, people can make mistakes.
And police officers are obviously people as well, and police officers make mistakes when they're in the course of doing an investigation. There are times when they may not recite things exactly the way they are. So a camera is a tool to help you do that. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think that's more testimony than it is a question.
Mr. Pryor, what's your question?
The question is that it's a good practice to have a body cam and record a conversation when you're interviewing any witness, correct?
That is my personal feeling for me.
And you're doing that out of experience, correct?
Correct.
Now, there was some previous testimony about Mr. Cox residing in Unit 175. Do you have any information that suggests he was residing in Unit 175?
I don't have that knowledge whether he was or wasn't residing, other than my body cam footage saying that he was there.
Okay. And during the time that you went there on the 26th of November, Mr. Daybell wasn't there, correct?
That day, I never saw for myself Mr. Daybell.
And there was an acknowledgement that her brother was there, though, correct?
That is correct.
And then on the second trip, I don't recall seeing whether there was an acknowledgement that Mr. Cox was there. Was he there again the second time, do you recall?
I do not know.
Okay. All right. But again, you didn't see Mr. Daybell there, correct?
That is correct.
And your belief is that when you went to Unit 175, it was because you believed that was Lori Vallow's residence. Is that right?
That is right.
And your data points seem to suggest that you're looking at Unit 175 and Unit 107.
Correct.
And there's a reason for that, is there not?
Yes.
That's because somebody lives in Unit 107, right?
We believed one of the family members lived in
And
107.
who would that be?
Alex Cox.
And who lives in 175?
Lori Vallow.
So just so we put this into terms that I can understand, when you're talking about 4 meters, you're talking approximately 12 feet.
Approximately.
And when you're talking about 15 meters, you're talking about 45 feet.
Approximately.
Okay. I am curious, and this is in the way of an explanation. When you're talking UC time -6, give me an example of what UC time -6 is. It looks like the clock says 3:05. So what would be an example of that?
Well, if you will, there's a point where they actually start recording time. And as you go through time zones, you gain or lose whatever an hour from the starting point of, if you will, a time starting. And then because we're in mountain time,
Right.
at that time of year, you take the general time and you subtract 6 hours from that.
So when you say 242 in pin number 2, in this example, and it's 242, do we go back 6 hours earlier?
No, you would add 6 from UTC time. You minus 6 to
So
get
if
to
I
our
could
time
If
zone.
I could ask you to go back up to the exhibit, would you mind doing that for me?
Mr. Pryor, exhibit 17 or exhibit 18?
Well, I'm going to start with 17, then we'll go to 18 after that. Because I think 17 is still up there, is it not, officer? All right, so that one is number.
This is 17.
That's right. I'm sorry, maybe I misspoke. So let's talk with pin number 5. On pin number 5, you said it was on September 9th, right? And you put down the time as 9:21 a.m. Is that correct, officer? All right. And then you put down the time of variance or margin of error, I guess is the appropriate term, based on what I've read, and margin of error is 6 meters, right?
Correct.
So is that actually 9:21 a.m. on September 9th, or is there a additional time that needs to be added to that?
It was in our time 9:21.
Okay.
However, when you talk to a carrier of a phone or Google or whoever else, they generally send you this layout in UTC time. So depending on if you're on the East Coast, if you're here, wherever you are, you can do that margin and deduct those hours or add.
So you're the one who came up with the calculation as to what these proximate times are, is that correct?
The only thing I did was minus UTC time minus 6 to get our local time.
Okay, all right. And then again, on number 7, pin number 7, what was the time on that?
09:56 and 28 seconds in the AM.
And those points that you're talking about reflect the device that was owned by Alex Cox, is that correct?
The Google states belong to Alex Cox.
Okay. And on the items that were set on the house, or excuse me, the apartments, those times and those pins were a reflection of a device that was owned by Alex Cox. Is that correct?
The same device.
Okay. All right. Thank you, officer. Go ahead. You can return to your seat. Can you tell me what the range of summaries is in this particular case? In other words, the start time for which range you subpoenaed Google and the end time for which range you ended. You're reflecting about 28,000 pages of documents. I'd like to know what the range is, the start range and the stop range.
You know, I would have to actually look at the search warrant again to be sure of the dates we requested.
Well, my recollection is you admitted that, did you not, as exhibit?
Search warrant 2019-86.
Okay. Do you have at least a recollection of what it may be?
From what I remember, and first part of September.
Okay.
Through December.
Through December?
Through when we served the search warrant.
Okay. So we don't know how many times from September through December that those devices were on the Daybell property, correct?
We don't have a total number at this time, no.
Are you working on that?
There is things being worked on at this time,
Are
yes.
you working on that?
I am working with members of the FBI CAS team to come up with those numbers.
Okay, so in other words, we're going to, at some point in the future, there'll be a complete analysis of every date that this particular device or devices was not only in the apartment, but also on the Daybell property. That'll be forthcoming, I assume, is that correct?
Well, I can't answer for exactly what the CAS team is doing, but they are doing additional analysis on those times and those coordinates.
And that information has been preserved in the event there needs to be someone else taking a look at that as well, correct?
That is correct.
Did you have an occasion to talk with Mr. Daybell at any time?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Mr. Daybell at any time?
No.
You hesitated. Why is that?
I was trying to remember if I had said stand right over here or whatever while he was in the kitchen. I don't exactly recall.
Okay, so there's no recorded conversation or body cam of Mr. Daybell that you have in your possession. Is that correct?
I did have my body camera on that day as well.
Okay.
Have I reviewed that as of the last little bit? I have not.
Have you provided that to the prosecuting attorney?
I believe he has copies.
Judge, I have nothing else at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you, Detective Stubbs. You can be excused from the witness stand. That exhibit, which number exhibit is that? 16, thank you. Are there any other exhibits there in the witness cubicle? We'll allow cleaning to take place of the witness cubicle. Mr. Wood, who do you intend on calling as your next witness?
Your Honor, Spencer Ramos for the state. The state would next call Wynn Hill.
Say that one more time.
Wynn Hill.
Wynn Hill?
Yes, Judge.
Mr. Wood, can I have the bailiff put that exhibit backwards again?
Yes.
You can leave that on there, Mr. Bailiff. If you just want to turn it around backwards and set it against the wall. Mr. Hill, if you'll come forward, stand in front of this witness chair, raise your right arm and face the clerk. Stand right there in front of the plexiglass and look at the clerk right here. Raise your right arm.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now will be showing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You can be seated here in the witness chair, Mr. Hill. Once you're seated, Mr. Hill, you may take off your mask. Mr. Wood, you may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. And again, Spencer Ramos for the record.
Mr. Rammel, I apologize. You may inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Can I have you state your full name and spell that name for the record?
My name is Wynn Hill, Wynnhill.
Mr. Hill, where are you employed?
At Brigham Young University, Idaho.
And how long have you been employed at BYU, Idaho?
Just over 14 years.
And what is your current role at the university?
I currently serve as the Dean of Students there.
Does BYU, Idaho use a student management system?
We do.
Are you familiar with that system?
I am.
How so?
Yeah, I work in the student life area, and so we have a student life management system that connects to the larger student management system.
Mr. Hill, will you scoot a little closer to the microphone?
Sure.
Pull that microphone down a little bit and aim it right at your chin.
There we go.
And then up at your mouth. That's great.
Great.
What information does your student management system hold?
Yeah, it holds information from the application process and other student enrollment information on a student.
Does your system allow you to look up current students attending BYU Idaho?
Yes.
Does your system allow you to look up past students
Yes.
that have attended BYU Idaho? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Does your system allow you to look up individuals who have applied but are not currently attending BYU
Yes,
Idaho?
it does.
Did you check your registration system for a specific individual who requested records with the police department in relation, excuse me, to a missing persons investigation?
I did.
Who was that individual you checked for?
I believe they gave me the name of Tylee Ryan, Tylee Cox, Tylee Vallow. I checked all of those names with the date of birth of 9/24/02.
And can you tell me the date that you did that?
I can. It was February 28th,
And can you tell me-
2020. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you tell me where you were when you checked it?
I believe I was in my office
On campus?
on campus. Yes.
And what was the result of that check?
Yeah, we couldn't find any information on that person.
So it's your testimony that names Tylee Ryan, Tylee Cox, and Tylee Vallow with the corresponding date of birth, September 24th, 2002, has never applied to BYU Idaho or has never been a student at BYU Idaho.
According to our records.
Judge, that's all I have. No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. You can be excused from the witness stand. Mr. Rammel, may this witness be excused from the court?
From the state's perspective, yes, Judge. No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, for appearing. Mr. Rammel, you can call the next witness as well.
Your Honor, I'll take care of the next witness. The state calls Melanie Gibb.
Make sure
All right, well, that's interesting. My goodness. I do have video of her arriving at the courthouse a little while ago. She is there. She walked in with David Warwick hand in hand. She was all smiles. David Warwick looked like he was carrying a Bible, of course, because that's what these people do. So where is she? They don't know where she is. They called her to the stand. The bailiff went out to find her, and she's not there. So I guess we're having a recess until they figure out which portal she snuck through and go get her. Yeah. My goodness. You know, it's not surprising that Melanie Gibb is missing right before she's supposed to get on the stand. I'm not surprised. Are you surprised? This case, I'm telling you. Whew. All right, so we did hear from one of the cell phone experts. They talked about Alex's phone pings. I was really hoping they were going to talk about Chad's, but clearly Rob Wood is holding that back for trial. He doesn't feel he needs to get into that in order to prove to Judge Edens that they have enough to go to trial. So I guess we're not going to hear that. But then again, there are some FBI agents slated to testify from Salt Lake City, probably tomorrow. So we may hear it then. We don't know. But for today, we just heard more about Homer J. Maximus. I cannot wait to hear Paul's take on that name. That's going to be fun. So, yeah, Melanie Gibb has disappeared from the courthouse. Oh, good grief. Yeah, Jess, slow mode is on. It limits users to one message every 30 seconds, so it can still get kind of fast when there are lots of people in chat. So I can slow it down so people can talk slower, like once every 60 seconds, but if there's still 1,200 people putting in messages, it's still going to go fast. So we'll have to hope it holds out for now. If Melanie Gibb does get back here, I'm hoping they're going to come back in a minute, having found her, and we're going to see her on the stand. I hope so, because we've been waiting all day to hear from Melanie Gibb. I've been waiting since last week to hear from Melanie Gibb. So, my goodness, where did she go? Oh, man, I can't with this case. I mean, can you imagine if anyone was going to disappear out of the courthouse? I would have thought maybe Chad, but no, Melanie Gibb. There you go. And David, her boyfriend. We don't know if Melanie and David are married yet. I'm assuming they are because these people tend to marry very quickly. But I don't know. I have not seen a marriage certificate or anything. She's still going by Melanie Gibb. She has not changed her name as far as we know. So, so where could she be? All right. So I did look at the video. The person behind Wood is not Mark Means. That is Detective Hermosillo. Mark Means would have no reason to be in the courtroom. Remember, the courtrooms are not public at the moment. That's why we have the live stream, okay? Because you can be in the courtroom if you are a witness, if you are a family member, or you have a reason to be there. Mark Means would not have a reason to be in that courtroom today. So that was not him. Who are some of the other people? I don't know. The blonde woman, I'm assuming, is a victim's advocate or court advocate for the family. The woman in blue in the far back, no idea who she is. The guy in the blue shirt behind Chad off to the side there, I think he's a tech guy. I've been watching him typing and this and that. I think he's there for tech stuff. Could be, working with the Zoom feed or Court TV or something like that. But I don't know who all the other people are. So we'll just have to guess. But where the heck is Melanie Gibb? I'm checking my Twitter feed. Let's see. Nobody seems to know where she is. Everyone's saying she was called to the stand and then nothing because she didn't make it. That's kind of funny. You know, Justin Lum says, this testimony is much anticipated. Gibb did podcasts with Vallow and Daybell, blah, 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 but he doesn't say where she disappeared to. I can't believe it. Yeah, this may be it for the day. If they can't find her, she's hiding in the little girl's room or something. Or maybe she got scared and took off. Who knows? We may not get another witness today, so we're going to wait a few minutes, and then we'll see what the court has to say. Yeah, she accidentally fell in a porthole. That's possible. Oh, man. But yeah, Chad was looking a little nervous there, wasn't he? He was doing some new hand gestures, putting his hands in front of his face, you know, getting his little notepad out and stuff. He looked a little nervous. Oh, my goodness. She's out smelling the grapes. Like, oh, look, a grape tree. A grapevine. It's not really a grape tree, but she probably thinks it's a grape tree. Yeah, she's out looking for grape trees. You know, they promised me more grapes. Yeah, I mean, I have video of her going in the courthouse. I don't know how she escaped. You know, that cracks me up. That actually really cracks me up. Oh, man. All right, so we also heard from Wynn Hill, the Dean of Students at BYU, Idaho. And Tylee, whether you looked up her last name as Tylee Ryan, Tylee Cox, Tylee Vallow, anyone named Tylee with her birth date was never enrolled at BYU. None of us are surprised by that. It is nice to hear formal confirmation of it, though, but there you go. Paul, what are we going to do? Melanie Gibb escaped. Go find her. Oh, man. I can't believe that. Melanie Gibb is missing from the courthouse. She'd better like, you know, that Awen said I should have a lawyer. And right now, I'm starting to think maybe she was right. I'm out of here. I got to go find me a lawyer. It's possible. It is possible. She won't be in contempt of court. No, because I don't think she is subpoenaed. She certainly isn't a hostile witness. I think she was called. She showed up to court, and maybe she decided to go to Starbucks and grab a coffee because she thought she had more time or something. So no, she won't be in contempt of court for that. If she took off, you know, maybe, but I don't think so, because I think you'd have to be under a formal subpoena or something like that to get into it. I'm not sure. We'll have to ask our lawyer friend, Lori Hellis. She would know. Oh, but man, I cannot stop laughing. I mean, as much as I want to see her testimony, thinking of Melanie Gibb taking off right before she gets on the stage, it's just too much. It is too much. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, Paul, what do you think of Homer J. Maximus? You need to come on camera and talk about this. I'm going to drop him a StreamYard link if he's available. He can come chat with us. That would be hilarious. We've lost Melanie Gibb. What are we going to do? Oh, good grief. Good grief. I really can't believe this. You know, if they said Melanie Gibb, we all get excited. They go out to find her. It's like, well, come on. Come on. And then they have to have a recess because she's missing. Oh, yeah. Homer J. Maximus and missing Melanie. You know, I knew this hearing wasn't going to disappoint. I really did. Oh, geez. All right. Well, technically, it is 5:30 p.m. over there. No, is it 3:30? It's 3:30 p.m. over in Idaho. So they have another hour and a half before the end of the court day. They may find her. Today she was wearing a pretty white skirt and let me check the video. I think it was a black sweater. Let's go back. Where's the video? Yeah, she's wearing either looks like a black tank top and a short sleeve jacket and a cream colored skirt with black ballet flats and carrying a rather large black backpack, which is unusual for court. Not sure what was in the backpack. That could be interesting. Paul, if you're listening, I sent you a StreamYard link. If you want to come on for a minute, we'll talk about Melanie and get your opinion on Homer J. Maximus. That would be cool. Oh, yeah, Melanie. Yeah, Paul was rude. Please hold. Looking for Melanie Gibb. Please hold. Yeah, looking at the video, maybe that giant backpack she was carrying was really her go bag, her bug out bag. They walked into the courthouse, went out the back door, and took off. Nobody would be watching her, I wouldn't think, at least for this. She's there as, a friendly witness, so to speak. Oh, goodness. Who knows what happened? She could just be in the bathroom maybe or something. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm watching Twitter. No one seems to have found her yet. Let's see. Eric and Justin and Nate. No one's saying anything about Melanie. Hopefully they'll find her. Yes, the bag could be a portable portal. Or maybe she got raptured. Rick Lynn, that's also a very good thought. And it's possible. Oh, goodness gracious. This is kind of crazy. So I guess we're just sitting here in limbo until we find out what happened to Melanie. Maybe I shouldn't think it's funny, but I really think this is funny. I really do. Of all the people to pull a stunt like this, that's kind of perfect. Oh, geez Louise. Oh, I think we're back. Are we back? I hear a little bit of noise. Let's see. Maybe they found her or they're going to call someone else for today. Let's see what they have to say.
All right. Thank you. Please be seated. We'll be back on the record in State v. Daybell. The court took a brief recess to try and cool it down in here. Mr. Wood, is your witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Ms. Gibb, if you'll please come forward. You can come here through the gate on this side. Ms. Gibb, if you'll stand here in front of this plexiglass, raise your right arm and face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Gibb, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gibb, you can be seated here at this witness chair. Ms. Gibb, if you'll scoot up to that microphone and then pull it down below your chin and aim it at your chin. Okay. Mr. Wood and Mr. Pryor, I think the record isn't picking up your voices as well as it is everybody else's. So if you'll do the same, pull that down and then point it up at your chin, it makes a much better record. If you'll pull it down, Mr. Pryor, and then point it up kind of like this so that you don't talk over it. Mr. Wood, you may inquire when you're ready.
Thank you. Will you state your name and spell it for the record?
Melanie Gibb, G-I-B-B.
Okay. Ms. Gibb, are you familiar with the defendant, Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Approximately when did you meet him?
About 3-4 years ago.
Okay. Do you remember where you met him?
Yes, I was in Morgan, Utah.
Okay. Since you've met him, what is the nature of your relationship?
The nature of our relationship was talking about some of the books that Chad had written and his relationship with Lori.
You mentioned Lori, is that Lori Vallow?
Correct.
Okay. Approximately when did you meet Lori Vallow?
October 2018.
And do you recall where you met her?
Yes, in Mesa, Arizona at a church.
Okay. What was the basis of your relationship with Lori Vallow?
It was based upon things that we talked about, which were spiritual in nature.
Would you call yourself, were you friends with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar, or do you know if Lori Vallow had any children?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
Did you ever meet Tylee Ryan?
Yes.
And did you ever have opportunity to see Tylee Ryan with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
And was Tylee Ryan Lori Vallow's daughter?
Yes.
Ms. Gibb, when was the last time you saw Tylee Ryan?
July or August of 2019
Where was that?
in her house in Chandler, Arizona.
Okay. Are you familiar with JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Who is JJ Vallow?
Lori's adopted son.
Okay. When you spent time with Lori, did you have occasion to spend time with JJ at all?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gibb, I want to call your attention to, well, do you recall where you were between the dates of September 19th, 2019 and September 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
Where were you?
Rexburg, Idaho.
Why were you there?
I was there to visit Lori. I was also there to be at an event called Firm Foundation.
Okay. Do you recall when you arrived in Rexburg?
Thursday, the 19th.
And do you know approximately when you left Rexburg?
Yes, I left Monday, the 23rd, around 9:30 in the morning.
When you were in Rexburg, where did you stay?
In Lori Vallow's house.
Do you recall the address of that house?
No.
Do you recall the general location of that house?
It was a townhome. I don't know the name of the street.
Okay. Was that townhome located in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
During that weekend, did you have opportunity to spend time with Lori?
Yes.
Okay. About how much time did you spend with Lori that weekend?
Most of the time, except for on Saturday, I spent most of the day, about 10 hours up the street at that event.
Okay. When you were at Lori Vallow's house, did you ever have occasion to see Chad Daybell there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how many times you saw him there that weekend?
2, 3, 4 times maybe.
Okay, so you don't recall an exact number?
Not an exact number, but I think every day. I think every day is probably, except for the Monday.
Okay, and was Monday, September 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have occasion to witness Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell interact with each other?
Yes.
How did they interact with each other?
Affectionately.
Okay, and when you say affectionately, what do you mean by that?
Holding hands, hugging, light kissing.
Okay. Did you ever have occasion to speak with, when you were, during this approximately 4-day period in September, did you ever have occasion to speak with Lori Vallow about the nature of her relationship with Chad Daybell?
Yes, we talked about it often.
Okay. What did she tell you about that relationship?
That they were very much in love with each other and wanted to be together as soon as possible.
Okay. And did you ever speak with Mr. Daybell about that relationship?
Most likely, but I can't recall the exact words.
Okay. Ms. Gibb, during that September 19th to 23rd, 2019 period, did you ever see Tylee Ryan?
No.
Did you speak with Lori Vallow about the location of Tylee Ryan?
She informed me that Tylee was at BYU, Idaho, and mentioned something about being with friends.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
When you were, during that same period, did you have occasion to see JJ Vallow?
Yes,
Where was he located when you saw him?
he was in the family room mostly, and then outside some.
Okay, when you say the family room, can you be more specific?
The room that's adjacent to the kitchen,
Okay, and what home was that located in?
Lori Ballow's home.
Ms. Gibb, I want to call your attention to the night of September 22nd, 2019. Do you recall what you did that night?
Ms. Gibb, you're facing the state. I'm going to invite you to turn your chair just a little bit so that I can
This way?
see
Oh, this way?
this way, so that I can see your face as you're speaking. I recognize you're answering Mr. Wood's questions, but I need to see your face as well as you're answering.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What did you do the night of September 22nd, 2019?
The night of the 22nd, I was doing a recording with Lori and David Warwick, and we were in the kitchen recording that.
Who is David Warwick?
He is a boyfriend of mine.
Okay. And you said you were recording a podcast?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Daybell there during the recording of that podcast?
No.
Okay. Do you recall if JJ Vallow was there during the recording of that podcast?
I did not see him.
Did you see Alex Cox that night?
Yes.
Okay. What did you witness, or what did you observe Alex Cox doing that night?
He brought JJ into the house during the middle of the podcast.
Okay. And did you see him bring JJ into the house?
Yes.
Okay. How did Alex Cox bring JJ into the house?
He carried him in,
Okay.
and he was asleep.
And Judge, this may have occurred, but I'm trying to get a foundation as to the time again. I may have missed it, and I apologize if I missed it.
Mr. Breyer, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Do you mind pulling your microphone down and then aiming it up at your chin? So, there you go. Repeat that one more time.
Judge, I missed the time, and I can't recall which time she said, if she did, when that occurred with Alex bringing the baby in. I don't recall.
All right.
I'll lay more foundation, Your Honor.
I didn't know if you did or not. I thought I may have missed it.
Please do.
Ms. Gibb, do you recall about what time Alex Cox brought JJ back into to Lori Vallow's home?
I can say we recorded the podcast between 9 and after midnight, a little after midnight. So someone in between that time.
Okay. You don't remember the exact hour?
I don't.
Okay. I'm going to call your attention to the morning of September 23rd, 2019. What did you do during the morning of September 23rd, 2019?
Upon awakening, I got ready for the day and came downstairs, had a brief conversation with Lori Vallow, and then got into the truck with David, and we drove off to Pocatello.
Okay. What was your conversation? Do you recall the content of your conversation with Lori Vallow that morning?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time you had this conversation with Lori Vallow?
Sometime between 8 and 9.
Okay. What did you speak about with Ms. Vallow that morning?
She shared with David and I that JJ was acting with a lot of energy, and I'm trying to remember the words, but she recalled him climbing upon the refrigerator, knocking a picture down of Jesus, she said, and then climbing up upon the cabinets.
Okay. And did you see JJ that morning?
No.
Do you know if he was in the house that morning?
No.
Okay. And do you have any idea of where he was that morning?
No.
Okay. Over the course of that weekend, did you ever have a conversation with Lori Vallow about Kay Woodcock?
Yes.
What was the nature of that? Do you remember when during that weekend you had that conversation?
Friday, Saturday, it could have been
Okay.
several of the days. I'm not sure.
What was the nature of that conversation?
She was expressing that she wanted JJ to go live with Kay, and she expressed different solutions. He could either stay with Kay, or I believe a son of Kay's that had a family already that JJ was comfortable with, or that they liked JJ and it was a good match. I think they had a little girl, and she said that she would express to Kay that that she was sick or something was wrong with her, so that she could live with him.
So that who could live with?
JJ could live with Kay.
Okay. And at any time after that weekend, did you ever have a follow-up conversation in regards to that subject?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately when you had that follow-up conversation?
It was shortly after. I can't recall.
What was the nature of that follow-up conversation?
I asked how it went, giving JJ to Kay. She told me that they met up in an airport, and she told Kay that she had breast cancer and that she would need help with JJ for a period of time. And she said it went well.
Okay. So was it your understanding after that conversation that JJ Vallow was located with Kay Woodcock?
Yes.
And had you ever met Kay Woodcock?
Briefly.
When?
The time that Charles Vallow was moving out of his house in Arizona to Texas.
And who was Charles Vallow?
Lori's husband.
Okay. Ms. Gibb, I'm going to call your attention to the date of November 26, 2019. Do you recall where you were on November 26, 2019?
I do.
Where were you?
I was in Pleasant Grove, Utah, in David Warwick's home.
Okay. Do you live in Utah?
No.
Where do you normally live?
Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. And so were you visiting Mr. Warwick that day?
Yes.
Did anything significant happen that day in regards to Chad Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. What contact, if any, did you have with Mr. Daybell that day?
I received a phone call from Chad Daybell from his cell phone to my cell phone, and I answered the phone call.
Okay. And do you recall approximately what time it was?
Late morning.
And you said you got a call from his cell phone?
Mm-hmm.
How do you know it was his cell phone?
Because when the phone number came up, it had his name on it.
Okay, and was that a contact you had previously stored in your cell phone?
Yes.
And was Ms. Gibb, had you previously had any discussions with Mr. Daybell through that same phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that phone number was?
Yes, it was 208-690-9374.
And I may have already asked this, I apologize if I did. Approximately what time were you called by Mr. Daybell that day?
Late morning.
Okay. What was the nature of that conversation?
He said, "Hi, Melanie, this is Chad. The Rexburg police are going to call you. don't pick up. He
Okay.
said, oh,
Where did the conversation go from there?
he let me know that the police were over at Lori Vallow's home in Rexburg, and that they were inquiring about where JJ was, and that she was going to tell the police that JJ was with me.
Okay, how did you respond?
In shock, and I can't recall if I said anything at that moment. Oh, I did say after the shock, I said, JJ's not at Kay's house.
And how did Mr. Daybell respond to that?
He said, no.
Okay. Was there any other content to that conversation?
I asked him if he was nervous, and he said yes.
Was anything else said?
I can't recall.
That same day, November 26, 2019, did you have any contact with Lori Vallow?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember approximately where you were when you heard from Lori Vallow?
Yes, I was in the same place. And
okay, and where was that again?
that was in Utah, in David's home.
And approximately what time did you hear from Defendant Vallow? Lori Vallow?
I possibly within an hour or two, I can't exactly recall.
Okay. And when you say an hour or two, what is that in reference to?
Her calling me, Lori calling me.
Right, was it an hour or two after what?
I'm sorry, Chad's phone call.
Okay. What was the nature of that conversation?
When I picked up, she said, hi, Melanie, this is, well, she probably didn't say her name, but she said, just want to let you know everything's fine. She was upbeat, cheery, acting like nothing was wrong.
What happened after that?
She told me that the police had been there asking for JJ, and that she told the police that I had JJ, that I was at a movie called Frozen, that she asked me just to pick up my phone and take a random picture of kids running around, and that she would come by and pick him up, and then, no, I'm sorry, that after me driving home from Utah to Arizona, that she would come and get him later that week.
I'm going to stop right there. Ms. Gibb. I want to point you back to this conversation or the statement about picking up your phone.
Mm-hmm.
What did she ask you to do with that again?
Take a picture of random kids to make it look like it was JJ.
Okay. And I kind of lost track. I apologize.
That's okay.
You said something about driving down to Arizona. What was that part of the conversation? Who said what?
So she knew that I was going down to Arizona for Thanksgiving, back to my home. And she said that she told the police that she was going to pick him up from my house from Arizona, which I had no previous knowledge to this. This was new information to me.
Okay. Did Lori say anything else to you about JJ?
I can't recall exactly, but I can recall what she talked about Kay.
Okay. What did she say about Kay?
She said that Kay was trying to kidnap JJ. And I said, how do you know? And she said, well, I've received emails, being threatened that he was going to kidnap her. I said, well, what does she say? And she said, well, she sent me emails, and she said, she quoted Kay saying, it's not like I'm going to kidnap him or anything. And that she was that she was trying to protect JJ and from her and other people, not just Kay, but possibly family members as well.
Okay. And you said that to your perception, she seemed upbeat and positive. Were
Yeah.
those the words you used?
Yes.
Okay. To your perception, when you spoke with Mr. Daybell that day, how did he sound?
Very nervous.
Is that why you asked him if he was nervous?
Uh-huh.
After receiving these phone calls, how did that make you feel?
Horrible. I felt in shock. I was not okay with it because she told something to the police that was not true, which I had no knowledge of. So I was, I had a really bad feeling in my stomach and I felt very shooken up by it.
Okay. Do you know if the Rexburg police attempted to contact you that day?
They did.
Okay. How did they try to contact you?
They tried calling me and once I believe they left a text.
Okay. And did you respond to them that day?
Not the Rexburg police, I did not.
Okay. How come? Is there a reason?
Well, first of all, Chad tells me not to answer it. And then Lori tells me that her child is in danger. So I'm not sure what to believe or understand what's going on this time. I'm very confused.
Okay. Did you speak to any law enforcement that day?
Yes.
What interaction did you have? Do you know which law enforcement agency you spoke with that day?
Gilbert Police.
Okay. And do you recall if there was a specific individual you spoke with that day from Gilbert Police?
Officer Ryan Pillar.
I'm sorry, can you say
Officer
that?
Ryan Pillar.
Ryan Pillar?
Correct.
And do you know how that last name is spelled?
Pillar, or there could be a Y, so I'm not for sure.
What contact did you have with Officer Pillar that day?
He called me, left a message, and I returned his phone call.
Okay. What was the nature of your conversation with Officer Pillar?
He was responding to the Rexburg police and was asking about JJ and his whereabouts.
Okay. And what did you tell him?
I told him that I had been with JJ, but that he was back with Lori.
Okay. When you said you had been with him, what did you mean by that?
That he was with me, and then she came to get him.
Okay.
So that it would turn the police back to Rexburg and not with me because yeah.
Now, Ms. Gibb, had you recently had JJ with you?
No.
So when you told Detective Pillar that you had, was that an accurate statement?
No, it was not.
Okay. And did you believe that JJ was actually with Lori at that time?
I was not sure.
Okay. So was that pursuant to the knowledge you had, was that an accurate statement?
Yeah.
Okay. But did you also tell Detective Pillar that JJ was not with you?
Correct.
And was that an accurate statement?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason you told Detective Pillar you had him?
Yes, because Lori was misleading and she was manipulating me or trying to convince me that he and she was in danger. And so because of our friendship, I thought I have really no idea if this could be true or not. And I was very perplexed, very troubled, and I really did not know what to do. I was trying to reconcile all these feelings I had.
Okay. Did you have any subsequent contact with the Gilbert Police Department?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately when that was?
I believe it was December 7th or 8th.
Okay. And what contact did you have with the Gilbert Police Department?
I called Officer Pillar and I informed him that who I was and that probably a lot more detail about the conversation about what happened, about JJ and Lori and Chad. And I also had something that I had recorded that I wanted to give to him.
Okay. Let's talk about that. What had you recorded that you wanted to give to Officer Pillar?
I recorded a conversation with Chad and Lori on Chad Daybell's phone, about 21-minute conversation. And that conversation was about where was JJ? The conversation talked about why did you tell the police that I had JJ when I did not? And she explained that. And I also explained to her my concern for her salvation and Chad's, and that they had been very deceived. And I also wanted to make sure that the police knew that I did not have anything to do with this.
Okay. How did you record that conversation?
On a cell phone.
Okay. You mentioned earlier the conversation was on was with Chad's number.
Correct.
Was that the same number you discussed earlier?
Correct.
And what phone did you use to have this conversation?
My phone, and then I had a recorder phone on David Warwick's, and so I put my phone on speaker, and then I recorded it with his phone.
Okay. Had law enforcement asked you to record a conversation with Mrs. Vallow or Mr. Daybell?
No.
Okay. So this was something you did of your own accord?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember, and maybe you already answered this, what day you made that recording?
December 8th.
And where were you located when you made that recording?
I was in David Warwick's home.
I'm sorry, where?
I was in David's home.
Oh, okay, David Warwick's home.
Yes.
Okay, I apologize, I misheard you. And again, is that the same home in Pleasant Grove, Utah?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would ask that state's exhibit that is marked as Exhibit 19 be shown to the defense and handed to the witness.
Exhibit 19 is being handed to the witness.
Ms. Gibb, do you recognize the state's Exhibit 19?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the contents of that disc?
Yes.
And when did you review the contents of that disc?
Yesterday.
Okay. And